She hadn't expected her heart to break again. Not after she'd spent so much time and effort to heal it. Temper was better than pain. Still, she'd handled him poorly. She'd kept her eye out for his reservation. When it had come in, she'd promised herself she would go to his room after he checked in, so that she could talk to him, reason with him in private. She would be calm, explain each one of her objections. He was Frank Brady's son after all, and Frank was one of the few people she trusted absolutely. She arranged to take the fruit bowl up herself, had worked out exactly what she would say and how she would say it. "Welcome to River's End again, Noah. It's nice to see you. Can I come in for a minute?" Reasonable, calm, rational. But as she'd started toward his room, the fear had crawled into her, and she'd gripped her anger like a weapon to beat it back. Then he'd opened the door and smiled at her. Smiled, she thought now, as she turned her head to rest her cheek on her updrawn knees with absolute delight, as if there had never been betrayal, never been deceit. And he'd looked so pleased and attractive. His hair dark and wet from the shower, his moss-green eyes lit with pleasure. That some ridiculous part of her had wanted to smile back. So she'd attacked. What other choice had she had? She thought now. Instead of persuading him or intimidating him into backing away from the book, she was dead sure she'd convinced him to dig in his heels. She wanted to be left alone. She wanted to protect her world and to be left alone inside it. Why had Sam Tanner contacted Noah? No. Furious, she squeezed her eyes shut. She didn't want to think about that. About him. She didn't want to know. She'd put all that away, just as her grandmother had put her memories in the chest in the attic. It had taken years to accomplish it. Years of secret visits to that attic, of nightmares. Years of painful, guilty searches for any snippet of information about her parents. And once she'd found all there was to find, she'd put it away, focused on the present and the future rather than the past. She found peace of mind, contentment in her work, a direction to her life. All that was threatened now, because Sam Tanner was getting out of prison, and Noah Brady was writing a book. Those were facts she couldn't ignore. She glanced over as the lab raced down the path. The greeting took the form of a dancing leap and many sloppy kisses that had Olivia's tension breaking open so that a laugh could pour out. "I can always count on you, can't I?" She nuzzled into Shirley's neck before she rose. "Let's go home, girl. Let's just go home and worry about all this later." The food was great. Noah gave the MacBrides high marks on the lodge kitchen, particularly after indulging himself in 2 passes through the breakfast buffet. The service was right up there on a level with the food. Warm, friendly, efficient without being obvious. His bed had been comfortable, and if he'd been in the mood, he could have chosen from a very decent list of in-room movies. He'd worked instead, and now felt he deserved a morning to piddle. Trouble was, he mused, looking out the window of the dining room at the steady, drumming rain. The weather wasn't quite as appealing as the rest of the fair. Then again, the brochures had warned him to expect rainy springs, and he couldn't say it wasn't picturesque in its way. A far cry from his own sun-washed California coast. But there was something compelling about the shadowy grays and greens and the liquid wall of the rain. It didn't make him long to strap on his foul-weather gear and take a hike. But it was pleasant to study from inside the cozy warmth of the lodge. He'd already made use of the health club and had found it expanded and nicely modernized since his last visit. They'd added an indoor pool, and even as he considered a swim, he tossed the idea aside. He couldn't imagine he'd be the only one with the idea, and the prospect of families splashing around and hooting at one another just didn't fit his plans. He could get a massage, or make use of the lodge library, which he'd wandered into the evening before and found well-stocked and welcoming. Or he could do what he'd come for and start poking around. He could hunt up Olivia and argue with her again. The bark of male laughter had him glancing over, then narrowing his eyes in speculation. The man was dressed in a plaid flannel shirt and work trousers. His hair was thick, a Cary Grant silver that caught the overhead lights as he worked the dining room, stopping by tables of those who, like Noah, were lingering over that last cup of coffee. His brows were defiantly dark, and though Noah couldn't catch the color of his eyes, he imagined they would be that odd and beautiful golden brown. He had the whipcord build and appearance of impossible fitness of an elderly outdoorsman. Rob MacBride, Noah thought, and decided that lingering over coffee and rain watching had been the perfect way to spend his morning. He sat back and waited for his turn. It didn't take long for Rob to complete the circuit and pause by Noah's table with a quick grin. Pretty day, isn't it? For ducks, Noah said, since it seemed expected. He was rewarded with that deep, barking laugh. Rain's what makes us what we are here. I hope you're enjoying your stay. Very much. It's a great place. You've made a few changes since I was here last, but you've kept the tone. So, you've stayed with us before? A long time ago. Noah held out his hand. I'm Noah Brady, Mr. MacBride. Welcome back. He watched for it, but saw no hint of recognition in Rob's eyes. Thanks. I came here with my parents about 12 years ago. Frank and Celia Brady. We're always pleased to have the next generation. The recognition came now, and along with it, quiet grief. Frank Brady? Your father? Yes. Rob stared out the window at the rain. That's a name I haven't thought of in a long time. A very long time. If you'll sit down, Mr. MacBride, I'll tell you why I'm here. Rob shifted his gaze back, glanced at Noah's face. I guess that's the thing to do, isn't it? Haley? He called out to the waitress, just clearing another station. Could you get us some coffee over here? He sat, laid his long, thin hands on the table. They showed the age, Noah noted. His face didn't. There was always some part of you, he mused, that was marked with time. Your father's well? Yeah, he's good. Retired recently, drove my mother crazy for a while, then found something to keep himself busy and out of her hair. Rob nodded, grateful Noah had slipped into small talk. He found it kind. Man doesn't keep busy. He gets old fast. The lodge, the campground, the people who come and go here, that's what keeps me young. Got managers and such doing a lot of the day-to-day work now, but I still keep my hand in. It's a place to be proud of. I felt at home since I walked in the door. Except for one small incident with your granddaughter, Noah thought, but decided it wouldn't be politic to mention it. I'll top that off, Mr. Brady, Haley said, then poured a cup for Rob. So, did you go into police work like your dad? He questioned. No, I'm a writer. Really? Rob's face brightened. Nothing like a good story. What sort of things do you write? I write non-fiction, true crime. He waited a beat as he could already see the awareness moving over Rob's face. I'm writing a book about what happened to your daughter. Rob lifted his cup, sipped slowly. When he spoke, it wasn't anger in his voice, but weariness. Over 20 years now. Hasn't everything been said already? I don't think so. I've had an interest in what happened since I was a kid. My father's connection, how it affected him, made an impression on me. He paused, weighed his words, then decided to be as honest as he was able. I think, on some level, I'd always planned to write about it. I didn't know how I'd approach it, but I knew when the time came I'd write it. The time came a few weeks ago when Sam Tanner contacted me. Tanner? Why won't he let her rest? He wants to tell his story, and you think he'll tell you the truth? Bitterness crackled in his voice like ice. You think the man who murdered my daughter, who sliced her to ribbons, is capable of telling the truth? I can't say, but I can tell you I'm capable of separating truth from lies. I don't intend for this book to be Tanner's. I don't intend for what I write to be simply his view noted down on paper. I'm going to talk to everyone who was touched or involved. I've already begun to. That's why I'm here, Mr. MacBride, to understand and incorporate your view. Julie was one of the brightest lights of my life, and he snuffed her out. He took her love, twisted it into a weapon, and destroyed her with it. What other view could I possibly have? You knew her in a way no one else could. You know them in a way no one else could. That's what matters. Rob lifted his hands, rubbed them over his face. Noah, do you have any idea how many times we were approached during the 2 years after Julie's death? To give interviews, to endorse books, movies, television features? I can imagine. And I'm aware you refused them all. All, Rob agreed. They offered us obscene amounts of money, promises, threats. The answer was always no. Why do you think I would say yes now, after all these years, to you? Because I'm not going to offer you money or make any threats, and I'll only give you one promise. I'll tell the truth, and by telling it, I'll do right by your daughter. Maybe you will, Rob said after a moment. I believe you'll try too, but Julie's gone. Noah, and I have to think of the family I have left. Would it be better for them for this book to be written without their input? I don't know. The wound's not raw anymore, but it still aches from time to time. There have been moments I wanted to have my say, but they passed. He let out a long sigh. A part of me, I admit, doesn't want her to be forgotten. Doesn't want what happened to her to be forgotten. I haven't forgotten. Noah waited while Rob's gaze jerked back to his face. Tell me what you want remembered. 18. The Naturalist Center was Olivia's baby. It had been her concept, her design, and in a very real sense, her holy grail. She'd insisted on using the money she'd inherited from her mother. And at 21, degree fresh and crisp in her hand, she'd reached into her trust fund and built her dream. She'd supervised every aspect of the center, from the laying of stone to the arrangement of seats in the small theater where visitors could watch a short documentary on the area's flora and fauna. She'd chosen every slide and each voiceover in the lobby area personally, had interviewed and hired the staff, commissioned the to-scale model of the Kinaul Valley and rainforest, and often worked as guide on the hikes the center offered. In the years since she'd opened the doors to the public, she'd never been more content. She wasn't going to allow Noah Brady to spoil that carefully structured contentment with her mind only half on the job. She continued to take her small group of visitors on their indoor tour of the local mammals. The Roosevelt, or Olympic elk, is the biggest of the Wapiti. Large herds of Roosevelt elk make their home along the Olympic Peninsula. In a very real way, we owe the preservation of this area to this native animal, as it was to protect their breeding grounds and summer range that President Theodore Roosevelt, during the final days of his administration, issued the proclamation that created Mount Olympus National Monument. She glanced up as the main door opened and instantly felt her nerves fray. Noah gave her a slight nod, a half grin, then began to wander around the main area, leaving a trail of wet behind him. As a matter of pride, Olivia continued her lecture, moving from elk to black-tailed deer, from deer to marten. But when she paused by the Castor canadensis, the beaver, and the memory of sitting on the riverbank with Noah flashed into her mind, she signaled to one of her staff to take over. She wanted to turn around and go lock herself in her office. Paperwork was always a viable excuse, but she knew it would look cowardly. Worse, it would feel cowardly. So instead, she walked over and stood beside him as he examined one of the enlarged slides with apparent fascination. So that's a shrew. A wandering shrew, Sorex vagrans, quite common in this region. We also have the trowbridge, the masked, and the dusky shrew. There are Pacific water shrews, northern water shrews, and shrew moles, though the masked shrew is rare. I guess I'm only acquainted with city shrews. That's very lame humor. Yeah, but you've got to start somewhere. You did a great job here, Liv. I knew you would. Really? I didn't realize you'd paid attention to any of my ramblings back then. I paid attention to everything about you. Everything, Olivia. She shut down, shuddered over. I'm not going back there. Not now. Not ever. Fine. Let's stay here then. He wandered over and studied what he decided was a particularly ugly creature called a western big-eared bat. Want to show me around? You don't give a damn about natural science, so why waste each other's time? Pardon me, but you're talking to someone who was raised on whale song and the plight of the pelican. I'm a card-carrying member of Greenpeace, the Nature Conservancy, and the World Wildlife Federation. I get calendars every year. Because she wanted to smile, she sighed. The documentary runs every hour on the half hour in the theater. You can catch it in 10 minutes right through those doors to your left. Where's the popcorn? Because she nearly did smile, she turned away. I'm busy. No, you're not. He caught her arm, held it in what he hoped she'd consider a light, non-threatening grip. You can make yourself busy, just as you can take a few minutes. I don't intend to discuss my family with you. Okay, let's talk about something else. How'd you come up with this? The design, I mean. He used his free hand to gesture. It's no small deal. and looks a lot more entertaining than most of the nature places my mother dragged me into before I could fight back. I'm a naturalist. I live here. Come on, Leave. It takes more than that. Did you study design too? No, I didn't study design. I just saw it this way. Well, it works. Nothing to scare the little kids away in here. It doesn't whisper educational in that dry, crackling voice or bounce out with chipper graphics that give the parents migraines. Nice colors, good space. What's through here? He moved past the reception counter, where books and postcards of the area were neatly displayed for sale, and through a wide doorway. Hey, this is very cool. Centered in a room where more displays of plant and animal life were on view was the model of the valley. Hawk Bay View, he said, leaning over it. And here we are. The lodge, the center. He tapped his finger on the protective dome. There's the trail we took that day, isn't it? Along the river. You even put in the beaver dam. Your grandparents have a house though, don't they? I don't see it here. Because it's private. He straightened, and his gaze seemed to drive straight into hers. Are you under this glass dome, Leave? Tucked away where no one can get to you? I'm exactly where I want to be. My book isn't likely to change that. But what it might do is sweep out all the shadows that still hang over what happened that night. I've got a chance to bring the truth out, the whole of it. Sam Tanner's talking, for the first time since the trial, and a dying man often chooses to clear his conscience before it's over. Dying? The tumor, Noah began, then watched with shocked alarm as her face went sheet white. I'm sorry. I thought you knew. All she felt was her throat, the burn of the words forcing their way out. Are you telling me he's dying? He has brain cancer. He only has months left. Come on, you need to sit down. He took her arm, but she jerked herself free. Don't touch me. She turned quickly and strode through the next doorway. He would have let her go, told himself to let her go. But he could still see the shock glazing her eyes. Swearing under his breath, he went after her. She had a long stride and the dead-ahead gait of a woman who would plow over obstacles on her way to the finish line. He told himself to remember that if he ever had to get in her way. But he caught up just as she turned into an office past the theater area and nearly got flattened when she swung the door closed. He managed to block it instead of walking face first into it, then shut it behind him. This is an employees-only area. Which was a stupid lie, she thought, but the best she had. Take a hike. Sit down. It appeared he was going to have to get in her way already. And so he took her arm once again, steered her around the desk and into the chair behind it. He had the impression of a small space, methodically organized and crouching down, concentrated on her. I'm sorry. He took her hand without either of them really being aware of the gesture. I wouldn't have dropped it on you that way. I thought Jamie would have told you. She didn't. And it doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Want some water or something? He looked around, hoping to spot a cooler, a jug, anything that would give him something to do. I don't need anything. I'm perfectly fine. She looked down, saw her hand in his. With baffled shock, she noted her fingers had linked with his and curled tight. Mortally embarrassed, she shook free. Stand up, for God's sake. All I need is someone coming in here and seeing you kneeling at my feet. I wasn't kneeling. But he straightened up, then opted to sit on the corner of the desk. It was more than her hair she'd changed. This Olivia was a hell of a lot tougher, a hell of a lot edgier than the shy college student he'd tumbled for. You did speak with Jamie, didn't you? About my wanting to talk with you? Yes. Why didn't she tell you that Sam was dying? We argued. Olivia leaned back in her chair. Her head didn't feel light any longer. She just felt tired. We never argue. So that's one more thing I have to thank you and your book for. If she'd intended to tell me, I suppose it got lost in the fray. He wants to tell his story before he dies. If he doesn't, it dies with him. Is that really what you want? The need she'd worked so hard to bury tried to claw its way free. It doesn't matter what I want, you'll do it anyway. You always planned to. Yeah, I did. And I'm telling you straight out this time, up front. The way I should have before. I said I won't discuss that. And just that coolly, she snapped the door shut. You want what you want. And as for him, he wants to purge himself before it's too late. And look for what? Forgiveness? Redemption? Understanding, maybe? I think he's trying to understand himself how it all happened. I want your part of it, Lee. All the others I'll talk to are pieces of the whole. But you're the key. Your grandfather claims you have a photographic memory. Is that true? Yes, she said absently. I see words. It's just, my grandfather. She leaped to her feet. You spoke to my grandfather. Just after breakfast. You stay away from him. He came up to my table, which from what I observed, he's in the habit of doing with guests. I told him who I was and why I was here. If you have a problem with his agreeing to talk to me, you'll have to take it up with him. He's over 70. You have no business putting him through this. I should be in such good shape at 70. I didn't strap him on the rack and crank the wheel for Christ's sake. Damn it, would she forever make him feel guilty? We had a conversation over coffee. Then he agreed to a taped interview in my room. And when we finished the session, he didn't shuffle out, bent and broken. He looked relieved. Sam isn't the only one with something to purge, Liv. It shook her enough to have her running a nervous hand through her hair. He agreed to it. He spoke with you about it? What did he say? Oh, no. Intrigued, Noah studied her. I don't prime the pump that way. I want what you tell me to come from you, not to be a reflection of what other people think and feel. He never talks about it. What was that under the surprise? Noah wondered. Hurt? He did today, and he agreed to at least one more interview before I leave. What's going on? I don't understand what's going on around here. Maybe it's just time. Why don't we try this? I'll talk to you, tell you about my wild and exciting life, and all my fascinating opinions on the world in general. Once you see how charming and brilliant I am, you'll have an easier time talking to me. You're not nearly as charming as you think you are. Sure I am. Let's have dinner. Oh, they'd gone that route before. No. Okay, that was knee-jerk, I could tell. Let's try again. Let's have dinner. This time she angled her head, took a steady 5 seconds. No? All right, I'll just have to pay for you. Her eyes went molten, a deep, rich gold that made him think of old paintings executed by masters. You think I care about your money? That you can bribe me? You sleazy son of a... Hold it, that's not what I meant. I meant I'd have to hire you, as in ask for information on our day packages, including hikes guided by one of our professional naturalists. The professional would be you. So, which trail would you recommend for a nice, scenic hike tomorrow? Forget it? Oh no, you advertise. You follow through. I'm a paying customer. Now, do you want to recommend a trail, or should I just pick one at random? You want a hike? Oh, she'd give him a hike, Olivia thought. She'd give him one for the books. That's fine. That's just what we're here for. Make the reservation out at the desk. Just give them my name and book it for 7 tomorrow. That would be AM? Is that a problem, city boy? No, just clarifying. He eased off the desk and found himself a great deal closer to her than was comfortable for either of them. She smelled the same. For several dizzy minutes, it was all he could think about. She smelled the same. He felt the tug, the definite, unmistakable jerk in the gut of basic lust. And though he told himself not to do it, his gaze lowered to her mouth, just long enough to make him remember. Well, Wait, he thought the reaction damn inconvenient all around and stepped aside. I'll see you in the morning then. Be sure to take one of our hiker's guides along with you, so you know how to dress for the trail. I know how the hell to dress, he muttered, and more annoyed with himself than he thought was fair. He strode out. She made him feel guilty 1 minute, he thought, and angry the next. Protective, then aggressive. He damn well didn't want to be attracted to her again and add one more layer to cloud the issue. He stopped by reception as instructed and booked the time. The clerk tapped out the information on her keyboard and offered him a cheery smile. If I could just have your name? Just use my initials, he heard himself saying. S.O.B. He had a feeling Olivia would get it. Olivia knew her grandmother had been crying. She came in the back door out of habit, the wet dog prancing at her heels. It only took one look to have her heart squeezing. Val insisted on preparing the evening meal. Every day, like clockwork, she could be found in the kitchen at 6 o'clock, stirring or slicing, with good homey scents puffing out of pots, and Vanna White turning letters on the under-the-counter TV. Often, Val could be heard calling out advice or muttering pithy comments such as, "Don't buy a vowel, you moron," or shaking her head because the contestant at the wheel couldn't guess. A stitch in time saves 9 to save his immortal soul. It was a comforting routine, and one that rarely varied. Olivia would come in, pour a glass of wine. It had been a soft drink or juice in her youth, and set the table while the two of them just talked. But tonight, she came in chilled to the bone. Her rain gear slick with wet from the aimless walk she and Shirley had indulged in. And there was no incessant clapping or bright colors on the little TV screen. Pots simmered, Val stirred, but she kept her back to the room. There was no smile of greeting tossed over her shoulder. "You keep that wet dog in the mudroom, Livy." Because her voice was thick and a little rusty, Olivia recognized tears. "Go on, Shirley. Go lie down now." Olivia shooed the dog back into the mudroom, where she curled up, a sulky look in her eyes, with her chew rope. Olivia poured them both a glass of wine, and leaving the table unset, walked over to set her grandmother's on the counter by the stove. "I know you're upset. I'm sorry this is happening. It's nothing we need to talk about. We're having beef and barley stew tonight. I'm about ready to add the dumplings." Olivia's first instinct was to nod and get out the deep bowls, to let the subject bury itself again. But she wondered if Noah wasn't right about at least one thing. Maybe it was just time. Grandma, it's happening whether we talk about it or not. Then there's no point in bringing it up. She reached for the bowl where the dough was already mixed and ready, and, reaching blindly, knocked the glass off the counter. It shattered on the floor. A shower of glass and blood-red wine. Oh, what was that doing there? Don't you know better than to set a glass on the edge of the counter? Just look at my floor. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up. Olivia turned quickly to get the broom out of the closet and shush the dog, who'd leaped up as if to defend the womenfolk from invaders. Relax, Shirley. It's broken glass, not a gunshot. But any amusement she felt vanished when she turned back and saw her grandmother standing, shoulders shaking, her face buried in a dish towel. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She dropped the broom and rushed over to grab Val close. I won't deal with it again. I can't. I told Rob to tell that young man to go, just to pack his bags and go, but he won't do it. He says it's not right, and it won't change anything anyway. I'll make him go. Olivia pressed her lips to Val's hair. I'll send him away. No, it won't matter. I knew that. Even when I was fighting with Rob. It won't matter. It can't be stopped. We weren't able to stop any of the talk or the books 20 years ago. We won't stop it now. But I can't open my heart to that kind of grief again. She stepped back, wiping at her face. I can't, and I won't. So you're to tell him not to come here asking me to talk. And I won't have it discussed in this house. He won't come here, Grandma. I'll make sure of it. I shouldn't have snapped at you about the glass. It's just a glass. Val pressed her fingers to her left eye, then her temple. I've got a headache, that's all. Makes my temper short. You see to those dumplings for me, Livy. I'll just go take some aspirin and lie down for a few minutes. All right. Grandma's... Val cut her off with a look. Just put the dumplings on, Livy. Your grandfather gets cross if we eat much later than 6:30. Just like that, Olivia thought, as Val walked out of the kitchen. It was closed off, shut out, not to be discussed. Another chest for the attic, she decided, and turned to pick up the broom. But this time around, the lock wasn't going to hold. Just after 9, about the time Noah was debating between a couple of hours' work or a movie break, Mike whistled his way up the walk of the beach house. He'd meant to get there earlier, to give Noah's plants and flowers a good watering before full dark. But one thing had led to another. Namely, one of his co-workers had challenged him to a marathon game of Mortal Kombat, which had led to dueling computers for 2 hours and 18 minutes. But victory was its own reward, Mike thought. And to sweeten the pot, he'd called his date and asked if she'd like to meet him at Noah's for a walk on the beach. A dip in his friend's hot tub and whatever else struck their fancy. He didn't figure Noah would mind, and he'd pay off the usage by getting up early and seeing to the gardens. He flipped the porch light on, then moseyed into the kitchen to see if good old Noah had any fancy wine suitable for hot tub seductions. He studied labels, and trusting Noah's judgment on such details, chose one with a French-sounding name. He set it on the counter, wondering if it was supposed to breathe or not. Then, with a shrug, opened the refrigerator to see if Noah had any interesting food stocked. He was still whistling, cheerfully debating between a package of brie and a plate of sad-looking fried chicken when he caught a flash of movement out of the corner of his eye. He straightened fast, felt a brilliant burst of pain. He staggered back, reaching up thinking he'd bashed his head on the refrigerator. His hand came away wet. He stared dumbly at the blood smearing his fingertips. "Oh shit," he managed before the second blow buckled his knees and sent him down into the dark. 19. It was still raining when Noah's alarm buzzed at 6. He slapped at it, opened his eyes to the gloom, and considered doing what any sensible man did on a rainy morning, sleeping through it. But a few hours' cozy oblivion didn't seem worth the smirk and snippy comments Olivia would lay on him. Maybe it was pride. Maybe he had something to prove to both of them. But either way. He rolled out of bed. He stumbled into the shower, which brought him up one level of consciousness, stumbled out again, then dressed for the day. He decided anyone planning on tromping around in the trees in the rain had to be crazy. He figured out Olivia had known it was going to rain, had probably arranged for it to rain just to pay him back for being a jerk. He groused about it all the way down to the lobby, where he found several small groups of people suited up for the day and helping themselves to the complimentary coffee and donuts the inn provided for early hikers. Most of them, Noah noted with complete bafflement, looked happy to be there. At 7, riding on a caffeine and sugar high, he felt nearly human. He drummed up enough energy to flirt with the desk clerk, then snagged one last donut for the road and headed out. He spotted Olivia immediately. She stood in the gloom, rain pattering on her bush-style hat, fog twisting around her boots and ankles as she spoke to a quartet of guests about their planned route for the morning. The dog milled around, charming head scratches and handshakes out of the early risers. She acknowledged Noah W. with a nod, then watched the group head off. "You set?" Noah took another bite of his tractor wheel. "Yeah. Let's see." She stood back, skimmed her measuring glance up, then down, then up again. "How long have those boots been out of the box, Ace?" Less than an hour, Noah thought, as he'd bought them in San Francisco. "So, I haven't been hiking in a few years. Unless we're planning on climbing the Matterhorn, I'm up for it. I'm in shape." Health club shape. She pressed a finger against his flat belly. "Fancy health club too. This won't be like your Stairmaster. Where's your water bottle?" Already irritated with her, he held out a hand, cupped it, and let rain pool in his palm. Olivia only shook her head. "Hold on a minute." She turned on her heel and headed back into the lodge. "Is it just me?" Noah asked Shirley. "Or does she browbeat everyone?" When the dog merely sat, shot the donut a hopeful look, Noah broke what was left in half, tossed it. Shirley caught it on the fly, gulped it whole, then belched cheerfully. Noah was still grinning when Olivia jogged back out with a plastic water bottle and belt loop. "You always take your own water," Olivia began, and to Noah's surprise, began to nimbly hook the bottle to his belt. "Thanks. I had them charge it to your room." "No, I meant for the personal service." "Mom?" She nearly smiled. He caught the start of one in her eyes. Then she shrugged and snapped her fingers for the dog, who went instantly to heel. "Let's go." She intended to start him off on the basic nature trail, the mile loop recommended for inexperienced hikers and parents with small children. To lull him into complacency, she thought, with an inner smirk. Fog smoked along the ground, slid through the trees, tangled in the fronds of ferns. Rain pattered through it, a monotonous drum and plunk. The gloom thickened as they entered the forest, pressing down as if it had weight and turning the fog into a ghost river. God, what a place! He felt suddenly small, eerily defenseless. Can't you just see a clawed hand coming up out of the fog, grabbing your ankle and dragging you down? You'd have time for one short scream, then the only sound would be slurping. Oh, so you've heard about the forest feeder? Come on. We lose an average of 15 hikers a year. She lifted a shoulder in dismissal. We try to keep it quiet. Don't want to discourage tourists. That's good, Noah murmured, but gave the fog a cautious glance. That's very good. That was easy, she corrected. Very easy. She took out a flashlight, shined it straight up. It had the effect of slicing a beam through the gloom and casting the rest into crawling shadows. The overstory here is comprised of Sitka spruce, western hemlock, Douglas fir, and western red cedar. Each is distinctive in the length of its needles, the shape of its cones, and of course the pattern of its bark. Of course, she ignored him. The trees and the profusion of epiphytes to screen out the sunlight and cause the distinctive green twilight. What's an epiphyte? Like a parasite. Ferns, mosses, lichen. In this case, they cause no real harmful effect to their hosts. You can see how they drape, form a kind of canopy in the overstory. And here, below, they carpet the ground, cover the trunks. Life and death are constantly at work here, even without the forest feeder. She switched off her light, pocketed it. She continued the lecture as they walked. He listened with half an ear to her description of the trees. Her voice was attractive, just a shade husky. He had no doubt she kept her spiel in simple terms for the layman. But she didn't make him feel brainless. It was enough, Noah realized, just to look. Enough just to be there with all those shapes and shadows and the oddly appealing scent of rot. To draw an air as thick as water. He thought he'd be bored, or at the most resigned to using this route to draw her out. Instead, he was fascinated. Despite the rain and fog, there was a quiet green glow, an otherworldly pulse of it that highlighted thick tumbles of ferns and knotty hillocks coated with moss. Everything dripped and shimmered. He heard a cracking sound from above and looked up in time to see a thick branch tumble down and crash to the forest floor. You wouldn't want to be under one of them, would you? Widowmaker, she said with a dry smile. He glanced at the branch again, decided it would have knocked him flat and out cold. Good thing for me we're not married. Occasionally, the epiphytes absorb enough rain to weigh down the branch. Overburdened, it breaks. Down here, it'll become part of the cycle, providing a home for something else. She stopped abruptly, held up a hand. Quiet, she told him in a soft whisper, and motioned for him to angle behind the wide column of a spruce. What? She only shook her head, pressed 2 fingers to his lips as if to seal them. She held them there, while he wondered how she'd react if he started to nibble. Then he heard whatever had alerted her and felt the dog quivering between them. Without a clue as to what to expect, he laid a hand on her shoulder in a protective move and scanned through the trees and vines toward the sound of something large in motion. They stepped out of the gloom, wading knee-high through the river of fog. 12, no 15, he corrected. 15 enormous elk, their racks like crowns. Where are the girls? He muttered against Olivia's fingers and earned a quick glare. One let out a bellow, a deep bugling call that seemed to shake the trees. Then they slipped through the shadows and the green, their passing a rumble on the springy ground. Noah thought he caught the scent of them, something wild. Then they were moving away, slowly sliding into the shadows. The females, Olivia said, travel in herds with the younger males. More mature males, such as what we just saw, travel in smaller herds until late summer, when all bets are off and they become hostile with one another in order to cull out or keep their harem. Harem, huh? He grinned. Sounds like fun. So were those Roosevelt elk? Noah asked. The kind you were talking about yesterday. If she was surprised, he'd been paying attention and had bothered to remember. She didn't show it. Yes, we often see them on this trail this time of year. Then I'm glad we took it. They are huge, a long way from Bambi and family. You can see Bambi and family too. During rutting season, there's some high times in the forest. I'll just bet. Why didn't she bark or chase after them? He asked, lowering a hand to Shirley's head. Training over instinct. You're a good girl, aren't you? She crouched down to give Shirley a good strong rub, then unwound the leash on her belt and hooked it to the dog's collar. What's that for? We're moving off MacBride land. Dogs have to be leashed on government property. We don't like it much, do we? She said to Shirley. But that's the rule. Or... She straightened and looked Noah in the eye. We can circle back if you've had enough. I thought we were just getting started. It's your dime. They continued on. He saw. She had a compass on her belt, but she didn't consult it. She seemed to know exactly where she was and where she was going. She didn't hurry, but gave him time to look, to ask questions. Rain sprinkled through the canopy, plopped onto the ground like the drip of 1,000 leaky faucets. But the fog began to lift, thinning, tearing into swirls, creeping back into itself. The trail she chose began to climb and climb steeply. The light changed subtly until it was a luminous green, pearled by the weak sunlight that fell through small eye weeks in the canopy. And in the breaks, he caught glimpses of color from wild flowers, the variance of shades and textures of the green. It reminds me of snorkeling. What? I've been snorkeling in Mexico, he told her. You get good enough at it. You can go under for pretty decent periods and play around. The light's odd, not green like this really, but different, and the sun will cut through the surface, angle down. Everything's soft and full of shapes. Easy to get lost down there. Ever been snorkeling? No? You'd like it. Why? Well, you're stripped down to the most basic of gear, and you're taking on a world that isn't yours. You never know what you'll see next. You like surprises? Not particularly? Liar. He grinned at her. Everybody likes surprises. Besides, you're a naturalist. The marine world might not be your forte, but you'd like it. My friend Mike and I spent 2 very memorable weeks in Cozumel a couple of years back. Snorkeling? Oh, yeah. So, what do you do for play these days? I take irritating city boys through the forest. I haven't irritated you for at least an hour. I clocked it. Wow, there it is. What? Thrown off, she spun around. You smiled. You didn't catch yourself that time, and actually smiled at me. He patted a hand to his heart. Now I'm in love. Let's get married and raise more Labradors. She snorted out a laugh. There, you irritated me again. Mark your time. No, I didn't. He fell into step with her and thought how easy it was to slide back into a rhythm with her as well. You're starting to like me again, Liv. You're not going to be able to help yourself. I may be edging toward tolerate, but that's a long way from like. Now here, if you watch the trail, you'll notice oxalis, liverwort. I can never get enough liverwort. You ever get down to LA? No. She flicked a glance toward him. Didn't quite meet his eyes. No. I thought you might go visit your aunt now and then. They come here, at least twice a year. I got to tell you, it's tough to imagine Jamie tramping through the woods. That's one very impressive lady. Still, I guess that since this is where she grew up, she'd slide back in easily. What about her husband? Uncle David. He loves her enough to come, to stay, and to let my grandmother haul him off to fish on the lake. That's been the routine for years, even though everyone knows he hates fishing. If his luck's running bad, he actually catches some. Then he has to clean them. Once we talked him into camping. Only once? I think that's how Aunt Jamie got her pearl and diamond necklace. It was his bribe that she never make him sleep in the woods again. No cell phones, no laptops, no room service. She slid him a sidelong glance. You'd relate, I imagine. Hey, I can give up my cell phone anytime I want. It's not an addiction. And I've slept outside plenty. In a tent, pitched in your backyard. And in Boy Scout camp. The laugh bubbled out without her realizing it. You were never a Boy Scout. I was too. For one brief, shining period of 6.5 months. It was the uniforms that turned me away. I mean, come on, those hats are really lame. He was getting a little winded, but didn't want to break the flow now that he had her talking. You do the Girl Scout thing? No, I was never interested in joining groups. You just didn't want to wear that dumb beanie. It was a factor. How are the boots holding up? Fine, you can't miss with LL Bean. You're starting to chug, Ace. Want to stop? I'm not chugging. That's Shirley. How come I'm supposed to use your name, but you don't use mine? It keeps slipping my mind. She tapped a finger on the water bottle dangling from his belt. Take a drink. Keep your muscles oiled. You'll note here that the vine maples are taller, more tree-like than they are on the bottomland. You can see patches of soil through the mat. We've climbed about 500 feet. The world opened up again, with smoky peaks and green valleys, with a sky that was like burnished steel. The rain had stopped, but the ground beneath his feet was still moldering with it, and the air tasted as wet as the water he swallowed. What's this place? We switched over to Three Lakes Trail. He could see how the river, the winding run of it, cut through forest and hill, the jagged islands of rock that pushed up through the stone-colored water like bunched fists. The wind flew into his face, roared through the tops of the trees at his back, and was swallowed up by the forest. Nothing gentle about it, is there? No. It's good to remember that. A lot of Sunday hikers don't. and they pay for it. Nature isn't kind. It's relentless. Funny, I would have said you prefer it to people. I do. Got your wind back? I hadn't lost my wind. Exactly. If we cross the bridge here, then follow the trail another 3.5 miles. We'll come to the lake area. Or we can turn back. I can do another 3.5 miles. All right then. Big Creek Bridge spanned the water. He heard the rush of it as they crossed, felt the push and pull of the wind, and adjusted his body to brace against it. Olivia hiked ahead, as if they'd been strolling down Wilshire Boulevard. He tried not to hate her for it. In less than a mile, his feet were killing him, and his quads were screaming. She hadn't bothered to mention the last leg was straight up. Noah gritted his teeth and kept pace. He tried to keep his mind off his abused body by taking in the scenery, thinking about the massage he was going to book the minute he got back to the lodge, speculating on what Olivia had brought along for lunch. He caught a flash out of the corner of his eye, glanced up in time to see something spring through the thinning trees. What was that? Flying squirrel. That's a rare sighting during the day. They're nocturnal. No shit? Like Rocky? Rocky and Bullwinkle, he explained when she frowned at him. You know, the cartoon. I don't watch a lot of TV. You had to catch it when you were a kid. He craned his neck, trying to get another glimpse. It's not just a cartoon. It's an institution. What else is up here besides Rocky? We provide a list of wildlife at the center. She gestured to a tree where the bark had been stripped and the trunk scored with deep grooves. Bear. Those are bear scratchings. Wah. Yeah? Rather than being alarmed as she expected, he stepped closer, examining the scar with apparent fascination. Are they still hibernating now? Or could we run into one? Oh, they're up and about now. And hungry, she added, just for the hell of it. Well, he ran his fingers down one deep groove. As long as one doesn't come along for a midday snack and mistake me for a tree, it'd be interesting. He nearly forgot his aching muscles as they continued to climb. Chipmunks frolicked around the ground, up in the trees, chattering and scolding. A hawk sailed overhead with a regal spread of wings and a single wild cry that echoed forever. There was the glinting black passing of a raven and the first thin patch of snow. We can stop here. Olivia shrugged off her bag and sent Noah a considering look as she crouched down to open it. I didn't think you'd make it. At least not without whining. The whining was a close call a few times, but it was worth it. He looked out over the 3 lakes, each one the dull silver of an old mirror. Softly reflected in them, the mountains rippled on the surface, more shadow than image. The air was sharp with pine and cold, and the soggy smell of the rain-soaked ground. As your price for not whining, we have some of my grandmother's famous beef and barley stew. I could eat an ocean of it. She pulled a small blanket out of her pack. Spread that out and sit down. You won't get an ocean, but you'll get enough to warm your belly and take your mind off how much your feet hurt. I brought some of my complimentary fruit. He smiled as he snapped the blanket. In case your plan was to starve me. No, I thought about just ditching you in the forest and seeing if you ever found your way out. But I like your parents, and they would have been upset. He folded his legs and accepted the coffee she poured from a thermos into a cup. He wanted to slip off her hat so he could touch her hair. He loved the look of it, that sleek caramel cap with the sassy fringe. You could learn to like me too. I don't think so. He ruffled Shirley's head when she came over to sniff at his coffee. Your dog likes me. She's Grandpop's dog, and she likes drinking out of toilets. Her taste is not to be trusted. You're a hard woman, Liv, but you make great coffee. If we got married, you could make it for me every morning, and I'd treat you like a queen. How about you make the coffee, and I treat you like a serf? Does that include tying me up and demanding sexual favors? Because I should tell you, I've recently taken a vow of celibacy. She only laughed and got out a second thermos. Your virtue's safe with me. Well, that's a load off my mind. Christ, that smells fabulous. My grandmother's a hell of a cook. She poured soup out of the wide-mouthed thermos into bowls. So, can I come to dinner? She kept her gaze focused on the thermos as she replaced the lid. When I got home last night, she'd been crying. My grandfather had told her you were here, what you wanted, and that he talked to you. I don't know what they said to each other, but I know they haven't said much to each other since, and that she'd been crying. I'm sorry for that. Are you? She looked up now. He'd expected her eyes to be damp, but they were burning dry and hot. You're sorry that you brought back an intolerable grief, caused a strain between two people who've loved each other for over 50 years, and somehow shoved me straight into the middle of it. Yes, his eyes never wavered from hers. I am, but you'll still write the book. Yes. He picked up his bowl. I will. It's already opened up, already gone too far to turn back. And here's a fact, Liv. If I back off this time, Tanner's still going to tell his story. He'll just tell it to someone else. That someone else might not be sorry. Sorry enough to tread as carefully as possible, to make sure that whatever he writes is true. He wouldn't have the connection, however tenuous it is, to you and your family, that makes it matter to him. Now you're a crusader. No. He let her bitterness roll off him, though there were a few sharp pricks on his skin. I'm just a writer. A good one. I don't have any illusions that what I write will change anything, but I hope it'll answer questions. Had he been this sure of himself before? She didn't think so. They'd both grown up quite a bit in the last 6 years. It's too late for the answers. We disagree. I don't think it's ever too late for answers. Liv, hear me out. He pulled off his hat, raked his fingers through his hair. There are things I never got to explain to you before. I said, damn it, let me finish. I was 10 when all this happened. My father was the biggest hero in my life. I guess he still is. Anyway, I knew about his job, and not just the 10-year-old's perception of him going after the bad guys. What he did mattered to me, made an impression on me, and I paid attention. When he came home after your mother's murder, there was grief on his face. I'd never seen it before, not from the job. Maybe there'd be anger. God knows sometimes he'd come home and look sick and tired, but I'd never seen him grieve, and I never forgot it. To give herself something to do, she picked up her bowl, stirred without interest at the stew. She heard more than frustration in his voice. She heard passion and purpose. Isn't what you're doing now bringing back that grief? You can't bring back what's never really gone away. And it hasn't, for any of you. I saw you on TV, he continued. You were just a baby. They showed that clip dozens of times. When you ran out of the house crying, holding your hands over your ears, screaming. She remembered the moment perfectly. Could relive it if she chose. Had relived it when she didn't. Are you offering me pity now? So you can spit it back in my face. He shook his head, studying her as he spooned up stew. She wasn't a defenseless and terrified little girl now. She toughened. And if she didn't take steps otherwise, she'd soon be hardened. I'm telling you, I won't do that. I won't crowd and push. We'll take it at your pace. I don't know if I'll agree or not, she said after a moment. But I won't even consider talking to you unless you promise to leave my grandmother out of it. Leave her completely alone. She can't handle it. And I won't have you try to handle her. All right. He sighed at her suspicious frown. What? You want me to sign it in blood? Maybe. She ate only because she knew she'd need fuel for the hike back. Don't expect me to trust you. You did once. You will again before we're finished. You're annoyingly sure of yourself. There's a pair of harlequin ducks on the lake. You can just spot them on the far side. He glanced over. He'd already figured out that she shifted over into the nature mode when she wanted to change the subject. I'll be here through the week, he said. My home number's on file at the lodge. If you haven't decided by the time I leave, you can get in touch later. I'll come back. I'll think about it. She gave Shirley a biscuit out of the tin. Now, be quiet. One of the best parts of being here is the quiet. Satisfied with the progress, Noah dug into his stew. He was toying with asking if there was more when the scream had him flipping the bowl in the air and leaping to his feet. Stay here, he ordered. Stay right here. Olivia gaped at him for 5 seconds, then scrambled to her feet as he turned to run toward the sound. Stop! Wait! The breath hitched in her chest as she debated tackling him or just throwing herself in his path. She managed to grab his sleeve, yank, then nearly plowed into him after all as Shirley barreled into her, hoping a tussle was coming. Someone's in trouble. The shriek stabbed the air again and had him pushing her back. I want you to stay here until I... It's a marmot. She fought back a laugh. Probably an Olympic marmot. What the hell is that? She managed to compose her face. Also known as rockchuck, whistlepig, or whistler. Though the warning call it makes isn't a whistle, as it's made with the vocal cords. It isn't a damsel in distress, but a... There. With her hand still gripping his sleeve, she gestured. There were 2 of them, with grizzled coats of grey-brown, their heavy bodies lumping along toward an outcrop of rocks. One of them stood up on its hind legs, sniffing the air, then eyeing dog and humans with a jaundiced eye. They're just out of hibernation, usually go into torpor in September, and don't surface until May. Most likely their burrow is close by. The call is their early warning system, as they're slower than any of their predators. Terrific. He turned his head, eyed Olivia narrowly. Well, you were really brave. I felt completely protected from any terrifying marauding marmots. Smartass. He tapped his fist on her chin, then left it there. Her eyes were deep and gold with humor. Her lips curved and soft. Color glowed in her cheeks, and the wind ruffled her hair. He saw the change in her eyes, the darkening of awareness as he'd seen it years before. He thought he heard her draw in one breath, sharply, as his fingers uncurled and turned up to skim her jaw. He didn't calculate the move, He just made it. The minute his mouth closed over hers, his mind clicked in and shouted mistake. But his other hand was already sliding through her hair. His teeth were already nibbling on that full lower lip to enhance the taste. She jerked once, as if that touch of mouth to mouth had shocked her, then went very still. In that stillness, he felt the faintest of quivers, and her lips warmed under his. The combination had him nudging her closer, had him deepening the kiss, though some part of him knew he should never have turned down this road again. She'd meant to shove him away, to stop him the instant she'd seen the thought come into his eyes. The instant she'd felt the answering trip of her own pulse. He paralyzed her. The rush of feelings that geysered up inside her body stunned her, left her open to more. With her hand gripping his sleeve and the blood swirling dizzily in her head, the way it had been between them before, exactly as it had been. The wind rushed by them, through them, sighing through the trees, and still she couldn't move, not toward him or away, not to hold on or reject. That drenching sensation of helplessness terrified her. Olivia. He skimmed his hands over her face, fascinated by the angles of it, the texture. Both of them had changed, and yet her flavor was the same. The shape of her mouth, the same. The need swimming between them, exactly the same. When he eased away, wanting to see it, needing to see it, he murmured again, "Just Olivia." Now she pulled back, taking defense and temper. "This isn't going to happen again. Leave." His voice was quiet and serious. "It already is." No, she told herself. Absolutely not. Typical. That's just typical. She spun around and strode back to the blanket to begin tossing everything back in her pack. Typical? Noah couldn't think of anything typical about having the top of his head sheared off. He still couldn't pull all his thoughts back in, but he managed to walk over, turn her around. "Listen. Hands off." She knocked them away. "Do you think I don't know what this is about? If you can't convince me with your so-called logic and charm, add some physical stimuli. Just like before." "Oh no, you don't." With a wiry strength she'd underestimated, he held her still when she would have shoved away. His eyes flashed with a temper she realized was much more potent than his lazy good looks indicated. "You're not turning that around. Not this way. You know damn well I didn't hike for 4 fucking hours just so I could cop a feel. If I'd wanted to move on you, I'd have done it in some nice warm room before I had blisters." "Ah, you did move on me," she corrected icily, and only made him bare his teeth. "I didn't plan it. It just happened. And you weren't fighting me off. You want to be pissed off about it, fine. But let's have it for the real reason." They glared at each other while Shirley whimpered and bumped her body between theirs. "All right." Olivia opted to retreat behind dignity. "I'll be pissed off because you took advantage of a momentary weakness." "There's not a weak bone in your body," he muttered and let her go. "How long are you going to make me pay for a mistake I made 6 years ago? How many ways do you want me to apologize for it?" "I don't want an apology. I want to forget it." "But you haven't. And neither have I. Do you want to know how many times I thought of you?" "No." She said it quickly, the single word a rush. "No, I don't. If we want to find a way to deal with each other on this, Noah, then we concentrate on where we are now, not where we were then." Is that the MacBride way? If it's tough to deal with, bury it? He regretted it instantly, not only because it was out of line, but because of the unguarded flare of shock and misery in her eyes. Liv, I'm sorry. He reached for her, swearing under his breath as she jerked away. I'm sorry, he said again, and very precisely. That was uncalled for, but you weren't the only one who was hurt. You sliced me in half that day, so maybe you're right. Maybe it's better to put it away and start now. They packed up in silence, taking scrupulous care not to touch in any way. When they were back in the forest, she became the impersonal guide, pointing out any plants of interest, identifying wildlife, and blocking any personal conversation. Noah decided she might as well have snugged that glass dome over herself. She was inside it now, and untouchable. That would make it simpler all around, he told himself. He didn't want to touch her again. Couldn't, for his own survival, risk it. He spent the last 2 hours of the hike dreaming about burning his boots and washing the lingering taste of her out of his mouth with a good stiff drink. 20. As the lodge came in sight, Noah's plan was simple. He was simple. He was going straight to the bar to buy a bottle, make that 2 bottles of beer. He was taking both up to his room, where he would drink them during his hour-long hot shower. If that didn't make him feel human again, well, he'd just order up some raw meat and gnaw at it. The light was fading to a pearly gray with a few wild streaks of color in the western sky. But he wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. For God's sake, he'd only kissed her. It wasn't as if he'd ripped her clothes off and dragged her to the ground for maniac sex. The fact that the image of doing just that held entirely too much appeal only made him grind his teeth as he pulled open the door to the lodge. He turned to her, started to make some blisteringly polite comment on her ability as guide, when the desk clerk hurried over. "Mr. Brady, you had a call from your mother. She said it was urgent." Everything inside him froze, then started to churn sickly. "My mother?" "Yes. She called about an hour after you left this morning, and again at 3. She asked that you call her at home as soon as you came in." He had a horrible and vivid image of cops coming to the door. Every family of those on the job knew what it meant when you opened the door and cops were standing there, their faces carefully blank. His father was retired. It couldn't be. It couldn't. "You can call from in here." Olivia took his arm gently, spoke with absolute calm. The blank fear on his face set off screams of alarm in her head, but her hand was steady as she led him past the desk and into a back office. "You can dial direct from here. I'll just..." She started to step back, intending to give him privacy, but his hand clamped over hers. He said nothing at all, just held on while he dialed the number. His grip on her anchored him as a dozen terrors spun through his head. His palm went sweaty on the receiver as it rang once, twice. Then his mother's voice, rushed and breathless, had a spike of ice slicing into his gut. "Mom? Oh, Noah, thank goodness." "Dad?" He lived 1,000 hells in the heartbeat it took her to answer. No, honey. It's not Frank. Your father's fine." Before his knees could buckle with relief, she was rushing on. "It's Mike, Noah." "Mike." His fingers tightened on Olivia's, turning both their knuckles white. "What's wrong?" What happened? Noah. I... God. He's in the hospital. He's in a coma. We don't know how bad. They're running tests. They're doing everything they... When she began to weep, Noah felt his gut slide into greasy knots. What happened? A car accident? No, no. Someone hurt him. Someone hit him and hit him. From behind, they say. He was in your house last night. At the beach house? He was at my place. Denial and fear pounded through him. It happened last night? Yes, I didn't hear about it until this morning. Early this morning. Your father's at the hospital now. I'm going back. They'll only let one of us sit with him at a time, for just a few minutes. He's in intensive care. I'll be there as soon as I can. I'll take the first flight out. One of us will be at the hospital. Maggie and Jim. Her voice broke again when she spoke of Mike's parents. They shouldn't be alone there. I'm on my way. I'll come straight there. Mom, he could think of nothing. Nothing. I'm on my way, he said again. He hung up the phone, then just stared at it. My friend, he was attacked. He's in a coma. I have to go home. He still had her hand, but his grip was loose now. She could feel his fingers tremble. Go pack what you need. I'll call the airport, book you a flight. What? Her heart broke for him. Looking at his pale face and stunned eyes, there was room for no other feeling but pity. It'll save time, Noah. Just go up and get what you need. I'll get you to the airport. Yeah. God. He snapped back, eyes clearing, face going hard and tight. Just get me a seat. Whatever gets me to LA quickest. Stand by, if nothing else. I'll be ready in 5 minutes. He was as good as his word and was back at the office door before she'd completed the booking. He hadn't bothered to change, she noted, and carried only his backpack and laptop. You're set. She rose quickly from behind the desk. It's a private airstrip about 40 minutes from here. Friends of my grandparents. They'll take off as soon as you get there. She snagged a set of keys off a board as she headed out of the office. She jogged to a jeep in the side lot, unlocked it, and climbed in as he tossed his pack in the back. I appreciate it. It's all right. Don't worry about the rest of your things and your car. We'll deal with it. She drove fast, her hands competent on the wheel, her eyes straight ahead. I'm sorry about your friend. The initial shakes had passed, but he laid his throbbing head back against the seat. I've known him forever. 2nd grade. He moved into the neighborhood pudgy kid, a complete dog. You were honor-bound to beat the shit out of him. I was going to take my shot, but just couldn't do it. He was so oblivious of his own dorkiness. Still is. He had this ridiculous crush on Marsha Brady. Is she your cousin? Huh? Oh, Brady. No, Marsha. The Brady bunch. He opened his eyes long enough to give her a look of astonishment, then sighed. Right, no TV. Doesn't matter. He's the sweetest person I know. Dead loyal and completely harmless. Son of a bitch. He pounded his fist on the dash, then pressed his hands to his face. Son of a bitch. He's in a coma. A fucking coma. My mother was crying. She always holds. If she's breaking like that, it has to be bad. Really bad. She wanted to pull over for just a minute to take him to her. Hold on to him until he found some comfort. It was an urge she'd never felt with anyone other than family. So she tightened her hands on the wheel and punched the gas. It's my fault. Noah dropped his hands on his lap, let them lie there limply. That's a ridiculous thing to say. She kept her voice brisk, practical. Logic, she thought, was more productive than a comforting hug. You weren't even there. I didn't take it seriously enough. I didn't take her seriously enough. I sent him over there. Water the goddamn plants. Water the plants, Mike. And I knew she was half crazy. Who are you talking about? I was seeing this woman for a while. It wasn't serious on my end, but I should have seen it. I just sort of drifted along with it. Why the hell not? Good sex with a great body. A snappy-looking woman to hang out with. When it got complicated, I broke things off. Then it got nasty. There were some altercations. Then the big one, where she trashed my house while I was away. Trashed your house? Big time. I had to scoop up most of what was left with a shovel. That's horrible. Really? Why didn't you have her arrested? Couldn't prove it. Everybody knew she'd done it. Just her style. But there wasn't much to be done about it. She tossed a few more threats in my face. Made another scene. Then I go flying off and tell Mike to water my flowers while I'm gone. If this very Byzane woman is the one who hurt your friend, then it's her fault. It's her responsibility. It's her guilt. He said nothing to that. He was suffering, Olivia thought. She could feel the pain coming off him in shaky waves and couldn't stand it. When, after my mother's death, I went through a period where I blamed myself. I'd run away and I'd hidden in the closet. I didn't do anything to help her. Jesus, Liv, you were 4. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, Noah. When you love someone and something terrible happens to them, it doesn't matter how old you are. After that, she continued, I went through another stage when I blamed her. What the hell was she thinking? She let him in the house. She let the monster in. She murmured and shuddered once. She let him in, and he took her away from me. She left me. I blamed her for that. She flinched when he lifted a hand to touch her cheek, then blew out a steadying breath. Maybe you have to go through those stages before you can get to the truth of it. Sam Tanner was to blame. He was the only one to blame. Not me, not my mother. You're right. I owe you for this. The lodge would have done the same for anyone. No, I owe you. He laid his head back again, closed his eyes, and rode the rest of the way in silence. Noah was running on nerves, alone by the time he rushed off the elevator in ICU. During the flight, he'd imagined Mike dead, then jumped to giddy images of his friend popping up in bed and making a lame joke. When the cab had dropped him at the hospital, he was nearly ready to believe it had all been some weird dream. Then he saw his mother sitting on a bench in the silent hallway, her arm around Maggie Elmo. Guilt and fear balled messily in his throat. Oh, Noah. Celia got quickly to her feet to throw her arms around him. He felt her stomach quiver against his. I'm so glad you're here. There's no change, she added in a whisper. I need to see him. Can I? He shook his head, then forced himself to ease away and face Maggie. Mrs. Elmo. Noah. Tears began to trickle out of her already swollen eyes as she reached for him. He lowered to the bench, wrapped his arms tight around her. He'll want you here. He'll want to see you when he wakes up. He's going to wake up any minute now. He hung on to her faith as desperately as he held on to her. We've been taking turns going in. Celia rubbed a hand over Noah's back. Frank and Jim are in there now, but Maggie has to lie down for a while. No, You said you'd lie down when Noah got here. All but crooning the words, Celia drew Maggie to her feet. They've got a bed for you, remember? You just need to stretch out for a few minutes. We want to give Noah some time with Mike, don't we? I'll sit with you. She sent Noah a quiet look, then still murmuring, led Maggie down the hall. Swamped with grief, Noah lowered his head to his hands. He hadn't moved when Frank came through the double doors to the left and saw him. Saying nothing, Frank laid an arm over Noah's shoulders. I don't know what to do, Noah said when he could speak again. You're doing it. You're here. I want to hurt her. I'm going to find a way to make her pay for this. That's not what you need to focus on now. You know she did this. Noah straightened, stared at Frank with burning eyes. You know she did. It's very possible she'll be questioned as soon as they locate her, Noah. He gripped Noah's shoulder, cutting off the vicious stream of oaths. She can't be charged without evidence. She'll dance. God damn it, Dad. You know, she'll dance around this. I'm not letting her get away with it. I don't know that, Frank said firmly. Neither do you, but I'm telling you, as your father and as a cop, to stay away from her. If you follow through on what you're feeling right now, you'll only make matters worse. Let her box herself in, Noah, so we can put her away. If Mike died, Noah thought, they wouldn't be able to put her away deep enough. He stayed at the hospital until dawn, then went to his parents' house, collapsed face down on his childhood bed, and dropped into oblivion for 4 hours. When he'd showered off 24 hours of sweat and fatigue, he went into the kitchen. His mother was there, dressed in an ancient terry cloth robe and breaking eggs into a bowl. Because love for her burst through him, he went to her, wrapped his arms around her, and hugged her back against him. Who are you and what have you done with my mother? She managed a quiet laugh, lifting a hand up and around to pat his face. I threw out the house rules this morning. Real eggs, real coffee all around. It's going to be another long day. Yeah. He looked over the top of her head, through the kitchen window into the yard beyond. Remember when Mike and I tried to build that fort out back? We got all this scrap wood together and these rusted nails. Of course, he stepped on one and had to get a tetanus shot. Screamed bloody murder when he stepped on the nail. I thought he'd cut off an arm. She let out a laughing sigh that ended perilously close to a sob. I love that boy, and I'm ashamed that after I heard what happened, my first thought was, thank God it wasn't Noah. Oh, poor Maggie. She eased away, picked up the bowl again, and began briskly beating eggs. We have to think positively. Think in healing white light. I've read a lot of books on it. He had to smile a little. I bet you have. We're going to bring him out of this. She got out a skillet, and the look she sent Noah was fierce and strong. Believe it, he wanted to. But every time he went into the tiny room in the hospital and saw Mike still and pale, his head swathed in bandages, his eyes sunk in shadowed bruises, his faith faltered. As morning swam toward afternoon, he paced the corridor while rage built inside him. He couldn't let Corinne get away with what she'd done. He couldn't do anything but hope and pray and stand at his friend's bedside and talk nonsense just to block out the monotonous beep of machines. She'd wanted a shot at him, he thought. By Christ, he'd give it to her. He turned toward the elevator, strode toward it, with hate blooming black in his heart. Noah? What? Fists already clenched, he glanced at the brunette. She wore a lab coat over shirt and trousers, with a stethoscope in her pocket. Are you one of Mike Elmo's doctors? No, I know you, he interrupted, don't I? We met at the club. You and Mike, my friend and I. I'm Dory. Right? He rubbed his tired eyes. The pretty brunette with the southern drawl who stood up for him, the night Karine had come in. You're a doctor? Yes, emergency medicine. I'm on my break and wanted to see how Mike was doing. They just keep saying no change. I'll check on that in a minute. You look like you could use some air. Let's take a walk. I was just heading out. Let's take a walk, she repeated. She'd seen murder in a man's eye before. It wasn't a look you forgot. The last time I checked in, Mike's vitals were stable. His tests have been good. She punched the elevator button. He's critical, but he's also young and healthy. He's been in a coma for a day and a half. She nudged him into the elevator with her. Sometimes, a coma is just the body's way of focusing in on healing. And he did come around once in the ambulance on the way here. It was brief, but I think he recognized me. And that's a very positive sign. You were with him? She stepped out on the main lobby, took his arm to lead him to the doors. We had a date. I was meeting him at your place. I was running late. We had a double suicide attempt come in. Lost one, saved the other. It was nearly 10 by the time I got there. Outside, she turned her face up to the sun, rolled her shoulders. God, it feels good out here. In any case, the door was open. Mike was on the kitchen floor, face down. Glass all over the place. Wine bottle. It's probably what he was hit with. I went to work on him. I had my bag in the car. I called it in, did what I could on the scene. We had him in ER within 30 minutes. Is he going to die? She didn't answer right away, but sat down on the curb, waited for Noah to join her. I don't know. Medically, he's got an even chance. Maybe even a little better than even. There were no bone fragments in his brain, and that was a big one. Still, medicine has limits, and it's up to him now. I'm half crazy about him. No kidding? Yeah. I know he started off that night with this thing for Steph. And actually, I had the same kind of focus on you. She tilted her face toward him and smiled. You were a little too distracted to notice, so I went back and sulked a little. Yeah? She had to smile. Just a little. Mike and Steph went through the moves and motions. They sort of ran out of steam. And I felt sorry for Mike because he was worried about you and didn't know what to do about it. We started talking and had this big click happen. We started going out. Then we started staying in. That was you the other night on the phone. Yeah? Mike Elmo and the sexy doctor. Absurdly pleased, Noah shook his head. That's just terrific. He grabbed her face in his hand and kissed her noisily. That's just great. She laughed and gave him a friendly pat on the knee. He thinks you walk on water. I didn't say that to make you sad. She hurried on when the light went out of Noah's eyes. I said it because I think he's a pretty great guy, and he thinks you're a pretty great guy. So I figure he's right. And I figure that when I ran into you upstairs, you'd had about enough, and we're going to go find that lunatic Corinne And I was going to say, do something you'd regret. But I don't think you'd regret it. Something that wouldn't help, that wouldn't solve anything, and that in the end would put you in the kind of jam Mike wouldn't like. She wanted to hurt me. She didn't give a damn about Mike. Noah, she did hurt you. She hurt you where it matters the most. Let's go back up. I only have a few more minutes left, and I want to see him. He nodded, got to his feet, then held down a hand for hers. I guess it's lucky I ran into you. Why don't you buy me a beer after shift? She grinned as they went back inside. You can tell me all kinds of embarrassing Mike stories. What kind of friend would that make me? He told me you got piss-faced the spring of your senior year in high school, and he dared you to run around the track bare-assed naked. And when you did, he took videos and showed them at your graduation party. He still has a copy, by the way. Her smile brightened as they moved onto the elevator. You had very nice form at 18. Oh, yeah. Well, that's nothing. I've got much better stories on Mike. What time do you get off shift? 7, please God. It's a date. His mood almost light. He stepped off the elevator. Then his heart crashed to his feet as he saw Maggie sobbing in his mother's arms. No. The roar inside his head was so loud he couldn't hear his own voice as he repeated the denial over and over as he raced down the corridor, yanking free of Dory's restraining hand. Noah, wait! Celia shifted quickly to block his path before he could shove through the doors into ICU. Wait, Maggie, tell him. Tell Noah. He opened his eyes. She rocked back and forth on her heels, back and forth, then held out both hands to Noah. He opened his eyes. He said, Mom. He looked at me and he said, Mom. Stay here, Dory ordered. Stay out here. Let me check. The nurse came in. She called for the doctor. Celia wiped at her own tears while Noah held Maggie. Frank and Jim are down in the cafeteria. Frank browbeat Jim into getting something to eat. Then I was going to browbeat Maggie. He woke up, Noah. She laid her head on the side of his shoulder. He woke up. Dory came back through the doors. Noah took one look at the brilliant smile on her face and buried his face in Maggie's hair. 21. So, when were you going to tell me about Dr. Delicious? Mike grinned, with most of his old twinkle. Is she a babe or what? A prime babe, a brainy babe. So, what's she doing hanging around with you? She digs me. What can I say? He still tended to tire easily, and the headaches came with tedious regularity. But they jumped him up to good condition after a stint in ICU and into a regular room. His room was full of flowers, cards, balloons. He told Noah the nurses called it Party Central, a fact that pleased him enormously. The day before, Noah had brought in a brand new laptop, loaded with every computer game it would hold. He'd called it occupational therapy, but knew it was part guilt, part unspeakable gratitude. I think I'm in, with her, Mike said, scrupulously staring at his fingers. Noah gaped. You got a major bash on the head 10 days ago. Ruined a damn fine bottle of wine, by the way. I think your brains are still scrambled. I don't think this has a lot to do with brains. At a loss, Noah blew out a breath. You know is a very big thing. You were only seeing her for a little while before you had your head broken. You've been stuck in a hospital bed ever since. I have a really fond feeling for this hospital bed. Mike gave the white sheets an affectionate pat. after last night. Last night? Here. You had sex with her here? It was fascinating. Shh. Tell the floor nurse, why don't you? But Mike was still grinning. She came in to see me after her shift. One thing led to another. The another was really amazing, by the way. Why the hell am I feeling sorry for you? Noah wondered. You're getting all the action. He grabbed the can of Coke he'd brought in with him, chugged deeply. I asked her to marry me, and choked. Huh? What? Jesus, Mike. She said yes. Mike's grin turned into his puppy dog smile and turned his eyes soft. Can you beat that? I think I'm having a stroke. Noah pressed his fingers to his twitching eye. Call the nurse? No. Better. Call a doctor. Maybe I can get some action. We're going to get married next spring because she wants the works. You know, the church, the flowers, the white dress. Wow! It was the best he could do. Noah figured he'd better sit down, then realized he already was. Wow. They're letting me out of here tomorrow. I want to buy her a ring right away. I need you to go with me. I don't know squat about buying an engagement ring. What do I know about it? Noah dragged his free hand through his hair and took a good, hard look. Mike's eyes were clear behind the thick lenses of his glasses. His smile was easy, almost lazily content. You really mean it, don't you? I want to be with her. And when I am, I keep thinking, this is right. This feels exactly right. Vaguely embarrassed, he moved his shoulders. I don't know how to explain it. I guess you just did. Nice going, Mike. So, you'll give me a hand with the ring, right? Sure. We'll get her a doozy. With a sudden laugh, he surged to his feet. God damn, married, and to a doctor, damn good thing. She'll be able to stitch you up every time you walk into something or trip over your feet. Does she know you're a complete klutz? Yeah, she loves that about me. Go figure. To show his affection, he punched Mike on the shoulder. I guess you won't be coming over and raiding my fridge every other night after. He trailed off, remembering. It wasn't your fault. Look, we know each other well enough for me to see what's in your head. To keep Noah from backing off, Mike grabbed his hand. You didn't know she was going to go postal? I knew enough. I knew. As much as you did, and I didn't give a thought to going over there. For Christ's sake, Noah, Dory was coming. Shaken by just the thought of it, Mike rubbed his hands over his face, his fingers sliding under his glasses to press against his eyes. Something could have happened to her too. I'm the one who told her to meet me over there. That's not... It's the same thing, Mike interrupted. I was there at the club that night. I heard what she said, saw how she was. He turned to brood out his window at his view of palm trees. I wish I could remember, but I keep coming up against the blank. Nothing, not a fucking thing after the marathon after work. I remember kicking Pete Bester's ass at Mortal Kombat. Next thing I'm clear on is waking up and seeing Mom. All I know about the between is what people tell me. Maybe I saw her. If I could say I saw her, they'd lock her up. But, they'd have to find her first. She skipped, Noah added when Mike looked back at him. None of her friends know where she is, or they're not saying. She packed clothes, got a cash advance on her credit cards and split. Can't they go after her for that? Like the fugitive? Even a half laugh felt good. Richard Kimball was innocent. Yeah, but still, she wasn't charged. I guess if they come up with some evidence, they might take a look for her. Otherwise, he lifted his shoulders, let them fall. Anyway, I don't think she'll be hassling either one of us. Not for a while, at least. That's something. So now that you know I'm going to live, and that crazy bitch is off somewhere, I guess you better get back to work. Who says I haven't been working? Your mother. Man, what is it with you and my mother? I'd always planned to marry her, but I thought your father might shoot me. Dory knows she's my second choice, but she's so madly in love with me, she doesn't care. But I digress, he said with a grin. She said you've been letting the book coast, really only playing at it for the last week or so. I'd say it's time to get your lazy ass in gear. I'll get to it. Muttering, Noah wandered to the window. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I'm cool. Aside from the blank spot, I'm nearly back to normal. You were never normal. I've been thinking about talking to Jamie Melbourne again, getting her husband to talk to me, hassling that asshole admin of Smith's. So do it. I'm waiting for my car. He knew it was stalling. The lodge arranged to have someone drive it down for me. Should be here tomorrow or the next day. Then you can go home, make your calls, and set up your interviews. Noah glanced back over his shoulder. You kicking me out? What are friends for? What was she doing? What in God's name was she doing? Olivia sat in the car, her fingers clamped on the steering wheel, and struggled to breathe. If she took slow, even breaths her heart would stop pounding. She could control it, control the frenzied jerk and throb of her pulse, and beat back the panic attack. She could do it. She could fight it off. She wouldn't let it take over, but her hands wanted to tremble on the wheel. And the sheen of sweat had already pearled on her face as waves of heat then ice, surfed over her skin, through her belly, into her throat. She knew what she'd see if she looked in the rearview mirror. The wild, wide eyes, the glossy, translucent pallor. The nausea rolled up, one long, sick crest, from her feet to her stomach to her throat. She gritted her teeth and fought it back, shoved it down even as the shudders shimmered over her in icy little bumps. The scream wanted to rip out. It tore at her chest, clawing with sharpened demon claws. But all she released was a moan, a long, keening sound drenched in despair, pressing her head back against the seat as she held on. 5 seconds, then 10, 20, until she willed herself, warred with her own mind, to snap clear. Her breath came fast, as if she'd been running, but the sharpest edge of panic began to fade. Slowly, she ordered herself to relax, one muscle at a time. She opened her eyes, stared at her fingers, made them flex and release, control. She had control. She was not a victim, would never be a victim. Not of circumstance or her own ill-buried fears. With one last shuddering breath, she leaned back again. Better. That was better, she thought. It was just that it had come on so fast, had taken her completely by surprise. It had been more than 2 years since she'd had a full-blown panic attack. 2 years ago, she remembered, when she'd made plans to come to Los Angeles and visit her aunt and uncle. Then, she'd gotten as far as the airport when it had washed over her. The cold sweats, the shakes, the terrible need to get out. Just get out and away from all the people. She'd beaten it back, but she hadn't been able to face the plane. hadn't been able to face where it was going. The shame of that failure had drowned her in depression for weeks. This time she'd gotten here, she reminded herself. She'd batted back the onslaught of the panic twice on the drive down, and had been so certain she'd won completely. She had won, she corrected. She was here. She was all right. She was back in control. She'd been right to follow her impulse, to take the chore of returning Noah's car herself. Even though it had caused difficulties with her grandparents, she'd done the right thing. Concentrating on the drive had gotten her where she'd wanted to go, where she hadn't been able to go for 20 years. Or nearly gotten her there, she corrected, and pushing the damp hair off her brow. She studied Noah's house. It wasn't what she'd envisioned at all. It was pretty, almost feminine in the soft tones of the wood, the cheerful sweeps and spears of flowers. His garden wasn't some haphazard bachelor attempt to brighten up his real estate, but a careful, clever arrangement by someone who not only knew flowers, but appreciated them. She slipped out of the car, relieved that her legs were nearly steady. She intended to go straight to the door, knock, give him his keys, and a polite smile. She'd ask him to call a cab and get out, and on her way to her aunt's as quickly as possible. But she couldn't resist the flowers, the charm of verbena, the fresh, chipper colors of Gerber daisies, the bright trumpets of the reliable petunias. He hadn't stuck with the ordinary, she noted, and had used the small space available on either side of the walk very well. Experimenting, she noted, crowding specimen to specimen, so that it all tangled together in a natural burst rather than an obviously planned design. It was clever and creative, and both the planting and maintaining must have involved a great deal of work. Still, he hadn't been quite as conscientious with the weeding as he might have been, and her gardener's heart had her crouching down to tug up the random invaders. Within a minute she was humming and losing herself in a well-loved task. Noah was so happy to see his car sitting in its usual spot that he overtipped the driver and bolted out of the cab. "Oh, baby, welcome home." He murmured it, stroked a loving hand over the rear fender, and had nearly executed a snappy dance of joy when he spotted Olivia. The surprise came first, or he assumed the quick jerk in his stomach was surprise. Then came the warmth. She looked so damn pretty, kneeling by his flowers, a faded gray cap shading her eyes. He started toward her, then hooked his thumbs in his front pockets because his hands wanted to touch. "This is a surprise," he said, and watched her head snap up, watched her body freeze. "Like a doe in the crosshairs," Noah mused. "I wasn't expecting to see you weeding my gummy snaps." They needed it. Furiously embarrassed, she got to her feet and brushed garden dirt off her hands. "If you're going to plant flowers, you should tend to them." "I haven't had a lot of time just recently. What are you doing here, Liv?" "Returning your car. You were told to expect it." "I was also expecting some burly guy named Bob behind the wheel. Not that I'm complaining. Come on in. I just need you to call me a cab." "Come on in," he repeated and moved past her to the door. "At least I can give you a drink to pay for the weeding service." He unlocked the front door, glanced back to where she continued to stand. "Don't be a nitwit, you might as well." "Damn it!" Liv's eyes widened as he leaped inside the door. She could hear him cursing. Curiosity won and had her following him inside. He jabbed a code into a security panel just inside the door. just had this installed. I keep forgetting it's here. If I set off the alarm again, my neighbors are going to lynch me. There." He blew out a breath when the signal light blinked on green. "Another small victory of man against machine. Have a seat." "I can't stay." "Uh-huh. I'll just get us a glass of wine while you think of the reason you can't sit down for 15 minutes after driving all the way down the coast. My aunt and uncle are expecting me." "This minute?" he asked from the kitchen. "No, but..." "Well then, you want some chips with this? I think I have some." "No, I'm fine." But since she was here, what harm would it do to have one civil glass of wine? She thought his living room was sparsely furnished, no frills male, but not unattractive. Then she remembered he told her his home had been trashed. It certainly explained why everything looked showroom fresh and unused. "I was glad to hear your friend's gonna be okay." It was touch and go the first couple of days, and the thought of it could still give him a raw sensation in the gut. But yeah, he's going to be okay. In fact, he's going to be great. He got his skull fractured, fell in love, and got engaged. Not necessarily in that order. In just over a 2-week period. Good for him, on 2 out of 3 anyway. We just bought her a ring this morning. We? He needed guidance. Let's drink to Mike. Why not? She touched the rim of her glass to his, then sipped, then lifted her eyebrows. Pugli feasts on a weekday evening. Very classy. His grin flashed. "You know your wine. Must be the Italian from my grandmother's side. And can the MacBride half build a Guinness?" I imagine. It was just a little too comfortable, being here, being with him. It smacked of old patterns. "Well, if you'd call, let's go out on the deck." He took her hand, pulled her to the sliding door. He wasn't about to let her shake him off that quickly. "Too early for sunset," he continued, releasing her long enough to slide the door open. "You'll have to come back. They can be pretty spectacular. I've seen sunsets before. Not from this spot." The breeze fluttered in off the ocean, whispered warm over her face. The water was bold and blue, chopping in against the shore, then rearing back for the next pass. The scent was of salt and heat, and the light undertone of sunscreen from the people sprinkled along the beach. Some backyard. "I thought the same thing about yours when I saw your forest." He leaned against the rail, his back to the view, his eyes on her. "Wanna come play in my backyard, Liv?" "No thanks. You've got a nice hand with flowers." She flicked a finger over the soapboard Johnny Jump-Ups and Artisisa sharing space artistically in a stone tub. "It shows my sensitive side. It shows you know what looks good and how to keep it that way. Actually, I learned out of compassion and annoyance. My mother was always planting something, then killing it. She'd go to the nursery and the plants would scream and tremble. Once, I swear, I heard this Choropsis shrieking, 'No, no, not me. Take the Shasta daisies.' I couldn't stand it," he continued when she laughed. "I started having nightmares where all the plants she killed came back to life. Brown, withered, broken, trailing dry dirt that crumbled from their roots as they formed an army of revenge. Zombie zinnias. Exactly." He beamed, delighted with her, fascinated by the way her face warmed when she was amused and relaxed. Vampire violas, monster marigolds, and gardenia ghouls. Let me tell you, it was pretty terrifying. In fact, I'm scaring myself just thinking about it. As a naturalist, I can certify you're safe as long as you keep them alive. That's comforting. He trailed a finger down her arm, from elbow to wrist, in the absent-minded gesture of a man used to touching. She stepped back, the deliberate gesture of a woman who wasn't. I really have to go. I called Uncle David from Santa Barbara, so they're expecting me by now. How long are you staying? Just a few days. Have dinner with me before you go. I'm going to be busy. Have dinner with me before you go. As he repeated it, he touched her again, just an easy slide of fingertips along her jaw. I like seeing you. You wanted to start with a fresh slate. Give me a chance, Olivia. She could see it clearly, standing there with him while the sky exploded with sunset, music drifting out, something quiet, with a throb to the base, and while the sun turned red, while it melted into the sea, he would touch her as he had before, cupping his hand on her face. He would kiss her as he had before, slow and skilled and sexy. And she'd forget why he was doing it. She'd forget to care why. You want a story? She shifted away from his hand. I haven't decided if I'm giving it to you. I want a story. Temper simmered in his eyes, but his voice was cool. That's one level. I said I liked seeing you, and I meant it. That's another level entirely. I've thought about you, Olivia. He made a small move, a re-angling of his body, and caged her between him and the rail. I've thought about you for years. Maybe I wish I hadn't. And you've made it clear you'd rather I didn't think of you at all. It doesn't really matter what I'd rather. He was crowding her, and along with the irritation from that was a sly lick of excitement. We can agree on that. He set his wine glass on the rail. Do you know what went through my mind when I got home and saw you out front? This. Just this. It was slow this time. She could taste the bite of temper as his mouth crushed down on hers. The snaps of frustration as his hand fisted on the back of her shirt. Just as she could feel the hot surge of need that pumped from his body to slam against hers. It was as primal as the world she lived in, as elemental as the sea that crashed behind them, as inevitable as the quest to mate. What? Had she always wanted him? And had the wanting always been so savage? She had to take. She had to feed. She understood the feral and threw herself into the edgy demand of the kiss. Her hands gripped fistfuls of all that thick sun-streaked hair, her tongue slashed against his. The vicious heat that burst in her blood told her she was alive and could seize whatever she wanted, as long as she wanted. Power plunged into him, feeding off her reckless response. The taste of her was a rage through his system, shearing away everything else. He wanted to gorge himself on her in fast, greedy gulps until the frantic, clawing hunger was sated. But the more he took, the more he craved. He pulled back far enough to see her face, the wild wash of color, the sharp edge in her eyes. If you want me to believe you're pissed off about that, you're going to have to stop cooperating. She thought anger was probably the only sensation she wasn't feeling. Back off, Brady. Look, just. She blew out a breath, lifted a hand to his chest. Back off a minute. Okay. It was a surprise how much it cost him to step away, to break that contact of body to body. That far enough? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to pretend I didn't expect that or wasn't looking for it on one of those levels you were talking about. I have some basic kind of attraction to you. I didn't intend to act on it. Why? Because it's not smart, but... She picked up her glass again, or perhaps it was his, and sipped while she studied him. If I decide to be stupid, then we'll have sex. I'm not against sex, and I think you'd be pretty good at it. He opened his mouth, shut it again, cleared his throat. Excuse me while I restart my heart. Let me get this clear in my head. You're considering being stupid and having sex with me. That's right. Good, she decided, and sipped again. Damn good. Finally, she'd thrown his rhythm off. Isn't that where you were heading? In my own bumbling way. Yeah, I suppose so. There was nothing bumbling about that kiss. He rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. Had he actually thought he was getting to know her all over again? Why do I feel like I should thank you? She laughed, shrugged a shoulder. Look, Noah, why clutter up healthy animal instincts with emotions and excuses? I don't indulge in sex very often because, well, I'm busy and I'm picky. But when I do, I consider it a natural, sometimes entertaining act that shouldn't be tied up with a bunch of sticky pretenses. In other words, I approach it like a man. Yeah, well, If you're not interested on that level, no hard feelings. She finished the wine, set it aside. And I do recall you mentioning a vow of chastity. So maybe this conversation is moot. I wouldn't call it a vow. Exactly. More like a concept. Then we both have something to think about. Now I really have to go. I'll drive you. A cab's fine. No, I'll take you. A drive might clear my head. You're fascinating, Olivia. No wonder you've been stuck in my mind for years. He took her hand again, a habit she was almost getting used to. Your stuff's still in the car, right? Yes. Let's go then. Keys? She dug them out of her pocket, handed them over as they walked through the house. Aren't you going to set the alarm? Shit, right. Conversation, he thought, after he punched in the code and locked up. Fresh conversation, because he didn't think his system could handle any more on the subject they'd just discussed. So, did you have any trouble finding your way down here? I had a map. I'm good at reading maps. And this is a great ride, she added as she settled in the passenger seat. Handles like a dream. You open her up? She gave him a wisp of a smile. Maybe. Then she laughed, enjoying the rush of wind as the car picked up speed. It's a bullet. How many speeding tickets do you collect in the average year? He winced. I'm a cop's son. I have great respect for the law. Okay. How many does your father have fixed for you during the average year? Family doesn't keep track of small acts of love. You know he'd like to see you while you're here. My mother too. I don't know what plans my aunt may have made, if there'll be time. I thought you didn't like pretenses? She picked up the sunglasses she'd left on his dash, slipped them on. All right. I don't know how I'll handle seeing him. I don't know how I'll handle being back here, even for a few days. I decided to come to find out. She balled her fists in her lap, then deliberately relaxed them. I don't remember Los Angeles. All I really remember is... Do you know where my mother's house is? Was? Yeah, he was working on the current owners to let him take a tour. Go there. I want to go there. Liv, you can't get in. I don't need to. I just need to see it. Panic was a whisper inside her head, an icy caress along her skin. But she made herself stand at the gate. The walls surrounding the estate were tall and thick and brilliantly white. Trees and distance screened the house, but she could catch glimpses of it, brilliantly white as well, with the soft red tile of the roof. There are gardens? I'm not sure I knew how many. Elaborate, wonderful gardens. One was tucked away under big, shady trees and had a little pool with goldfish and water lilies. It had a bridge over it, a white bridge that my mother said was for the fairies. She crossed her arms over her chest, hugging her biceps and hunching over as if to fight off sudden cold. There was another with just roses, dozens and dozens of rose bushes. He bought a white one when I was born and planted it himself. I remember him telling me that. He'd planted it himself because it was special, and when he had to go out of town, or whenever he came back, he'd leave a white rose on my pillow. I wonder if they kept the gardens the way they were. Noah said nothing, simply rubbed a hand over her back and listened. The house was so big, it seemed like a palace to me. Soaring ceilings and huge windows, room after room after room, every one of them special somehow. I slept in a canopy bed. She shuddered once, violently. I can't stand to have anything overhead while I sleep now. I hadn't realized why. Someone would tell me a story every night. My mother or him, or if they were going out, Rosa. But Rosa didn't tell the really good stories. Sometimes they'd have parties, and I could lie in bed and hear the music and people laughing. My mother loved having people around. They'd come all the time. Aunt Jamie, Uncle David, her agent, Uncle Lou. He'd always bring me a peppermint stick, one of those thick, old-fashioned ones. I can't imagine where he got them. Lucas Manning came over a lot. It must have been around the time he left. She couldn't say my father. Simply couldn't bring herself to form the words. I just remember Lucas being there, in the house, out by the pool. He made my mother laugh. He was nice to me in an absent sort of way. Kids know that it's just show. I wanted to like him because he made Mama laugh. But I just kept wishing Lucas would stop coming over. Because if he did, maybe he'd come home. She rested her head against the bars of the gate. Then, of course, he came home. He came home, and he killed her. And I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't. It's all right. Noah gathered her to him, holding her tight, even though she stood stiffly, with her fisted hands pressed to his chest to separate them. You don't have to. You don't need to be here now, Olivia. She made herself open her eyes again, stare over his shoulder at those flashes of white. I've been running away from and running toward this all my life. It's time I decided on a direction and stuck with it. Part of him wanted to scoop her up, cuddle her as he carried her back to the car and took her away. But someone had taken her away for most of her life. When you run away, it comes after you leave, and it always catches up. Afraid he was right, feeling the monster nipping at her heels, she turned and walked back to the car. 22. She had her color back by the time Noah swung up the drive toward the Melbourne mansion. It seemed to him she'd all but willed it back, just as she'd willed away that lost and grieving look from her eyes. Wow! Her smile seemed natural, effortless, as the house came into view. We have pictures of it, even videos, but they don't come up to the in-your-face. One of those nice fixer-uppers priced for the young marrieds. She laughed, then swiveled in her seat as the dogs raced over the yard. There they are. Oh, I wish I could have brought Shirley. Why didn't you? I thought you might object to dog hair and slobber all over your pretty boy car, and my grandfather would be lost without her. She pushed out as soon as he'd stopped, and all but dived into the dogs. The vulnerable woman with haunted eyes who'd stood outside the gate of her childhood home might not have existed. It certainly wasn't the face she showed to her uncle as David Melbourne came out of the house. She let out a whoop of delight and bounded toward him, half leaping into his arms for a fierce hug. He'd aged well, Noah thought, comparing the man who held Olivia with the photos that dated back to the murder. He'd kept the weight off and had either discovered the fountain of youth or had an excellent cosmetic surgeon. The lines on his face were dashing rather than aging, as were the streaks of silver in his hair. He was dressed casually in buff-colored trousers and a Henley shirt the color of kiwis. "Welcome, traveler." He laughed, cupped her face. "Let's look at you, pretty as ever. Missed you? Goes double." He kissed her, then hugging a protective arm around her shoulders, turned to Noah. The cooling of voice and eyes was subtle but unmistakable. "It was nice of you to deliver my girl." "My pleasure." "Uncle David, this is Noah Brady." "Yes, I know. I just need to get my things out of the trunk." "I'll get them." Noah unlocked the trunk, took out the single suitcase. "That's it?" David wanted to know. "I'm only going to be here a couple of days. How about giving Jamie some tips on packing light while you're here? You pack as much as she does." "Clothes horse, huh?" He winced, took the case from Noah. "Jamie got caught on the phone. She should be off by now. Why don't you run in, Livy? Rosa's paced a rut in the foyer waiting for you to get here." "Aren't you coming?" "Be right there." "All right. Thanks for the lift, Brady." "No problem, MacBride," he said in the same tone. "I'll be in touch." She said nothing to that, only jogged up the stairs and inside. "I hope you'll forgive me for not asking you in," David began. "This reunion's a family affair." "Understood. You can say what you have to say to me out here." David inclined his head. "You're perceptive, Noah. I imagine that's why you're good at your work." He set Olivia's suitcase down, glanced toward the house. "You seem to have established some kind of rapport with Livy. We're beginning to understand each other." Again, he thought. Or maybe it was at last. "Is that a problem for you?" "I have no idea." In what might have been a gesture of peace, David spread his hands. "I don't know you. Mr. Melbourne, I was under the impression you were supportive of the book I'm writing." "I was?" David sighed out of breath. "I thought enough time had passed, enough healing had been done, and I believed that a writer of your caliber could do justice to the tragedy." "I appreciate that. What changed your mind?" "I didn't realize how much this would upset Val." Concern clouded his eyes, and he slipped his hands into his pockets. "My mother-in-law. I feel partially responsible, as I did support it. And that support certainly influenced Jamie into giving you her cooperation, and then encouraged Levy to do so. I lost my own mother when I was very young. Val's one of the most important people in my life. I don't want her hurt." "Protection," Noah mused. The family was a puzzle made up of pieces of protection and defense. I've already given Liv my word that I won't contact her grandmother or ask her to talk to me. I'll keep her out of it as far as I'm able to. The book itself pulls her into it. He held up a hand before Noah could speak. I can't expect you to turn your back on your work because the ripple effect of that work will hurt people I love. But I want you to be aware of it. And I want you to consider that a man who murders would hardly flinch at lying. Sam Tanner isn't to be trusted. And my biggest regret is that he'll have time to die outside of prison rather than in it. If you're worried he'll lie to me, if your feelings are that strong, you'd be smart to put them on record. David laughed, shook his head. Noah, personally, I'd love to sit down with you and tell you exactly what I feel, what I remember. I'm going to do my best to ease my mother-in-law's feelings over it. Then if I can, I'll talk to you. You'll have to excuse me now. He picked up the suitcase. It's the first time Livy's come to visit. I don't want to miss any time with her. Olivia loved the house and everything they'd done with it. She loved it for them. It was so obviously perfect for them, with its elegance and pastels and soaring ceilings. But she preferred the rambling style and rooms soaked in colors of her grandparents' home. She was glad she'd finally made herself come. By the time she crawled into bed, she was worn to the bone by the drive. The emotion, the elaborate dinner her aunt had arranged, and the non-stop conversation as they'd caught up with one another. Still, her last thought before sleep sucked her under. It was of Noah standing on the deck of his pretty house with his back to the sea. Olivia came to the conclusion very quickly that while Southern California suited Jamie down to her pedicure, it wasn't the town for Liv MacBride. She was sure of it. Halfway between the shopping expedition her aunt insisted on and the lunch at some trendy restaurant with a name she immediately forgot. The lunch portions were stingy, the waitstaff glossy enough to glow in the dark, and the prices so remarkably outrageous she could do nothing but gasp. I had my stylist pencil in appointments later this afternoon, Jamie began as she toyed with her field green and wild pepper salad. Marco is a genius and an event in himself. We can squeeze in a manicure, maybe a paraffin treatment. And Jamie. Olivia sampled what had been billed as the Nouveau Club and was in reality 2 pieces of bark bread cut into tiny triangles and filled with mysterious vegetables. She wondered if anyone ate real food in LA. You're trying to make a girl out of me. No, I'm not, Jamie pouted. I'm just trying to give you just one girl day. You should have let me buy you that little black dress. That little black dress was $4,000 and wouldn't hold up through one hike. Every self-respecting female needs at least one killer black dress. I say we go back for it. And the lizard sandals, the Pradas. You put those together on that fabulous body of yours. Men will start diving out of windows to fall at your feet. Olivia shook her head, laughed. I don't want to be responsible for that, and I don't need the dress, or the shoes, or the warehouse full of other things you tried to talk me into. How can we be related? Genetics are a tricky business. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're not angry with me anymore. Tears flooded her eyes, and she reached over and gripped Olivia's hand. I wasn't angry with you. Not you, not really. I'm sorry we argued. She turned her hand over, gripped Jamie's tight. I was angry at Noah, which was just as useless all those years ago. When you came up to visit and we went out into the forest that evening, you were honest with me. You let me be honest with you. Ever since, whenever I needed to talk about Mama, you listened. Whenever I had questions, you answered them. Until you stopped asking, Jamie murmured. I thought I should put it away. I thought I could. Someone who's smarter than I gave him credit for told me that whenever you run away from something, it chases after you and it always catches up. I think I'm ready to change directions. It won't be easy. God, no. But I'll be honest with you again. I want to hear what he says about that night. I want to hear Sam Tanner's story. So do I. We loved her, Jamie said, squeezing Olivia's hand. How could we not want to hear it for ourselves? Grandma has dealt with this in her own way, always. It doesn't make your way wrong or your needs wrong. No, it doesn't. I guess I'm going to get in touch with Noah before I go back. He's a nice man. Jamie's smile changed texture, crept toward feline. And a very attractive one. I noticed. I've just about decided to sleep with him. The little sound that popped out of Jamie's mouth was something between a grunt and a squeak. Well then? Listen. Why don't we blow this joint, go get a pizza, and you can elaborate on that very interesting statement. Great. With relief, Olivia pushed her plate aside. I'm starved. Frank was sitting in his kitchen, enjoying the single pre-dinner light beer his wife allowed him. On a notepad, he drew circles, squiggles, X's as he toyed with a new play for the basketball team he coached. He'd have enjoyed some potato chips or Fritos with his beer. But Celia had come across his secret stash a few days before. He still couldn't figure out what the hell she'd been doing, looking on the top shelf of the den closet. But he couldn't ask as he denied knowing the sour cream and onion chips were there. He claimed Noah had probably left them. That was his story, Frank thought, as he made do with a handful of salt-free pretzels. And he was sticking to it. When the doorbell rang, he left his beer and his doodling on the table, thinking it might be one of his players. He didn't think it set the right tone for Coach to come to the door with a cold one in his hand. It was a young woman with a tall, rangy build he could have used on the court. A little too old to fit into his 12 to 16-year-old league, he thought. Then images overlapped in his mind and had him grabbing for her hands. Livy, my God, you're all grown up. I didn't think you'd recognize me. And the fact that he had, with such obvious delight, warmed her. I'd have known you anywhere. You look just the same. Never lie to a cop, even a retired one. Come in. He pulled her inside. I wish Celia were here. She had a late afternoon meeting. Sit down. He fussed around the living room, picking up the newspaper, scooping a magazine off a chair. Let me get you something to drink. I'm all right. I'm fine. There was a pressure in her chest, heavy, tight. I told myself to call first, then I didn't. I just didn't. He saw the battle for composure on her face. I'm glad you did. I knew you were grown up, but every time I pictured you, even when I'd read your letters, I'd see a little girl. I always see a hero. She let herself go into his arms, let herself be held, and the jitters in her stomach quieted and eased. I knew I'd feel better. I knew it would be all right if I could see you. What's wrong, Livy? A lot of things. I'm figuring them out, but Is this about Noah's book? Part of it. About that. About him. He's your son. She said it with a sigh and stepped back to stand on her own. And as much as I didn't want to, as much as I told myself I wouldn't, I trust him to do it right. It's going to be painful for me to talk to him, but I can do it. I will do it. In my own time. In my own way. You can trust him. I don't understand his work, but I understand Noah. Puzzled, she shook her head. You don't understand his work? How can you not understand his work? It's brilliant. It was Frank's turn for confusion. He sat on the arm of the sofa staring at her. I have to say, I'm surprised to hear you say that. How could you feel that? As a survivor of a murder victim. And the daughter of a murderer, she finished. That's exactly why. I read his first book as soon as it came out. How could I resist it with his name on the cover? And she'd hidden it in her room like a sin. I didn't expect to like it. Hadn't wanted to, she thought. Had wanted to read it and condemn him. I still don't know if I can say I liked it, but I understood what he was doing. He takes the most wicked of crimes, the most horrid, the most unforgivable, and he keeps them that way. She waved a hand in annoyance at her own fumbling attempt to explain. When you hear about a murder on the news, or read about it in the paper, you say, "Oh, how awful," then you move on. He humanizes it, makes it real, so vividly real that you can't say, "Oh, how awful," then slide down the pillows and go to sleep. Everyone who was involved, he strips them down to their most desperate and agonized emotions. That, she realized, was what she feared about him the most. That he would strip her Joe, the soul. He makes them matter, she continued, so that what was done matters. She smiled a little, but her eyes were horribly sad. So that what his father did, every day, year in and year out, matters. You're his standard for everything that's right and strong. Just, she thought, as her father was her standard for everything evil and weak. Livy. Words clogged in Frank's throat. You make me ashamed that I never looked close enough. You just see Noah. I'm nervous about talking to him. She pressed her hand to her stomach. I don't want him to know that. I want us to try to do this on equal ground. Well, not quite equal, she corrected, and her smile steadied. I'm going back home tomorrow, so he'll have to deal with me on my turf. I wondered, one of the things I wanted to ask was if you and Mrs. Brady would like to come up sometime this summer, have a couple of free weeks at the Ayage on the MacBrides. We've made a number of improvements, and I'd love you to see my center and... Oh, God. I'm sorry, God. She pressed both hands to her mouth, stunned that the words had tripped out, stumbling over one another in her rush to conceal the truth. Levy. No, I'm all right. Just give me a minute. She walked to the front window, stared out through the pretty sheer curtains. I know he gets out in a few weeks. I thought, if you were there, just for the first couple of days after, it would be all right. I haven't let myself really think about it, but the time's coming. Just a few weeks. She turned back, started to speak, to apologize again. But something in his face, the grim line of his mouth, the shadow in his eyes stopped her. What is it? It's about him getting out leave. I was contacted this morning. I have some connections, and whenever there's something new about Tanner, I get a call. Due to his health, the hardship, overcrowded system, time served, his record in prison. Frank lifted a hand, let it fall. They're letting him out sooner, aren't they? When? Her eyes were huge, locked on his. He thought of the child who'd stared at him from her hiding place. This time, he could do nothing to soften the blow. 2 weeks ago, he told her. The phone shattered Noah's concentration into 1,000 irretrievable shards. He swore at it, viciously, ignoring the second ring as he stared at the last line he'd written and tried to find the rhythm again. On the third ring, he snatched up the portable he'd brought in by mistake, squeezed it with both hands as if to strangle the caller, then flipped it on. What the hell do you want? Just to say goodbye. Bye. Wait, Liv. Wait, don't hang up, damn it. You don't return my calls for 2 days, and then you catch me at a bad moment. I've been busy, which you obviously are too. So, okay, I'm sorry. That was rude. I'm a jerk. I've got the sackcloth right here. You got my messages? All 10,000 of them, he thought. Yes, I haven't had time to return them until now, and I only have a minute as it is. They're already boarding. Boarding? What? You're at the airport? You're leaving already? Yes, my plans changed. Her father was out of prison. Was he already in LA? Is this where he would come first? She rubbed a hand over her mouth and schooled her voice to sound casual. I have to get back, and I thought I'd let you know, if you still want to talk to me. Regarding your book, you can reach me at the lodge, the center, most likely. Go back in the morning. One night can't make any difference. Olivia, I want to see you. You know where to find me. We'll work out some sort of schedule that's convenient for the interviews. I want you, he realized. How the hell had it gotten so mixed up a second time? The book isn't everything that's going on here, between us. Change your flight. He hit keys rapidly to save data and close. I'll come pick you up. I don't want to be here, she said flatly. I'm going home. To where it was safe, to where she could breathe. If you want interviews with me, you'll have to come to the lodge. It's final boarding. I'm leaving. It's not just the damn interviews, he began. But she'd already broken the connection. Noah swung the phone over his shoulder, then halfway back to the desk before he managed to resist the urge to just beat it to bits of plastic. The woman was making him nuts. She ran hot, cold, jumped up, down, and sideways. How the hell was he supposed to keep up with her? Now she was gone, leaping out of his reach before he had a real chance to grab hold. Now he was supposed to go chasing after her? Was that the game? Disgusted, he kicked back in the chair, stared at the ceiling. No, she didn't work that way. It wasn't games with Olivia so much as it was a match. There was a big difference between the two. There were details he needed to deal with, more data he needed to work through. And then, he thought, tossing the phone on the cluttered desk. Then they'd just see about that match. He was more than willing to go one-on-one. Olivia didn't relax until the plane was in the air and she could nudge her seat back, close her eyes. Below, Los Angeles was falling away, out of reach and soon out of sight. There was nothing there for her now. No need to go back. The house that had once been her own personal castle was locked behind iron gates and belonged to someone else. And the murder that had been done there, long since scrubbed away. If and when Noah contacted her, she'd deal with it. And him. She'd proven to herself that she could get through that swarm of memories. Retelling them would only be words, words that couldn't hurt her now. The monster was loose. It seemed to whisper in her ear, a warning edged with a kind of jumping glee. It didn't matter. She wouldn't let it matter. Whether or not they'd unlocked his cell, given him a suit of clothes, and the money he'd earned over his years in a cage. He'd been dead to her for a long, long time. She hoped she'd been dead to him as well. That he didn't think of her, or if he did, she prayed that every thought caused him pain. She turned her head away from the window and willed herself to sleep. Sleep didn't come easily to some. It was full of fear and sound and bloody images. The monster was loose, and it cavorted in dreams, shambled on thick legs into the heart, and poured out in bitter tears. The monster was loose and knew there would be no end, no finish without more death. Livy. The name was a silent sob, trembling in a desperate mind. The love for her was as real as it had been from the moment she'd been born. And the fear of her was as real as it had been on the night blood had been spilled. She would be sacrificed only if there was no choice. And the loss of her would be forever, an open wound in the heart. 23 out? What do you mean he's out? He got out 2 weeks ago. His lawyer filed a hardship plea, and they bumped up his release date. Frank settled down on a deck chair where his son had taken advantage of an overcast day and a quiet beach to work outside. Son of a bitch. Noah pushed to his feet, paced from one end of the deck to the other. Son of a bitch. He must have known the last time I went to see him. He didn't tell me. I finally got a conference call scheduled with Smith this afternoon, and his assistant didn't mention it either. Well, where the hell did he go? I don't have that information. Actually, I thought you might. I wouldn't mind keeping tabs on Tanner. Frank thought of the shock and fear in Olivia's eyes. For old time's sake. He hasn't bothered to give me his fucking forwarding address. The book's dead without him. He stared down at his piles of papers, anchored with bottles. A conch shell, whatever came most handily. Without him and leave, it stops. The rest fans out from them. Early release? He looked back at Frank. Not parole, so he doesn't have to check in. He served his time. The state of California considers him rehabilitated. Do you? Which part of you is asking the question? My son or the writer? Noah's face closed up immediately, went blank. Never mind. I didn't mean I wouldn't answer Noah. I was just curious. You're the one who compartmentalizes what I am and what I do. For me, they're in the same drawer. You're right. I've been giving that some thought recently. Frank sighed, laid his hands on his knees. I thought you'd be a cop. I guess I had that idea in my head for a long time. I had this image of you coming on the job while I was still on it. I know I disappointed you, but it's not what I am. The instinctive denial was on his tongue. Frank paused and gave his son the truth instead. I had no right to be disappointed, and I know it's not what you are, Noah, but some things die hard. You were always interested in what I did when you were a kid. You used to write up reports. He laughed a little. You'd ask me all these questions about a case and write it all up. I didn't see that for what it was. When you went into journalism, I thought, well, he'll snap out of that. But you didn't, and I was disappointed. That's my failure, not yours. I never wanted to close cases, Dad. I wanted to study them. I didn't want to hear that. Pride has two edges, Noah. When you started writing books, started digging into things that were over and done, I took it as a reflection on what I had done. As if you were saying that it wasn't enough to do the job. Gather the evidence, make the arrest, get the conviction. That's not it. That was never it. No, but I let my pride get in the way of seeing what you were doing, why you were doing it, and what it meant to you. I want you to know I'm sorry for that. More sorry that I never gave you the respect you deserved for doing work you were meant to do, and doing it well. Well, emotion slid through him, carrying out the tension in his shoulders he hadn't been aware of. It's a day for surprises. I've always been proud of who you are, Noah. You've never been anything but a joy to me, as a son and as a man. Frank had to pause a moment before his tongue tangled. I wouldn't be what I am if you hadn't been there. Noah. Love was the swollen river in his throat. I hope one day you have a grown child say that to you. It's the only way to know how much it means. He had to clear his throat before he embarrassed both of them. I'm going to give more consideration to what you do. Fair enough? Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll start by telling you I'll do that interview sort of thing, when you have the time for it. I've got time now. How about you? Now? Well, He hadn't been prepared for it and found himself limping for an excuse. Just let me get a fresh tape. Noah knew when he had a fish on the line and made it fast. He came back out with a tape and 2 cans of Coke. It's not as hard as you think, he said while he labeled the tape and snapped it into the recorder. You just talk to me. Tell me about the case. Just the way you used to. You told me some about this one. I made notes on it even back then. Tanner made the 911 call himself. I've got a transcript of it. Wanting accuracy rather than memory, Noah dug out the right file. He called it in at 12:48. She's dead. My God, Julie. She's dead. The blood, it's everywhere. I can't stop the blood. Somebody help me. Noah set the paper aside. There's more, but that's the core of it. The 911 operator asked him questions, kept getting the same response, but managed to get the address out of him. The uniforms went in first, Frank says. Standard procedure. They responded to the 911. The gate was open, so was the front door. They entered the premises and found the body and Tanner in the front parlor area. They secured the scene, reported a homicide, and requested detectives. Tracy Harmon and I took the call. For Noah, it was as if he'd walked into the house that night with his father. He felt the warm rustle of air that stirred the palm fronds and danced through gardens silvered in moonlight. The house stood, white as a wish, with windows blazing gold with lights. Police cruisers were guard-dogging the front, one with its blue and red lights still spinning to shoot alarming color over the marble steps. The faces of cops, the crime scene van. More light poured out of the open doorway. A rookie, his uniform still academy fresh, vomited pitifully in the oleanders. Inside, the grand chandelier dripped its waterfall of light on virgin white floors and highlighted the dark stain of the blood trail. It smeared in all directions, across the foyer, down the wide hall, up the polished oak stairway that swept regally to the left. The smell of it was still ripe, the look of it still wet. He was used to death, the violence of it, the waste of it, but his first glimpse of what had been done to Julie MacBride broke his heart. He remembered the sensations exactly: the sudden, almost audible snapping, the resulting churn of pity and horror in his gut, and the fast, overpowering flood of fury that burst into his head before he shut them away, locked them away, and did his job. At first glance, it appeared to have been a vicious struggle. The broken glass, the overturned furniture, the great spewing patterns of blood. But there were patterns within patterns. The dead always left them. Her nails were unbroken and clean, the defensive wounds on her hands and arms shallow. He'd come at her from behind. Later, Frank would have this verified by the ME's findings, but as he crouched beside the body, he played the scene in his head. The first blow had gone deep into her back, just below the shoulder blades. She'd probably screamed, stumbled, tried to turn. There would have been shock along with the pain. Had she seen his face? Seen what was in it? He'd come at her again. Had she lifted an arm to block the blow? Please don't, God, don't. She tried to get away, knocking over the lamp, shattering glass, slicing her bare feet on it, even as he sliced at her. She'd fallen, crawled, weeping. He'd driven the blades into her again and again, plunging with them, slashing with them, even after she was still, even after she was dead. Two uniforms watched Sam in the adjoining room. As with his first glimpse of Julie, this image would implant itself on Frank's mind. He was pale and handsome. He smoked in quick jerks, his arm pistoning up and down, as he brought the cigarette to his lips, drew in smoke, blew it out, drew it in again. His eyes were off, glassy, and wheeling in his head. Shock and drugs. His wife's blood was all over him. Somebody killed her. Somebody killed Julie. He said it again and again. Tell me what happened, Mr. Tanner. She's dead. Julie's dead. I couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop what? The blood. Sam stared down at his hands, then began to weep. Sometime during that initial disjointed interview, Frank remembered there was a child and went to look for her. In his office, Noah typed up his notes from the interview with his father. It helped to write it down, to see the words. When his phone rang, he jolted and realized that he had been lost, working for hours. The first streaks of sunset were now staining the sky through his window. Noah pressed his fingers to his aching eyes and answered, "It's Sam Tanner." Instinctively, Noah snatched up a pencil. "Where are you?" "I'm watching the sun go down." "I'm outside and I'm watching the sun go down over the water." "You didn't tell me they were letting you out early, Sam." "No." "Are you in San Francisco?" "I was in San Francisco long enough. It's cold and it's damp. I wanted to come home." Noah's pulse picked up. "You're in LA?" "I got a room off of Sunset." "It's not what it used to be, Brady. Give me the address." "I'm not there now. Actually, I'm down the road from you, watching the sunset," he said almost dreamily. "Outside a place that serves tacos and beer and salsa that makes your eyes sting." "Tell me where you are. I'll meet you." Sam wore khakis and a short-sleeved chambray shirt, both so painfully new they'd yet to shake out the folding pleats. He sat at one of the little iron tables on the patio of the Mexican place and stared out over the water. Though business wasn't brisk, There was a sprinkling of people at other tables, kids with fresh faces who scooped up nachos and sipped at the beers they were barely old enough to order. In contrast, Sam looked old, pale, and inexplicably more naive. Noah ordered more tacos, another beer for each of them. What does it feel like? With a kind of wonder, Sam watched an inline skater skim by. I spent a few days in San Francisco to get my bearings. Then I took a bus down. Part of me kept expecting someone to stop me, take me back, say it had all been a mistake. Another part was waiting to be recognized, to hear someone call out, "Look, there's Sam Tanner," and run over for my autograph. Their two lives crossed over in the middle, and my mind keeps jumping back and forth between them. Do you want to be recognized? I was a star, an important actor. You need the attention, not just to feed the ego, but to stroke the child. If you weren't a child, how good an actor could you be? After a while, inside, I had to put that away. When I knew the appeals weren't going to work, the cage wasn't going to open, I had to put it away to survive. Then I got out, and it all came flooding back. And as badly as I wanted someone to look at me, to see me and remember, it scared the shit out of me that someone would. Stage fright. Sam gave a small, sick smile. There's something I haven't had to deal with in a long time. Noah said nothing while the waitress clunked their food and drinks down. Once she'd walked away, he leaned forward. Coming to LA was a risk because someone's bound to recognize you sooner or later. Where else would I go? It's changed. I got lost twice, walking around. New faces everywhere, on the street, on the billboards. People driving around in big chunky jeeps. And you can't smoke any fucking where. Noah had to laugh at the absolute bafflement in the statement. I imagined the food some better than San Quentin's. I forgot places like this existed. Sam picked up a taco, studied it. I'd forgotten that before I went inside. If it wasn't the best, I wasn't interested. If I wasn't going to be seen, admired, envied, what was the point? He bit in, crunching the shell, ignoring the little bits of tomato and lettuce and sauce that plopped onto his plate. For a few moments he ate in concentrated silence. A kind of grim focus Noah imagined came from prison meals. I was an asshole. Noah lifted a brow. Can I quote you? That's what this is about, isn't it? I had everything. Success, adulation, power, wealth. I had the most beautiful woman in the world who loved me. I thought I deserved it, all of it. So I didn't value what I had. I didn't value any of it or see it as any more than my due. So I lost it, all of it. Keeping his eyes on Sam's face, Noah sipped his beer. Did you kill your wife? He didn't answer at first, only watched the last sliver of sun sink red into the sea. Yes. His gaze shifted, locked on Noah's. Did you expect me to deny it? What's the point? I served 20 years for what I did. Some will say it's not enough. Maybe they're right. Why did you kill her? Because I couldn't be what she asked me to be. Now ask me if I picked up the scissors that night and stabbed them into her back, her body, sliced them across her throat. All right, did you? I don't know. His eyes shifted to the water again. Went dreamy again. I just don't know. I remember it two ways, and both seem absolutely real. I stopped thinking it mattered. Then, they told me I was going to die. I need to know, and you're going to figure out which of the two ways is real. Which one are you going to tell me? Neither, not yet. I need the money. I opened an account at this bank. He brought out a scrap of paper. That's my account number. They do this electronic transfer. That'd be the best way. All right. Noah pocketed the paper. It'll be there tomorrow. Then we'll talk tomorrow. Noah called Olivia the next morning, caught her at her desk at the center. He was still damp from the shower after his run on the beach, just starting to pump up his system with coffee. The sound of her voice, brisk, businesslike, husky around the edges, made him smile. Hello back, Miss MacBride. Miss me? Not particularly. I don't believe it. You recognize my voice too easily. He heard her sigh, certain she'd wanted it audible and full of exasperation. Why wouldn't I? You talk more than any 3 people I know put together. And you don't talk enough, but I've got your voice in my head. I had a dream about you last night, all soft watery colors and slow motion. We made love on the bank of the river, and the grass was cool and damp and wild with flowers. I woke up with the taste of you in my mouth. There was a moment of silence, a quiet catch of breath. That's very interesting. Is someone in your office? Momentarily. Thanks, Curtis. I'll take care of that. There was another pause. That riverbank is a public area. He laughed so hard he had to slide onto a stool. I'm becoming seriously crazy about you, Liv. Did you like the flowers? They're very nice and completely unnecessary. Sure they were. They make you think of me. I want you to keep me right in the front of your mind, Liv, so we can pick things up when I get there. When do you plan to make the trip? 1 or 2 weeks, sooner, if I can manage it. The lodge is booked well in advance this time of year. I'll think of something. Liv, I need to tell you I've seen Tanner, spoken with him. He's here in Los Angeles. I see. I thought you'd feel better knowing where he is. Yes, I suppose I do. I have to go. Liv, you can tell me how you feel. Aside from the book, just as someone who cares about you. You can talk to me. I don't know how I feel. I only know I can't let where he is or what he's doing change my life. I'm not going to let anything or anyone do that. You may find out some changes don't have to hurt. I'll let you know when I plan to come in. Keep thinking about me, Olivia. She hung up, let out a long breath. Keep dreaming, she murmured and skimmed a finger over the petals of a sunny daisy. She hadn't been able to resist keeping them in her office, where she could see them when she was stuck at her desk and itching to get outside. She'd recognized what he'd done as well and found it incredibly sweet and very clever. The flowers he ordered were all from the varieties he had in his own garden, the garden she hadn't been able to resist. He had to know that looking at them would make her think of him. She'd have thought of him anyway, and she'd lied when she told him she didn't miss him. It surprised her how much she did and worried her just a little to realize she wished they were different people in a different situation. Then they could be lovers, maybe even friends, without the shadows clinging to the corner of their relationship. She'd never been friends with a lover, she thought. Had never really had a lover, as that term added dimension and intimacy to simple sex. But she thought Noah would insist on being both. If she wanted him, she would have to give more than she'd been willing or able to give to anyone before. One more thing to think about, she decided. and rubbing the tension from her neck, swiveled back to her keyboard and began to input her ideas for the fall programs with an eye to the elementary school field trips she hoped to implement. She answered the knock on her door with a grunt. Was that a come in or go to hell? Rob wanted to know as he gently shook the package he carried. It's come in to you and go to hell for anyone else. I'm just working out some fall programs. She angled her head as she swiveled her chair around. What's in the box? Don't know. It came to the lodge. Looks like an overnight from Los Angeles. To you. Me. I'd guess it's from the same young man who sent you the flowers. He set the package on the desk. And I say he has fine taste in women. Which you say with complete objectivity. Of course, Rob sat on the corner of the desk, reached for her hands. How's my girl? I'm fine. She gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. Don't worry about me, Grandpop. I'm allowed to worry. It's part of the job description. And she'd been so tense, so pale, when she'd come back from California. It doesn't matter that he's out, Livy. I've made my peace with that. I hope you will. I'm working on it. She rose, moved away to tidy files that didn't need tidying. Noah just called. He wanted to let me know he'd seen him, spoken to him. It's best you know? Yes, it is. I appreciate that he understands that, respects that. That he doesn't treat me as if I was so fragile I'd break, that I needed to be protected from... She trailed off, felt a wave of heat wash into her face. I didn't mean... It's all right. I don't know if we did the right thing, Livy. Bringing you here. Closing everything else out. We meant it for the best. Bringing me here was exactly the right thing. She dropped the files and stepped over to hug him tight. No one could have given me more love or a better home than you and Grandma. We won't let thoughts of him come in here and make us question it. Her eyes stormed with emotion when she drew back. We won't. I still want what's best for you. I'm just not as sure as I once was what it is. This young man, he nodded toward the flowers. He's bringing you an awful lot to face at one time, but he's got a straight look in his eye. Makes me want to trust him with you. Grandpop? She bent, kissed his cheek. I'm old enough and smart enough to decide that for myself. You're still my baby. Aren't you going to open the package? No, it'll only encourage him. She grinned. He's trying to charm me. Is he? I suppose he is a little. He's planning on coming back soon. I'll decide just how charmed I am when I see him again. Now go to work and let me do the same. He comes back around, I'm keeping an eye on him. Rob winked as he got up and headed for the door. Then he stopped, one hand on the knob, and glanced back. Did we keep you too close, Livy? Hold you too tight? He shook his head before she could answer. Yes or no, you grew your own way. Your mother had be proud of you. When the door closed behind him, she sat down, struggled with the tears that were a hot mix of grief and joy. She hoped he was right, that her mother would be proud and not see her daughter as a woman who was too aloof, too hard, too afraid to open herself to anyone but the family who'd always been there. Would Julie, bright, beautiful Julie, ask her daughter, "Where are your friends? Where are the boys you pined for? The men you loved? Where are the people you've touched or made part of your life?" What would the answer be? Olivia wondered. There's no one. No one. It made her so suddenly. so unbearably sad the tears threatened again. Blinking them away, she stared at the package on her desk. Noah, she thought. He was trying to reach her. Wasn't it time she let him? She dug out the Leatherman knife from her pocket, used the slim blade to break the sealing tape. Then she paused, let herself feel the anticipation, the pleasure. Let herself think of him as she lifted the lid. Hurrying now, she probed through the protective blizzard of styrofoam chips, spilling them out onto the desk as she worked the contents out. Glass or china, she thought. Some sort of figurine. She wondered if he'd actually tracked down a statue of a marmot, was already laughing at the idea when she freed the figure. The laugh died in her throat, tumbled with the avalanche of icy panic that roared through her chest. Her own rapid breathing became a crashing scream in her head. She dropped the figurine as if it were a live snake poised to strike, and stared, trembling and swaying, at the benevolent and beautiful face of the blue fairy poised atop the music box. 24. I never wanted to be alone. Sam held the coffee Noah had given him and squinted against the sun. Being alone was like a punishment to me, a failure. Julie was good at it, often preferred it. She didn't need the spotlight the way I did. Did or do? Noah asked, and watched Sam smile. I've learned there are advantages to solitude. Julie always knew that. When we separated, when I bought the place in Malibu, the prospect of living there alone was nearly as terrifying as living without her. I don't remember much about the Malibu house. I guess it was similar to this. He glanced back at the house, the creamy wood, clear streams of glass, the splashes of flowers in stone tubs. Then out to the ocean. The view wouldn't have been much different. You like it here? Being alone? My kind of work requires big chunks of solitude. Sam only nodded and fell silent. Noah had debated the wisdom of conducting the interviews at his own place. In the end, it had seemed most practical. They'd have the privacy he required, and by setting up on the deck, give Sam his wish to be outside. He hadn't been able to come up with a good argument against it, as Sam already had his address. He waited while Sam lit another cigarette. Tell me about the night of August 28th. I didn't want to be alone, Sam said again. I wasn't working, had just fired my agent. I was pissed off at Julie. Who the hell did she think she was? Kicking me out of the house when she was the one fucking around? I called Lydia. I wanted company. I wanted sympathy. She hated Julie, so I knew she'd say what I wanted to hear. I figured we'd get high and have sex, like old times. That'd teach Julie a lesson. His hand bunched into a fist on his knee, and he began to tap it there, rhythmically. She wasn't home. Her maid said she was out for the evening, so I was pissed off about that too. Couldn't depend on anyone. No one was there when you needed them. Worked myself up pretty good. There were others I could have called, but I thought fuck them. I did a line to prime myself up, then got in the car and headed into LA. He paused, rubbing lightly at his temple as if he had a headache brewing, then went back to tapping his fist on his knee. I don't know how many clubs I hit. It came out in the trial. Different people seeing me at different places that night. Saying I was belligerent, looking for trouble. How did they know what I was looking for when I didn't? Witnesses stated you were looking for Lucas Manning, got into a shoving match with security at one of the clubs, knocked over a tray of drinks at another. Must have. Sam moved his shoulder casually, but his hand continued its hard, steady rhythm. It's a blur. Bright lights, bright colors, faces, bodies. I did another line in the car, maybe two before I drove to our house. I'd been drinking too. I had all this energy and anger, and all I could think of was Julie. We'd settle this, goddammit, once and for all. He sat back, closed his eyes. His hand stilled, then began to claw at his knee. I remember the way the trees stood out against the sky, like a painting, and the headlights of other cars were like suns, burning against my eyes. I could hear the sound of my heartbeat in my head. Then it goes two ways. He opened his eyes, blue and intense, and stared into Noah's. The gate's locked. I know he's in there with her, the son of a bitch. When she comes on the intercom, I tell her to open the gate. I need to talk to her. I'm careful, really careful, to keep my tone calm. I know she won't let me in if she knows I've been using. She won't let me in if she knows I'm primed. She tells me it's late, but I persist. I persuade. She gives in. I drive back to the house. The moonlight's so bright, it hurts my eyes. And she's standing in the door, the light behind her. She's wearing the white silk nightgown I'd bought her for our last anniversary. Her hair's down around her shoulders. Her feet are bare. She's so beautiful. And cold. Her face is cold, like something carved out of marble. She tells me to make it quick. She's tired and walks into the parlor. There's a glass of wine on the table, and the magazines, the scissors. They're silver and yang-bladed, sitting on the glass top. She picks up her wine. She knows I'm high now, so she's angry. Why are you doing this to yourself? She asks me. Why are you doing this to me? To Livy? Sam lifted a hand to his lips, rubbed them back and forth, back and forth. I tell her it's her fault. Hers because she let Manning put his hands on her. Because she put her career ahead of our marriage. It's an old argument, old ground. But this time, it takes a different turn. She says she's through with me. There's no chance for us. And she wants me out of her life. I make her sick. I disgust her. Still the actor. He punched the words, used pauses and passion. She doesn't raise her voice, but I can see the words coming out of her mouth. I see them as dark red smoke, and they choke me. She tells me she's never been happier since she kicked me out, and has no intention of weighing herself down with a has-been with a drug problem. Manning isn't just a better actor. He's a better lover. And I was right all along. She's tired of denying it. He gives her everything I can't. Noah watched Sam's eyes go glassy and narrowed his own. She turned away from me as if I was nothing, Sam muttered, then lifted his voice to a half shout, as if everything we'd had together was nothing. The red smoke from her words is covering my face. It's burning in my throat. The scissors with the long silver blades are in my hands. I want to stab them through her, deep inside her. She screams. The glass flies out of her hand, shatters. Blood pours out of her back, like I'd pulled a cork out of a bottle of perfect red wine. She stumbles. There's a crash. I can't see through the smoke. Just keep hacking with the scissors. The blood's hot on my hands, on my face. We're on the floor. She's crawling. The scissors are like part of my hand. I can't stop them. I can't stop. His eyelids shuttered closed now, and the hands on his knees were bone-white fists. I see Livy in the doorway, staring at me with her mother's eyes. His hand shook as he picked up his coffee. He sipped, long and deep, like a man gulping for liquid after wandering the desert. That's one way I remember it. Can I have something cold now? Some water? All right. Noah switched off the recorder, rose, went inside to the kitchen. Then he laid his palms on the counter. Icy sweat shivered over his skin. The images of the murder were bad enough. He'd read the transcripts, studied the reports. He'd known what to expect, but it had been the perfect artistry of Sam's narrative that knotted his stomach. That, and the thought of Olivia crawling out of her child's bed and into a nightmare. How many times had she relived it, he wondered. He poured 2 glasses of mineral water over ice, braced himself to go back out and continue. You're wondering if you can still be objective, Sam said when Noah stepped out again. You're wondering how you can stand to sit here with me and breathe the same air. No, Noah passed him the water. Sat. That's part of my job. I'm wondering how you live with yourself. What you see when you look in the mirror every morning. They kept me on suicide watch for 2 years. They were right. But after a while, you learn to go from one day to the next. I love Julie, and that love was the best part of my life. It still wasn't enough to make me a man. And 20 years in prison did? 20 years in prison made me sorry. I destroyed everything I'd been given. Cancer made me decide to take what was left. What's left, Sam? The truth, and facing it. He took another sip of water. I remember that night another way too. It starts off the same, token up, cruising, letting the drug feed the rage, but this time, the gates are open when I get there. Boy, that pisses me off. What the hell is she thinking? We're going to have a little talk about that. If Manning's inside, I know damn well he's in there. I can see him pumping himself into my wife. I think about killing him, with my bare hands, while she watches. The door of the house is wide open, light spilling out. This really gets me. I walk in, looking for a fight. I start to go upstairs. Sure, I'll catch them in bed. But I hear the music from the parlor. They must be fucking in there, with the music on. The door open and my daughter upstairs. Then He stopped, took a long drink, then set the glass aside. There's blood everywhere. I didn't even recognize it for what it was at first. It's too much to be real. There's broken glass, smashed. The lamp we'd bought on our honeymoon is shattered on the floor. My head's buzzed from coke and vodka. But I'm thinking, Jesus, there's been a break-in. And I see her. Oh God, I see her on the floor. His voice broke, wavered, quavered, just as perfectly delivered as the stream of violence in his first version. I'm kneeling beside her, saying her name, trying to pick her up. There's blood all over her. I know she's dead, but I tell her to wake up. She has to wake up. I pulled the scissors out of her back. If I took them out, they couldn't hurt her. And there was Livy, staring at me. He took a cigarette from the pack on the table and struck a match, and the flame shivered as if in a brisk wind. The police didn't buy that one. He blew out smoke. Neither did the jury. After a while, I stopped buying it too. I'm not here to buy anything, Sam. No. He nodded, but it was a sly look, a con's look. But you'll wonder, won't you? According to Manning, he and Julie never had an affair. Not for lack of trying on his part, he was upfront about that. Noah stood with his father outside the youth center while a group of kids fought through a pickup game on the newly blacktopped basketball court. He was in love with her, or infatuated, spent a lot of time with her. But she considered him a friend. Ahadum, that's the way he played it during the investigation. Did you believe him? Frank sighed, shook his head as he watched one of his boys bobble a pass. He was convincing. The housekeeper's testimony backed him up. She swore no man had ever spent the night in that house but the man her mistress had been married to. She was fiercely loyal to Julie and could have been covering. But we never shook her on it. The only evidence to the contrary was Sam Tanner's belief and the usual gossip. As far as the case went, it didn't matter one way or the other. Tanner believed in the affair, so to him it was real and part of the motive. Don't you find it odd that Manning and Lydia Loring ended up as lovers even for only a few months? That's why they call it Hollyweird, pal. Just hypothetically, if you hadn't had Tanner cold, where else would you have looked? We had him cold, and we still looked. We interviewed Manning, Lydia, the housekeeper, the agent, the family, particularly the Melbournes, as they both worked for Julie. Actually, we took a long look at Jamie Melbourne. She inherited a considerable sum upon her sister's death. We went through Julie's fan mail, culled out the loonies, and took a look at them in case an obsessed fan had managed to get in through the security. The fact is, Tanner was there. His prints were all over the murder weapon. He had motive, means, and opportunity. And his own daughter saw him. Frank shifted. I had some trouble with the case during the first few days. It didn't hold as solid as I wanted it to. What do you mean? It didn't hold? Just that the way Tanner behaved. The way he mixed up two different nights. Two different altercations with Julie in his head. Or pretended to. It didn't sit at first. Then he lawyered and went hard. I realized he'd been playing me. Don't let him play you, Noah. I'm not. But he jammed his hands into his pockets, paced away, paced back. Just hear me out. A few days ago, he told me two versions of that night. The first jibes with your findings. Almost a perfect match. He's into the part when he's describing it. He could have been replaying a murder scene in a brutal movie. Then he tells me the other way. The way he got there and found her. His hands shake, and he goes pale. His voice races up and down like a roller coaster. Which did you believe? Both. Frank nodded. And he told you last the way that makes him innocent. Let that impression dig the deepest. Noah hissed out a breath. Yeah, I thought of that. Maybe he still wishes it was the second way. One thing I believe, Noah, is that after he wished she hadn't opened the door that night. And you can't ever forget that one vital point, Frank added. He's an actor and knows how to sell himself. I'm not forgetting, Noah murmured. But he was wondering. He decided to swing by and see his mother. He planned on heading to Washington the following day. This time he'd fly up, then rent a car. He didn't want to waste time on the road. Celia was sitting on their little side deck, going through the mail and sipping a tall glass of herbal sun tea. She lifted her cheek for Noah to kiss, then wagged a foam letter at him. Have you seen this? They're threatening to cut the funding for the preservation of the northern elephant seal. Must have missed that one. It's disgraceful. Congress votes itself a raise, spends millions of taxpayer dollars on studies to study studies of studies. But they'll sit back and let another of the species on our planet become extinct. Go get 'em, Mom. She huffed, put the letter aside, and opened another. Your father's at the youth center. I know. I was just there. I thought I'd come by and see you before I headed to Washington tomorrow. I'm glad you did. Why don't you stay for dinner? I've got a new recipe for artichoke bottoms I want to try out. Gee, that sounds tempting, but I have to pack. Liar, she said with a laugh. How long will you be gone? Depends. Is the book giving you trouble? Some. Nothing major. What then? I've got a little hang-up going. He picked up her tea, sipped, winced. She refused to add even a grain of sugar. A personal level hang-up. On Olivia MacBride. Really? Celia drew out the word, giving it several syllables, and grinned like a contented cat. Isn't that nice? I don't know how nice it is, or why you'd be so pleased about it. You haven't seen her since she was a kid. I've read her letters to your father. She appears to me a smart, sensible young woman, which is a far cry from your usual choice, particularly that creature Corinne. She still hasn't turned up, by the way. Fine. Let her stay in whatever hole she dug for herself. I suppose I have to agree. And to backtrack, I like hearing you say you're interested in someone. You never tell me you're interested in a woman. Just that you're seeing one. I've been interested in Liv for years. Really? How? She was what, 12 when you last saw her? 18. I went up to see her 6 years ago, when she was in college. Surprised, Celia stopped opening mail. You went to see her? You never mentioned it. No, mostly because I wasn't too happy with the way it worked out. He blew out a breath. Okay, condensed version. I wanted to write the book, even then. I went to see her to talk her into cooperating. Then I saw her and... man, it just blasted through me. I couldn't think. With all the stuff going on inside me, just looking at her, I didn't think. Noah. Celia closed a hand over his. I had no idea you'd ever felt that way. With anyone. I felt that way with her and I ruined it. When she found out why I was there, it hurt her. She wouldn't listen to apologies or explanations. She just closed the door. Has she opened it again? I think she's pulled back a couple of the locks. You weren't honest with her before. And it ended badly. That should tell you something. It does. But first, I have to wear her down. Because he felt better. Having just said it all out loud, he smiled. She's a hell of a lot tougher than she was at 18. You'll think more of her if she makes you work. She patted his hand, then went back to the mail. I know you, Noah. When you want something, you go after it. Maybe not all at once, but you keep at it until you have it. Well, it feels like I've been going after Olivia MacBride most of my life. Meanwhile, Mom, what is it? She'd gone deadly pale. Had him leaping up fearing a heart attack. Noah, oh God. She gripped the hand he'd pressed to her face. Look, look. He pulled the paper out of her hand, ignoring it while he struggled to keep them both calm. Take it easy. Just sit still. Catch your breath. I'll call the doctor. No, for God's sake, look. She took his wrist, yanked the paper he held back down. He saw it then. The photocopy was fuzzy, poorly reproduced, but he recognized the work of the police photographer documenting the body of Julie MacBride at the scene of the murder. He had a copy of the picture in his own files, and though he'd looked at it countless times, the stark black and white was freshly appalling. No, not a photocopy, he realized. Computer scanned, just as the bold letters beneath the picture were computer generated. It can happen again. It can happen to you. Rage, cold and controlled, coated him as he looked into his mother's horrified, baffled eyes. He flicked the wrong switch this time, Noah murmured. He waited until his father came racing home. But no amount of arguing or pleading could make him wait until the police arrived. The son of a bitch had played him all right and had nearly sucked him in. Now he threatened his family. Revenge, Noah supposed, as he slammed out of his car and strode down Sunset. Revenge against the cop who'd helped lock him away. Go after the family. Lure the son in, dangle the story, take the money, then terrorize the wife. Noah pushed through the front entrance of the apartment unit, flicked a glance at the elevator, and chose the stairs. The mighty had fallen here, he thought. The paint was peeling, the treads grimy, and he caught the sweet whiff of pot still clinging to the air. But he hadn't fallen far enough. The bastard liked women as his victims. Noah pounded a fist on the door of the second-floor apartment. Women and little girls. They'd just see how well he handled it when he had a man to deal with. He pounded again and seriously considered kicking the door in. The cold edge of his rage had flashed to a burn. If you're looking for the old man, he split. Noah glanced around, saw the woman. Held the hooker, he corrected. Split where? Hey, I don't keep tabs on the neighbors, honey. You a cop? No, I've got business with him, that's all. Look a little like a cop, she decided after an expert up-and-down survey. Parole officer? What makes you think he needs one? Shit. You think I can't spot a con? He did some long time. What he do? Kill somebody. I just want to talk to him. Well, he ain't here. She kept moving, giving Noah an unattractive whiff of cheap perfume and stale sex. Packed up his little bag and moved out yesterday. Long after the center had closed for the day, Olivia worked in her office. The paperwork had a nasty habit of building up on her during late spring and summer. She much preferred taking groups on the trail, giving lectures or heading a tour of the backcountry for a few days. She caught herself staring at the phone again and muttered curses under her breath. It was humiliating, absolutely mortifying, to realize that part of the reason she was working late again was the hope that Noah would call, which he hadn't done in 2 days, she reminded herself. Not that he was under any obligation to call her, of course. Not that she couldn't, if she wanted to, call him. Which she wouldn't do because, damn it would look as if she was hoping he'd call. She was acting like a high school girl with a crush. At least she thought she was. She'd never been a high school girl with a crush. Apparently, she'd had more sense at 16 than she had now. Now she daydreamed over the flowers he'd sent. She remembered the exact tone of his voice when he'd said her name, after he'd kissed her, the texture of his hands against her face, the little lurch of shock and pleasure in her own stomach. The way he talked and talked, she thought now, poking and prodding at her until she gave up and laughed. He'd been the first man she'd ever been attracted to who could make her laugh. He was certainly the only man she'd ever thought about after he was out of sight. No, maybe she should say the second man, as the younger version of Noah had attracted her, charmed her, confused her. They were both just different enough now for this, whatever it was between them, to be somehow new and very compelling, which she supposed said as much about her as it did about him. She hadn't wanted anything but surface involvements, and she hadn't wanted many of those. Why in the world was she sitting here analyzing her feelings when she didn't want to have any feelings in the first place? She had enough to worry about without adding Noah Brady to the mix. She glanced toward her little storage closet. She'd buried the music box under the packing, stuffed it in the closet. Why had he sent it? Was it a peace offering or a threat? She didn't want the first and refused to be intimidated by the second, but she hadn't been able to throw it away. When the phone rang, she jumped foolishly, then rolled her eyes in annoyance. It had to be Noah, she thought. Who else would call so late? She caught herself before she could snatch eagerly at the receiver, deliberately let it ring 3 full times while she took careful breaths. When she picked it up, her voice was cool and brisk. River's End Naturalist Center. She heard the music, just the faint drift of it, and imagined Noah setting a scene for a romantic phone call. She started to laugh, to open her mouth, to make some pithy comment, then found herself unable to speak at all. She recognized it now. Tchaikovsky's Sleeping Beauty, the soaring, liquid, heartbreaking notes of it that took her back to a warm summer night and the metallic scent of blood. Her hand tightened on the receiver while the panic trip of her heart filled her head. What do you want? Her free hand pressed and rubbed between her breasts as if to shove back the rising pressure. I know who you are. I know what you are. The monster was free. I'm not afraid of you. It was a lie. Terror, hot, greasy flows of it swam into her belly and slicked over her skin. She wanted to crawl under her desk, roll up into a ball, hide, just hide. Stay away from me. Fear broke through, spiking her voice. Just stay away. She slammed the receiver down and, with panic bubbling madly in her throat, ran. The doorknob slipped out of her hand, making her whimper with frustration until she could cement her grip. The center was dark, silent. She nearly cowered back, but the phone rang again. Her own screams shocked her, sent her skidding wildly across the floor. Her breath tore out of her lungs, sobbed through the silence. She had to get out, to run, to be safe. And as she reached for the door, the knob turned sharply. The door opened wide, and in its center was the shadow of a man. Her vision went gray and hazy. Dimly she heard someone call her name. Hands closed over her arms. She felt herself sway, then slide through them into the black. Hey, come on, come back. Her head reeled. She felt little pats on her face, the brush of lips over hers. It took her a moment to realize she was on the floor, being rocked like a baby in Noah's lap. Stop slapping me, you moron. She lay still, weak from embarrassment and the dregs of panic. Oh yeah, that's better. Good. He covered her mouth with his, poured an ocean of relief into the kiss. That's the first time I ever had a woman faint at my feet. Can't say I like it one damn bit. I didn't faint. You did a mighty fine imitation then. She'd only been out for seconds, he realized, though it had seemed to take a lifetime for her to melt in his grip. I'm sorry I scared you coming in that way. I saw your office light. Let me up. Let's just sit here a minute. I don't think my legs are ready to try standing yet. He rested his cheek on hers. So how have you been otherwise? She wanted to laugh and to weep. Oh, just fine, thanks. You? He shifted her so he could grin into her face. Then just the look of her, clear amber eyes, pale skin, had something moving inside him. I really missed you. His hand roamed through her hair now, stroking. It's so weird. Do you know how much time we've actually spent together? No, not enough, he murmured and lowered his mouth to hers again. This time her lips were soft and welcomed him. Her arms lifted and enfolded him. He felt himself sink, then settle, so that even the wonder of it seemed as natural as breathing. She had no defenses now. He drew her in, soft, slow, sure, until there was nothing but that stirring mating of lips. Leave. He traced kisses along her jaw, up to her temple. Let me close the door. Her sleepy answer had sparks of heat simmering inside the warmth. The door? His hand brushed over her breast, his fingers spreading as she arched toward him. I don't want to make love with you in an open doorway. She made another humming sound, scraping her teeth over his bottom lip as she slapped at the door in an attempt to close it herself. Then the phone rang, and she was clawing to get free. It's just the phone. Christ. To defend himself, he clamped his arms over hers. It's him. Let me go. It's him. He didn't ask whom she meant. She only used that tone when she spoke of her father. How do you know? Her eyes wheeled white with panic. He called before. Just before. What did he say to you? Nothing. Overwhelmed, she curled up, clamped her hands over her ears. Nothing, nothing. It's okay. It's all right. Stay right here. He nudged her aside, and with blood in his eye, strode into the office. Even as he reached for the receiver, the ringing stopped. It was him. She'd managed to get up, managed to walk to the door, but she was shaking. He didn't say anything. He just played the music my mother had on the stereo the night he killed her. He wants me to know he hasn't forgotten. 25. He'd managed to book a room, but had been warned it was only available for one night. For the remainder of the month, the lodge was fully booked. There were a couple of campsites still available, but he couldn't work up any enthusiasm in that area. Still, he was going to have to snag one and buy himself some camping equipment if he meant to stay. And he meant to stay. His original plan had been to rent a snazzy suite in some hotel within reasonable driving distance where he could work in comfort and seduce Olivia in style. After what he'd learned the night before, he wasn't willing to stay that far away. He intended to keep an eye on her. The only way to accomplish that was to stay put and to be more stubborn than she was. There'd been a test of that the night before as well. She told him about the phone call, the music box, and her fear had been alive in the room with them. But the moment she'd gotten it out, she toughened up again, stepped back from him. He thought part of it had been an incredibly misplaced sense of embarrassment at showing a weakness. But on another level, he decided this was the way she'd shored up any holes in her defenses for years. She set it aside, closed it off, and refused to talk about it. She tired up when he'd said he was taking her home. She knew the way. He'd get lost on the way back. She didn't need a bodyguard and wouldn't be taken anywhere by anyone. Noah stepped out on his tiny first-floor patio and scanned the deep green of the summer forest. He'd never actually dragged a woman to his car before, he thought now. Never seriously wrestled with one in a personal match that didn't have the end goal of sex on the minds of both participants. And he'd never come quite so close to losing to a girl. He rubbed his bruised ribs absently. He wondered if he should be ashamed of having enjoyed it quite so much, then decided against it. He'd gotten her home safely, had managed to block her last punch long enough to punctuate his victory with a very satisfying kiss, until she'd bitten him. God, he was crazy about her, and concerned enough to make him determined to deal with Sam Tanner, to keep Olivia safe, and to give her some peace of mind. He went back inside and called his father. "How's Mom?" "She's fine. I drove her into work today and browbeat a promise out of her that she wouldn't go anywhere alone. I'll be driving her to and from until... No word on Tanner?" "No. He withdrew $2,000 in cash from his bank account. He rented his room by the week and had paid up. The police are interested in questioning him about the picture, but there's not a lot they can do. I tugged some strings and had a couple of my buddies check the airports and train stations for reservations in his name. Nothing. He needs to be found. Hire a detective, the best you know. I can afford it. Noah, this is my party. I foot the bill. I'll arrange for you to leave messages for me here at the lodge. I'm going to be doing the tent thing for a while, and I might not have my cell phone on me, so I won't always be reachable. I'll be checking in as often as I can. Noah, if he's decided it's payback, you're a target. He's dying. He's got nothing to lose. I grew up with a cop. I know how to handle myself. Take care of Mom." Frank waited a beat. "I know how to take care of what's mine. Watch yourself, Noah." "Same goes." He hung up, then paced the little room while he tried to juggle an idea out of his mind. When it came, it was so simple, so perfect. He grinned. "I know how to take care of what's mine too," he murmured. And hoping she'd cooled off, he went to find Olivia. She hadn't cooled off. In fact, she was nursing her temper, as a devoted mother would a fretful baby. She'd take spit in his side temper over the sick, shaky panic she felt every time her office phone rang. So she nurtured it. She used it. She all but wallowed in it. When Noah walked into her office, she got to her feet, slowly, her eyes cold, steady. Like a gunfighter, she shot fast and from the hip. "Get your sorry ass out of my office and off MacBride property. If you're not checked out and gone inside of 10 minutes, I'm calling the cops and having you charged with assault." "You'll never make it stick," he said with a cheer he knew would infuriate her. "I'm the one with the bruises. Don't swear," he added quickly, and shut the door at his back. "There are young, impressionable children out there. Now, I've got a deal for you." "A deal for me?" She bared her teeth in a snarl, then jerked back when the phone rang. Before she could move, Noah snatched it off the hook himself. "Rivers End Naturalist Center. Miss MacBride's office. This is Raoul, her personal assistant. I'm sorry. She's in a meeting. Would you like... Idiot." She hissed at him and wrestled the phone out of his hand. "This is Olivia MacBride." Noah shrugged, then wandered around the room as she dealt with business. When she ended the conversation, then said nothing, he checked the soil of a nicely blooming African violet. "I've been thinking about taking a few days to get away from technology," he decided. to test myself. Man against nature, you know. He looked back. She was still standing, but she had her hands linked together now. The fire had gone out of her eyes, leaving them careful blank. I'd think less of you if you weren't afraid, because then I'd think you were stupid. He said it quietly, with just the slight sledge of annoyance. How could he see so much, she wondered, without even seeming to look? I'm not a damsel in distress. I can take care of myself. Good, because I'm hoping you'll be looking after me the next few days. I want to do some hiking and camping in the backcountry. Her laugh came fast and was none too flattering. The hell you do? 3 days, you and me. He held up a finger before she could laugh again. We get away for a while. You do what you do best, and so do I. You'd agreed to interviews, so we'll talk. This place is something you love, and I want you to show it to me. I want to see what you see when you look at it. For the book. No, for me. I want to be alone with you. She could feel her resolve and her temper melting. I've rethought that situation, and I'm not interested. Yes, you are. Unoffended, he took her hand, skimming his thumb over her knuckles. You're just mad at me because I outmuscled you last night. Actually, it wasn't. He broke off as he glanced down at her hand and saw the faint trail of bruises just above her wrist. I guess I'm not the only one with bruises. He lifted her wrist, kissed it. Sorry. Cut it out. She slapped his hand away. All right. I'm mad because you saw me at my worst, my weakest, and I let you see it. I'm mad because you wouldn't leave me alone. And I'm mad because I like being with you, even when you irritate me. You can count on staying mad for a while then. I'm not going anywhere until we figure everything out. Let's go play in the forest, Livy. I have work. I'm a paying client. And as part of the deal, you can give me a list of what I need, and I'll buy what's available at the lodge. Between the guide fee and the equipment, you're going to take in a couple of grand easy. Delegate leave, you know you can. You also need backcountry permits. What'll they think of next? 24 hours, you'll be crying for your laptop. Bet? $100. Deal. He gave her hand a squeeze. He hadn't expected her to send over a list that included wardrobe, detailing down to how many pairs of socks and underwear she recommended he take for the trip. It was like being 12 again and getting a to-do list from his mother. He bought the gear, including a new backpack, as she'd pointed out on her list that his was too small and had a number of holes in it. And though they were going to weigh him down, he bought 2 bottles of wine and nested them inside spare socks. Camping was one thing. Going primitive was another. By the time he was done, he figured he'd be carrying 35 pounds on his back, and imagined after 5 miles or so, it would weigh like 100. With some regret, he locked his cell phone and laptop in the trunk of the rental car. I'll be back, boys, he murmured. Looks like I'm gonna win that $100 before we leave. That wasn't whining. It was a fond farewell. He turned and studied her. She wore jeans, roomy and faded, a River's End t-shirt, and a light jacket tied around her waist. Sturdy boots, he noted, with a number of impressive nicks and scars on the leather. She carried her pack as though it were weightless. The smirk suited her. You sure you're up for this? I'm raring. She adjusted the cap that shaded her eyes, then jerked her thumb. Let's get started. Yours, he found the forest more appealing, if no less primitive, without the rain they'd hiked through the last time. Little slivers of sunlight fought their way through gaps in the overstory, shimmering unexpectedly on the now lush green leaves of the maples and the fragile blades of ferns. The air cooled, ripened. He remembered and recognized much of the life around him now. The varied patterns of bark on the giant trees, the shape of leaves of the shrub layer, the vast nubby carpets of moss didn't seem quite so foreign, nor did the knobs and scallops of lichen. He gave her silence as his muscles warmed to the pace and tuned his ears to the rustles and calls that brought music to the forest. She waited for him to speak, to ask questions or fall into one of those casual monologues he was so skilled at. But he said nothing, and the vague tension she'd strapped on with her pack slid away. They crossed a narrow stream that bubbled placidly, skirted a leafy bed of ferns, then began to climb the long switchbacking trail that would take them into backcountry. Vine maple grew thick, an elastic tangle of inconvenience along the trail. Olivia avoided it when she could, worked through it when she couldn't, and once grabbed at it quickly before it would swing back and thwack Noah in the face. Thanks. I thought you'd lost your voice. You wanted quiet. He reached over to rub his hand over the back of her neck. Had enough? I just tune you out when you talk too much. Noah chuckled, then went on. I really like being with you, Liv. He took her hand, sliding his fingers through hers. I always did. You'll throw off your pace. What's the hurry? He brought her hand to his lips in an absent gesture. I thought you'd bring Shirley. She sticks with Grandpop most days, and dogs aren't allowed in the backcountry. Here, look. She stopped abruptly and crouched, tapping a finger beside faint imprints on the trail. Are those bear tracks? She said. Pretty fresh too. How do you know that? They always say that in the movies. The tracks are fresh, he said in a grunting voice. He passed through here no more than an hour ago, wearing a black hat, eating a banana, and whistling Sweet Rosie from Bike. He made her laugh. All the bears I know whistle show tunes. You made a joke, Liv. He ducked his head and gave her a loud kiss. Congratulations. She scowled at him and rose. No kissing on the trail. I didn't read that in my camper's guide. He got to his feet and started after her. How about eating? Is there eating on the trail? She'd anticipated his stomach. Digging into her pocket, she pulled out a bag of trail mix, passed it to him. Yum yum, bark and twigs, my favorite. But he opened the bag and offered her a share. He would have taken her hand again. But the trail narrowed and she bumped him back. Still, he thought she'd smiled more in the last 10 minutes than she usually did in a full day. Some time alone together in the world she loved best was working for both of them. You have a great butt, Liv. This time she didn't bother to hold on to the vine maple and smiled again when she heard the slap in his muffled curse. Olivia took a swig from her canteen as they climbed. The light sweat she'd worked up felt good. It felt healthy. Her muscles were limber, her mind clear. And, she admitted, she was enjoying the company. She'd chosen this trail, one that skirted up the canyon, because other hikers rarely chose to negotiate it. Long switchbacks leading to steep terrain discouraged many. But she considered it one of the most beautiful and appreciated the solitude. They moved through the lush forest, thick with green, climbing up and down ridges, along a bluff that afforded views of the river that ran silver and smooth. Wildlife was plentiful here, where the majestic elk wandered and raccoon waddled to wash. I have dreams about this, Noah spoke, half to himself, as he stopped, just to look. About hiking? No, about being here. He tried to catch hold of them, the fragments and slippery pieces of subconscious, green and thick, with the sound of water running by. And I'm looking for you. His gaze snapped to hers, held with that sudden intensity that always rocked her. Olivia, I've been looking for you for a long time. When he stepped forward, she felt her heart flutter wildly. We have a long way to go. I don't think so. Gently, he laid his hands on her shoulders, slid them down to cuff her wrists. Come here a minute. I don't want kissing on the trail, he finished. Too bad. He dipped his head, brushed his lips over hers once, then again. You're shaking. I am not. Her bones had gone too soft to tremble. Maybe it's me. Either way, it looks like this time I finally found you. She was afraid he was right. She drew away and, too unsteady to speak, continued up the trail. The first wet crossing was over a wide stream where the water ran clear and fast. A log bridge spanned it, and dotting the banks were clumps of wild foxglove with deep pink bells and a scatter of columbine with its bicolored trumpets. The scenery took a dramatic turn, from the deep dank green of the river basin to the stunning old-growth forest where light speared down in shafts and pools. And the ancient trees grew straight as soldiers, tall as giants, their tops whispering sea-like in the wind that couldn't reach the forest floor. Through their branches he could see the dark wings of an eagle picked out against the vivid blue of the summer sky. Here among the ferns and mosses were bits and splashes of white, the frilly tips of fringe cups, the blood-red veins of wood sorrel against its snowy petals, the tiny cups of tirella. Fairy flowers, Noah thought, hiding in the shade or dancing near the fitful stream. Saying nothing, he dragged off his pack. I take that to mean you want a break. I just want to be here for a while. It's a great spot. Then you don't want a sandwich. His brows went up. Who says? Even as she reached up to release her pack, he was behind her, lifting it off. She figured it was 50% courtesy, 50% greed for the food she had packed inside. Since she could appreciate both, she unzipped the compartment that held sandwiches and vegetable sticks. He was right about the spot. It was a great one in which to sit and relax, to let the body rest and recharge. Water in the thin stream chugged over rocks and sparkled in the narrow beams of sunlight filtering through the canopy. The scent of pine sharpened the air. Ferns fanned over the bank, lushly green. A duet of wood thrush darted by with barely a sound, and deeper in the woods came the cackling call of a raven. How often do you get out here? Noah asked her, when only crumbs remained. I take groups out 4 or 5 times a year, anyway. I didn't mean a working deal. How often do you get out here like this, to sit and do nothing for a while? Not in a while. She breathed deep, leaning back on her elbows and closing her eyes. Not in too long a while. She looked relaxed, he noted, as if at last her thoughts were quiet. He had only to shift to lay his hand over hers, to lay his lips over hers, gently, so sweetly. Her heart sighed, even as she opened her eyes to study him. "You're starting to worry me a little, Noah. Tell me, what are you after?" I think I've been pretty upfront about that. And I wonder why it surprises both of us that through all this, maybe right from the beginning of all this, I've had feelings for you. I want some time to figure out what those feelings are. Most of all, Liv. Right now, I want you. How healthy is it, Noah, that this connection you believe in has its roots in murder? Don't you ever ask yourself that? No, but I guess you do. I didn't before 6 years ago. But yes, I do now. It's an intricate part of my life and who I am. An intimate part of it. Monster and victim. They're both inside of me. She drew her knees up, wrapped her arms around them. It disturbed her to realize she'd never spoken like that to anyone before. Not even family. You need to think about that before any of this goes anywhere. Liv. He waited until she turned her head toward him. Then his hands caught her face firmly. His mouth crushed down hard and hot and heady on hers. You need to think about that, he told her, because this is already going everywhere. And for me at least, it's going there pretty damn fast. More disturbed than she wanted to admit, she got to her feet. Sex is easy. It's just a basic human function. He kept his eyes on hers as he rose, the deep green diving in and absorbing her. I'm going to enjoy, really enjoy, proving you wrong. Then, in an abrupt change of mood she couldn't keep up with, he hauled up his back and shot her a blatantly arrogant grin. When I'm inside you, Olivia, the one thing I promise you won't feel is easy. She decided it was wiser not to discuss it. He couldn't understand her. The limitations of her emotions. The boundaries she'd had to erect for self-preservation. And he, she admitted, as they headed up the trail again, was the first man who had made her feel even a twinge of regret for the necessity. She liked being with him. That alone was worrying. He made her forget. He'd once broken her heart. Made her forget. She didn't want to risk it again. Other men she'd dealt with had bored or irritated her within weeks. Olivia had never considered that a problem, but more a benefit. If she didn't care enough to get involved, there was no danger of losing her way, losing her head or her heart, and ending up a victim. The sunlight grew stronger as they climbed, the light richer. White beams of it shot down in streams and bands and teased the first real spots of color out of the ground. There were the deep scarlet bells of wild penstemon, the crisp yellow of paintbrush. New vistas flashed as they hiked along a ridge with the long V's of valleys below, the sharp rise of forested hills rising around them. At the next wet crossing, the river was fast and rocky, with a thundering waterfall tumbling down the face of the cliff. There, over there. Olivia gestured, then dug for her binoculars. He's fishing. Who? Noah narrowed his eyes and followed the direction of her hand. He saw a dark shape hunched on an island of rock in the churning river. Is that Christ? It's a bear. He snatched the binoculars Olivia offered and stared through them. The bear slammed into his field of vision, nearly made him jolt. He leaned forward on the rustic bridge and studied the bear as the bear studied the water. In a lightning move, one huge black paw swept into the stream, spewing up drops. and came out again, locked around a wriggling fish that flashed silver in the sun. Got one. Man, did you see that? Snagged it out of the water, first try. She hadn't seen. She'd been watching Noah, the surprise and excitement on his face, the utter fascination in it. Noah shook his head as the bear devoured his snack. Great fishing skills, lousy table manners. He lowered the binoculars, started to hand them back, and caught Olivia staring at him. Something wrong? No. Maybe everything, she thought, is either very wrong or very right. Nothing. We better go if we want to make camp before we lose the light. Got a specific place in mind? Yes, you'll like it. We'll follow the river now. About another hour. Another hour? He shifted his pack on his shoulders. Are we heading to Canada? You wanted backcountry, she reminded him. You get backcountry. She was right about one thing. Noah decided when they reached the site. He liked it. They were tucked among the giant trees, with the river spilling over tumbled rocks. The light was gilded, the wind a whisk of air that smelled of pine and water. I'm going upstream to catch dinner. As she spoke, she took a retractable rod out of her pack. Very cool. If I get lucky, we eat like bears tonight. If I don't, we have some dehydrated food packs. Get lucky, Liv. Can you set up the tent while I'm fishing? Sure. You go hunt up food. I'll make the nest. I have no problem with role reversal whatsoever. If you want to wander, just stay in sight of the river. Check your compass. If you get lost, I won't. I'm not a moron. If you get lost, she repeated, sit down and wait for me to find you. He looked so insulted she patted his cheek. You've done just fine so far, city boy. He watched her go and promised himself he would do a whole lot better. 26. The tent didn't come with instructions, which Noah thought was a definite flaw in the system. By his calculation, setting up camp took him about triple the amount of time and energy it would have taken Olivia. But he decided he'd keep that little bit of information to himself. She'd been gone more than an hour by the time he was reasonably sure the tent would stay in an upright position. Assuming she wasn't having the same luck the bear had had with fishing, he explored their other menu choices. Dry packs of fruit, dehydrated soup, and powdered eggs assured him that while they might not eat like kings, they wouldn't starve. With nothing left on his chore list and no desire to explore after a full day of hiking, he settled down to write in longhand. It was Olivia he concentrated on. What she had done with her life, the goals she'd focused on, what in his mind she'd accomplished, and the ways he calculated she'd limited herself. The roots of her childhood had caused her to grow in certain directions, even while stunting her in others. Would she have been more open, more sociably inclined, if her mother had lived? Would she have been less driven to stand on her own, if she'd grown up the pampered, indulged child of a Hollywood star? How many men would have walked in and out of her life? Did she ever wonder? Would all that energy and intelligence have been channeled into the entertainment field, or would she still have gone back to her mother's roots and chosen the isolation? Considering it, considering her, he let his notebook rest on his knee and just looked. The stream gurgled by. The trees towered, their topmost branches spearing through sky and dancing to the wind. The stillness was broken by the music of the water, the call of birds that nested and fed in the forest around him. He saw a lone elk its rack crown regal, slip out of the trees and pause to drink downstream. He wished he had the skill to draw, but contented himself with etching the memory on his mind as the elk strode without hurry into the deepening shadows of the great firs. She would have come back, Noah decided. Perhaps her life wouldn't have been centered here, but she would have been pulled back to this, time and again, as her mother had been. Sense memory, he thought, or the roots that dig themselves into the heart before we're old enough to know it. She would have needed this place, the smells and the sounds of it. She needed it now, not only for her work and her peace of mind. It was here she could find her mother. The cry of an eagle had him looking up, watching the flight. She spread her wings here, too, Noah decided. But did she realize that for every time she soared, she offset it by running back to the closet and closing herself into the dark? He wrote down his thoughts, his impressions, listened to the life ebb and swell around him. When his mind drifted, he stretched out on the bank and slipped into dreams. She had 3 fine trout. She'd caught the first 2 within an hour. But knowing his appetite, she'd taken the time to wait for the 3rd to take the hook. She'd found a nice bramble of huckleberries. Her hat was full of them, and the sweet taste sat nicely on her tongue. As she wandered back to camp, the time alone had quieted her mind and soothed away the edge of nerves being too close and too long in Noah's company seemed to produce. Her problem, she reminded herself, she just wasn't used to being with a man on the level Noah Brady insisted on. She was no more ready for him now than she'd been at 18. Sexually, it should have been simple enough. But he kept dangling intimacy and friendship so casually. She found herself responding in kind before she thought it through. Thinking it through was vital. She liked him well enough, she thought now. He was a likable man. So much so she tended to forget how close he could get, how much he could see, until his eyes went dark and quiet and simply stripped her down to her deepest secrets. She didn't want a man who could see inside her that way. She preferred the type that skimmed the surface, accepted it, and moved on. If admitting that caused an ache around her heart, she'd live with it. Better an ache than pain. Better alone than consumed. She thought they'd deal with each other well enough now. This was her turf after all, and she had the home advantage. She'd made the decision to talk to him about her childhood, what she remembered, what she'd experienced. It wouldn't be without difficulty, but she'd made the choice, a choice. She understood. She couldn't have made when he'd come to her at college. She'd been too soft yet, too unsteady. He might have talked her into it, because she'd been so in love with him, but it would have been a disaster for her. In some part of her heart, she'd always wanted to say it all, to get it out and remember her mother in some tangible way. Now she was ready for it. This was her opportunity, and she was grateful she could speak of it to someone she respected. To someone, she realized, who understood well enough to make it all matter. She saw him sleeping by the stream and smiled. She'd pushed him hard, she thought, and he'd held together. A glance around camp showed her he'd done well enough there too. She secured her line and placed the fish into the running water to keep them fresh, then settled down beside him to watch the water. He sensed her, and she became part of the dream where he walked through the forest in the soft green light. He shifted toward her, reached out to touch, reached out to take. She pulled away, an automatic denial, but the half-formed protest she'd begun to make slipped back down her throat as his eyes opened, green and intense. Her breath caught at what she saw in them, in the way they stayed locked on hers as he sat up and took her face in his hands, held it as if he had the right, as if he'd always had the right. Look, I don't... He only shook his head to stop the words, and his eyes never left hers as he drew her closer, as his mouth covered hers, and the taste was ripe and hot and ready. She trembled, maybe in protest, maybe in fear. He wouldn't accept either. This time she would take what he had to give her, what he'd just come to realize he'd held inside for years to give her. Only his hands moved from her face, through her hair, over her shoulders as the kiss roughened, and he pushed her back on the ground and covered her. Panic scrambled inside her to race with desire that had sprung up fast and feral. She pushed at his shoulders as if to hold him off, even as she arched up to grind need against need. I can't give you what you want. I don't have it in me. How could she not see what he saw? Not feel what he felt? He took his mouth on a journey of her face while she quivered under him. Then take what you want. His lips brushed hers, teasing, testing. Let me touch you. He skimmed his hand up her ribs, felt the ripple of reaction as his fingers closed lightly over her breast. Let me have you. Here, in the sunlight. He lowered his mouth to within a whisper of hers, then shifted it to her jaw and heard her moan, the taste of her there. Just there along that soft, vulnerable spot where her pulse beat thick and fast, flooded into him. He said her name, only her name, and she was lost. Her fingers dug into his shoulders, then dragged through his hair to fist hard to bring his mouth back to hers so she could pull him under with her. A savage rush of delight, a raw edge of desire. She felt them both as his mouth warred with hers, knew the reckless greed as he yanked her shirt up, tore it away, and filled his hands with her. Strong and possessive, flesh molding flesh with the rocky ground under her back and the primitive beat of blood in her veins. For the first time, when a man's body pressed down on hers, she yielded to him, to herself. As something inside her went silky, her mind went blissfully blank, then filled with him. He felt the change, not just in the giving of her body, the deepening of her breath. Surrender came sweet and unexpected. She was still the woman he'd fallen headlong in love with. His hands slowed, gentle, soothing trembles, inciting more. With a kind of lazy deliberation that sent her head reeling, he began a long, savoring journey. Pleasure shimmered over her skin, warmed it, sensitized it. She rose fluidly when he lifted her, cradled her. With a murmur of approval, she stripped his shirt away and reveled in the slick slide of flesh against flesh, of the surprising bunch of muscles under her hands, the comforting beat of his heart against hers. More. In that dreamy, altered state, she heard her own breathless demand and arched back to offer. Take more. She was willow slim and water soft. The lovely line of her throat drew his lips over and down. The curve of her breast a fascination. The taste of it fresh, and his. Her breath hitched and released as he closed his mouth over her. Need leaped in his belly. There was more to taste, more to take. As her skin and muscles quivered, his mouth grew more urgent, Every demand was answered, a moan, a movement, a murmur. He unhooked her jeans, and when he skimmed his tongue under denim, her shocked jerk of response had dark and dangerous images swirling in his mind. He dragged them over her hips, and even as she reared up, took what he wanted. It was a hot, smothering swell of sensation, air too thick to breathe, blood roaring to a scream in her ears. With mouth and teeth and tongue, he drove her toward a peak she wasn't prepared to face. She choked out his name, fighting against a panicked excitement that threatened to swallow her whole. Then her hands were gripped in his, held fast. Heat pumped through her, dewing her skin, scorching through her system until pain and pleasure fused into one vicious fist. The pressure of it had her strangling for air, straining for freedom, even as her hips arched. Then everything inside her broke apart, shattered into pieces that left her limp and defenseless. Her cry of release shuddered through him. Her hands went lax in his. Everything he wanted whittled down to her. This place, this moment. So he watched her face as he drove her up again. Again, her eyes flew open, wide with shock, blind with pleasure. Her lips trembled as her breath tore through them. Sunlight scattered over her skin as she poured into his hand. Blood screaming, muscles quivering, he held himself over her. Olivia. Her name was raw in his throat and full of need. Look at me when I take you. His eyes were as green and deep as the shadows behind them. Look at me when we take each other, because it matters. He drove himself deep, buried himself inside her. Even as his vision dimmed at the edges, he held on. The woman, the moment, and his certainty of each. Clinging to that clarity for another instant, he lowered his brow to hers. It's you, he managed. It's always been you. Then his mouth took hers in a kiss, as fierce as the sudden plunging of his body. She couldn't move, not only because he pinned her to the ground with the good, solid weight of a satisfied man, but because her own body was weak and her system still rocking from the sensory onslaught. And because her mind, no matter how she fought to clear it, remained dazzled and dim. She told herself it was just sex. It was important to believe it, but it had been beyond anything she'd ever experienced. And beneath the drugged pleasure was a growing unease. She'd always considered sex a handy release valve, a necessary human function that was often an enjoyable exercise. Orgasms ranged from a surprising burst of pleasure to a slight ping of sensation, and she'd always considered herself responsible either way. With Noah, she didn't feel she'd had a chance to be responsible. He'd simply swept her up and along. She'd lost control, not only of her body, but also of her will. And because of it, she'd given him a part of herself she hadn't known existed, a part she hadn't wanted to exist. She needed to get it back and lock it away again. But when she started to shift, to push him aside, he simply tucked her up, rolled over, and trapped her in a sprawl over him. She wanted to lay her head over his heart, close her eyes, and stay just as they were forever. It scared her to death. It'll be dark soon. I have to get the cook camp set up. A fire started. He stroked a hand over her hair, enjoying the way it flowed to a stop at the nape of her neck. There's time. She pushed off. He pulled her back. It infuriated her that she was continually underestimating his strength. and his stubbornness. Look, pal, unless you want to go cold and hungry, we need wood. I'll get it in a minute. To make sure she stayed where he wanted her to, he reversed positions again, studied her face. You want to pull away, leave. I won't let you. Not again. He tried to disguise his hurt. You want to pretend that this was just a nice hot bout of sex in the woods, no connection to what we started before, years ago. He fisted a hand in her hair. But you can't, can you? Let me up, Noah. And you're telling yourself it won't happen that way again, Noah said angrily. That you won't feel what you felt with me again. But you're wrong. Don't tell me what I think, what I feel. I'm telling you what I see. It's right there, in your eyes. You have a hard time lying with them. So look at me. He lifted her hips and slipped inside her again. Look at me and tell me what you think now. What you feel. I don't... He thrust hard and deep, hammering the orgasm through her. Oh God! She sobbed it out, arms and legs wrapping around him. Driven as much by triumph as frustration, he took her in a wild fury until he emptied. When she was still shuddering, he rolled aside and, saying nothing, rose, dressed, then went to gather firewood. She wondered why she'd ever believed she could handle him or herself around him. No one else had ever managed to befuddle her quite so much or so often. He'd convinced her to be with him alone, when she knew it was best if she conducted business with him in more traditional surroundings. He made her laugh when she didn't want to find him amusing. He made her think about things, about pain she'd so carefully tucked away. Now he'd lured her into sex on the bank of a stream, in daylight, along a route that, while not well traveled, was public land. If it had gone according to her own plans, they would have had their evening meal, perhaps some conversation, then some civilized, uncomplicated sex in the dark privacy of the tent. Once that was out of the way, it would have been back to business. Instead, everything was tangled up again. He was angry with her for something she couldn't and wouldn't change. And yes, something she hadn't quite forgiven him for. She was left feeling unsteady, inadequate, and uneasy. To compensate, she ignored him and went about the business of setting up the cook camp, several safe feet from the sleeping area. She hung the food high, then gathered her tools and got down to the business of cleaning the fish for their dinner. He was just like every other man, she told herself. Insulted because a woman isn't tongue-tied with delight at his sexual prowess. Miffed because she wasn't moony-eyed in infatuation, which he'd use up then. Discard anyway, the minute it started to cramp his style. It was a hell of a lot smarter to think like a man yourself, she decided, and avoid the pitfalls. Let him sulk, she thought, as she carefully buried the fish waste. When she heard him approach, she sniffed in derision and had no clue just how sulky her own face was when she lifted it to look up at him. What do you want? He decided wisely that she'd kick him in the ass if she had any idea just how easily he could read her. So he just held out the wine he'd poured. I brought some along. It's been cooling in the stream. Figured you'd be up for a glass about now. I need to cook this fish. She ignored the wine and strode back toward the fire. Tell you what. Tongue tucked in his cheek, he strolled after her. Since you caught it and cleaned it, neither of which I have any experience in, I'll cook it. This isn't your pretty kitchen. I don't want my catch going to waste. Ah, a direct challenge. He pushed the wine at her and snatched the skillet. Sit down, drink your wine, and watch the master. She shrugged her shoulders and plucked a berry out of her hat. You screw it up. I'm not catching more. Trust me. His eyes met hers, held. I won't disappoint you, Liv. You don't risk disappointment if you handle things yourself. True enough, but you miss some interesting adventures. I had to learn to cook, he continued, and changed the tone to light as he dribbled oil in the skillet. Out of self-defense. My mother believes tofu is all four of the major food groups. You have no idea what it's like to be a growing boy and be faced with a meal of tofu surprise after a hard day of school. Despite herself, her interest was caught. He'd unearthed the bag of herbed flour she'd packed and was expertly coating the fish. Without thinking, she sipped the wine and found the light Italian white perfect. She barely managed to muffle a sigh. I don't understand you. Good, that's progress. You've spent most of our time together this round being sure you did and getting it dead wrong. Satisfied, he slipped the fish into the hot oil to sizzle. An hour ago, you were furious with me. You got that right. And now you're pouring wine, frying fish, and sitting there as if nothing happened. Not as if nothing happened. For him, everything had happened. He just had to wait for her to catch up. But I figure you're pissed off enough for both of us, so why waste the energy? I don't like to be handled. His gaze flashed back to her. Neither do I. We both know you wanted to come up here so I talked to you about your book without distractions or interruptions. But you haven't said anything about it. I wanted to give you a day, to give us both a day. I wanted you. He ran a finger down her arm. I still want you. I'd like it better if you were more comfortable with that. I'd like it better if you'd keep it simple. Well, he poked at the fish. One of us isn't gonna get what he or she wants. Better get the plates, partner. These boys are nearly ready. Noah. He glanced up, a tender look on his face, and her heart wanted to melt, so she shook her head. Nothing, she said and reached for the plates. Later, when the meal was finished and the forest dark and full of sound, it was she who turned to him. She who needed arms around her to chase away the dreams that haunted her and the fear that stalked with them. And he was there, to hold her in the night, to move with her in a sweet and easy rhythm. So when she slept curled against him, her hand fisted over his heart, her head in the curve of his shoulder. Noah lay awake, watching the play of moonlight over the tent, listening to the call of a coyote, the hoot of an owl and the short scream of its prey. He wondered how it was possible that he'd never stopped loving her and what either of them, both of them, were going to do about it. The monster deep into that darkness peering. Long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. Edgar Allan Poe, 27. Groggy, achy, Noah woke to birdsong. He sat up, tugged his jeans on, and thought vaguely of breakfast. Through the sharp scent of pine and earth, he caught the wonderfully civilized aroma of coffee, and could have wept with gratitude for Olivia's consistent efficiency. She'd built the morning campfire and had the coffee pot heating nicely. He burned his fingers on the handle, hissed a mild curse, then snatched up the cloth she'd left folded nearby to protect his hand. One long sip had his eyes clearing and his system revving up. God bless a woman who appreciated strong black coffee, he thought, then stepped closer to the river to look for her. Mists climbed up from the water to twine with sunbeams into silver and gold ribbons. A herd of deer drank lazily at the point where the stream curved like a bent finger and vanished into the trees, and he saw her, hair wet and gleaming, as she floated through the gilt-edged mists upstream, watching him with eyes as tawny as a cat's, and just as wary. She looked as though she belonged there, in the wild, in that unearthly, shimmering light. The water rippled as she moved her arms, her shoulders rising over the surface. The mists seemed to open for her, then close again. I didn't expect you up so soon. Her voice was quiet, but her eyes seemed full of storms. I'm an early riser. How's the water? Wet and freezing, he imagined. Still, he drank down the last of his coffee, then set the cup aside to pull off his jeans. He saw her eyes waver, then steady. What worries you, Olivia? He wondered. That it won't be the way it was between us last night? Or the possibility it will be? The water was dazzlingly cold on his bare skin, and he saw her lips twitch when he winced. For no other reason than that, he bit back a yelp as he let himself slide in. He imagined his body going blue from the neck down. You're right, he said when he was reasonably sure his teeth wouldn't chatter. It's wet, all right. It surprised her that he kept 2 arm spans distance between them. She'd expected him to move toward her, move in. He never seemed to do exactly what she expected. That, she could have told him, was what worried her most. He was never precisely what she anticipated, and her feelings for him were anything but what she'd planned. When he closed the distance between them, she was almost relieved. This followed logic. Morning sex, basic human need. Then they would get along with the business of the day on equal footing, but he only curled his fingertips around hers and watched her face. You make great coffee, Liv. If you can't dance on it, it isn't coffee. Where are we going today? She frowned at him. I assumed you'd want to get started on the interview. We'll get to it. Which trail do you like from here? It was his party, she reminded herself, and shrugged. There's a nice route up into the mountains from here. Wonderful views, some good alpine meadows. Sounds like a plan. Do you want me to touch you? Her gaze jerked back to his. What? Do you want me to touch you? Or would you rather I didn't? We've had sex, she said carefully. I liked it well enough. He let out a short laugh. No need to pump up my ego, he said, and brushed a wet strand of hair from her cheek. Besides, that's not what I asked you. I asked if you wanted me to touch you now. With his eyes locked on hers, he skimmed his finger down her throat, over her shoulder. To make love with you now. You're already touching me. Her skin shivered as he traced his finger down the center of her body, slicked it into her. Yes or no, he murmured when her breath snagged. The liquid weight settled low in her stomach, urging her hips to move, setting a pace for her own pleasure. Heat ran up her body in one long, shuddering roll. Given into it, to him, she gripped his hair, dragged him to her. Yes, she said against his mouth. She opened to him, clamping her legs around his waist, prepared for that fast, hard race to climax. Craving it. But he used his hands on her, drove her up and over until she was gasping out his name. He wondered that the water didn't simply churn red and burst into flame from his need for her. He wondered how he could have lived all his life not having her wrapped around him just like this. Long limbs, slim and strong, soft, slippery skin that sparkled with wet in the sun. He drew her head back so that the kiss could go deep and deep, spin out endlessly while the sun broke through the mist with a burst of light, turned the water to a clear moving mirror around them. He found purchase on the rough riverbed, braced, then slid into her in one long, slow stroke. "Hold on to me, Liv." His breathing was ragged, and he buried his face in the curve of her throat, nipped there to hear her moan. "Come around me," he murmured, and felt her muscles clamp him like a hot vice as the climax shot through her. Through the drumbeat of her heart, in her head, she heard him murmur to her, but could no longer separate promises from demand. His voice was only one more velvet layer, one more source of fogged pleasure. But when she felt his body tighten, she curled herself around him, holding fast so they could tumble off the last edge together. He didn't let her go. She waited for him to release her, to drift back, aim a quick triumphant grin, and climb out of the water for a second shot of coffee. But he held her fast, held her close, his lips rubbing lightly from her temple to her jaw in a sweet and soothing motion that left her more shaken than sex. She had to get away, she thought, ease back before she let herself slip into intimacy. "The water's cold." "Cold, hell, it's freezing." He nibbled his way to her ear, enjoying the way her heart continued to riot against his. "You know, the minute your mind clears, your body tenses up. Why do you do that?" "I don't know what you mean. We have to get out. We need to get started if..." He turned his head, crushed his mouth against hers. "We've already started, Liv. We started a long time ago." He cupped her chin in his hand, then released her to turn to the bank. "We have to figure out where we want to finish." She fixed powdered eggs, and they polished off the pot of coffee. He agreed with her plan to keep camp where they were and consider the hike. She outlined a day trip that could be managed round trip in an easy 5 hours. Carrying light packs, they started the climb on a rough track that led to rougher ridges. The valley fell away to their right. The forest marched toward the sky to the left. With the river winding below, they moved up into cool, crisp air where eagles soared, and no sign of man could be seen. He thought she maneuvered the dizzying switchbacks as other women would a ballroom floor, with a kind of casual feminine grace that spoke of supreme confidence. She was patient when he stopped to take pictures, and he stopped often. She answered his questions, and he had more than she'd expected, in clear and simple terms. And she stood by, silently amused, when he drew to a halt and stared as the trail curved and the sky was swept by mountains. If you planted a house here, you'd never get anything done. How could you stop looking? Why couldn't he be shallow and simple, as she'd wanted him to be? It's public land." He only shook his head, taking her hand to link fingers. "Just think of it for a minute. We're the only 2 people in the world, and we've landed here. We could spend our whole life right here, with our brains dazzled. Blue, white, green, and silver. The world was made up of those strong colors and just the blurred smudges of more, peaks and valleys and the rush of water. The feel of his hand warm in hers as if it was meant to be. and nothing else. No one else existed. No fear, no pain, no memories, no tomorrows. Because she discovered she could yearn for that, she drew away. You wouldn't be so happy with it in the dead of winter when you'd freeze your ass off and couldn't get a pizza delivery. He looked at her, quiet, patient, and made her ashamed. What would you miss most if you could never go back? My family. No, not people. What thing would you miss most? The green, she said instantly, and without thought. The green light and the green smell of the forest. It's different up here, she continued as they began to walk again. Open, cool, with the forest well past peak. Not as many places to hide. I'm not hiding. This is Iceland moss, she told him, gesturing to a curly clump of yellow-green. It's the best-known lichen in human consumption. In Sweden, it's sold as an herbal medicine. She caught his look and lifted her eyebrows. What? I just like that snippy tone you get when you're annoyed and start a nature lecture. If you don't want to know what you're looking at, fine. No, I do. Besides, when you start talking about lichens and fungi, I get this urge to make wild animal love with you. Then I'll have to switch to wildflowers. It won't help. I'll still want to jump you. A flash of pink caught his eye. Hey, are those bleeding hearts? Growing wild. That's right. Her annoyance didn't have a chance against his honest enthusiasm as he scrambled over some rocks to get a closer look. Very much like your garden variety in appearance. Don't touch, she warned. We maintain low impact here. I don't have the right shade or soil to grow these at home. Tried them at Mom's, but that was the next thing to murder. I've always liked the look of them. We have some nice specimens in the garden at my grandparents'. We'll go this way. She climbed over the rocks and chose a new heading. I think I know a spot you'll like. The track moved inside the edge of the forest, a steep incline with tumbles of rocks to one side where flowers forced their way through cracks and rooted ruthlessly in thin soil. He heard the sound of drumming and grinned like a boy when they passed a cliff face sheared with a roaring fall of water. A dozen times he had to resist the urge to stop and pluck up handfuls of the hardy wildflowers. His muscles began to burn, his feet to beg for rest. He was about to give in to both when she clattered over a hunched fist of rocks and turned to give him a hand up. That 5 hours was round trip, right, Bonna? Puffing a little, he gripped her hand and hauled himself up. Because otherwise I'm just going to... Oh, Jesus! He forgot his aches and pains and fatigue and filled himself up on the view. It was an ocean of flowers, rivers of color flowing through green and washing up toward a slope of forested peak that shot into the blue like the turret of a castle. At the highest points, curving pools of snow shimmered through the rock and trees and made the flowers only more of a miracle to him. Butterflies danced white, yellow, blue, flirting with the blooms or settled delicately onto them with a quiet swish of wings. Amazing, incredible. This is where we put the house. This time she laughed. What are those, lupines? You have a good eye. Broadleaf lupines. The common western blue butterfly prefers them. Those are mountain daisies mixed with them. Those there, the white with the yellow center, are avalanche lilies. And yarrow. He studied the fern-like leaves and flat white blossoms. You know your flowers. You don't need me up here. Yes. He took her hand again. I do. It was worth every step. He turned and caught her unprepared with a soft and stirring kiss. Thanks. At river's end, you get what you pay for. She started to turn away, but he had her arms, eased her back around. Don't. She closed her eyes before his mouth could capture hers again. Why? She opened her eyes again and could do nothing about the emotions that swirled into them. Just don't. All right? Instead, he lifted her hand to his lips, pressed them lightly to the knuckle of each finger, and watched confusion join the clouds in her eyes. What are you looking for, Noah? He kept his eyes on hers, opened her fisted hand to press his lips to the center of her palm. I've already found it. You just have to catch up. I was afraid there was only one way for that to begin. Let's sit down. Leave. This is a good spot. It's a good time. He shrugged off his pack, sat on a rock, and opened it to find his tape recorder. Seeing it in his hand, she felt her breath go thick and hot in her lungs. I don't know how to do this. I do. I want to tell you something first. He set the recorder beside him, then hunted out his notepad. I considered giving up the idea of this book, setting it aside, as I did when I hurt you before. He opened the notebook, then looked at her. It wouldn't have done any good this time around. It would have been in the back of my mind, always, just as it would be in the back of yours. I can't quite figure out, Leave, if that's standing between us or if it's why we're here together. Why we've come back together after all this time. Why we're lovers now. But I do know that if we don't finish it, we'll keep running in place. I need to go forward. So do you. I said I'd do it. I keep my word. And hate me for it? Blame me for being the one who brought it to the surface? Just the way you hated me that day in the hotel? You lied to me. I know I did. I've never been sorrier for anything in my life. She'd expected him to deny it, to make excuses, rationalize. And she should have known better. He was a man with honor, one who'd been raised with it and with compassion. It was why what he did mattered. She thought now why he mattered. I don't hate you, Noah, and I won't hate you for being honest about doing what you feel you need to do. But what I do feel is my own business. Not anymore. It isn't. He said it lightly, but she heard the undercoating of steel in the tone. But we can talk about that, about us later. There is no us. Think again. This time the steel was in his eyes. But for now, why don't you sit down? I don't need to sit. But she dragged off her pack, uncapped her water bottle. Fine. Tell me about your mother. I was 4 when she died. You'd learn more about her from other sources. When you remember her, what do you think of first? Her scent. The scent she kept in one of her bottles on her vanity. I thought they were magic. There was one in cobalt with a silver band winding around it. It was something unique to her. Warm, lightly sweet, with a faint hint of jasmine. Her skin always carried that scent. And when she'd hug me or pick me up, it was strongest just... Olivia touched her fingers to her own throat, just under the jaw. I liked to sniff her there, and she'd laugh. She was so beautiful. Her voice thickened as she turned away to stare out over the sea of flowers. You can't know, really. I've seen her movies now, all of them, countless times. But she was so much more beautiful than they could capture. She moved like a dancer, as if gravity was simply something she tolerated. I know she was a brilliant actress, but she was a wonderful mother, patient and fun, and careful. Careful to be there, to pay attention, to let me know that whatever else there was, I was the center of the world. Do you understand that? Yes, I was lucky in that area too. She gave in and sat beside him. I suppose I was spoiled. I had time and attention and a house full of toys and indulgences. To me, the only spoiled children are the ones who have no appreciation or respect for those things. I'd say you were just loved. She loved me very much. I never had any cause to doubt that, even when she scolded me about something. And I adored her. I wanted to be exactly like her. I used to look at myself in the mirror and imagine how I would grow up to be just like Mama. You look very much like her. I don't. She pushed off the rock in one sharp movement. I'm not beautiful. I don't want to be. And I'll never be judged on my looks as she was, too often was. That's what killed her. In this fairy tale, the beast killed beauty. Because she was beautiful? Yes. Because she was desirable. Because men wanted her, and he couldn't stand that. He couldn't tolerate the very thing that had drawn him to her in the first place. Her face, her body, her manner. If it appealed to him, it appealed to other men. And there would be no other men. The one way he could keep her only to himself was to destroy her. No matter how much she loved him, it wasn't enough. Did she love him? She cried for him. She didn't think I knew, but I did. I heard her one night with Aunt Jamie after I was supposed to be in bed. Earlier that summer, when it stayed light until late. They were in Mama's room, and I could see from where I stood beside the door, in the mirror, the reflection of them as they sat on the bed, my mother crying and Aunt Jamie with her arms around her. And just like that, she took both of them back. What will I do? Jamie, what will I do without him? You'll be fine, Julie. You'll get through this. It hurts. Julie turned her face into Jamie's shoulder. Felt the sturdiness, longed for it. I don't want to lose him, to lose everything we have together, but I just don't know how to keep it. You know, you can't keep going on the way you have been these last few months, Jewel. Jamie eased back to brush the deep gold hair from her sister's face. He's hurt you, not just your heart, but you. I can't sit by when I see bruises on you that he put there. He doesn't mean it. Julie rubbed her hands over her face, drying the tears as she rose. It's the drugs. They change him. I don't understand why he started them again. I don't know what he finds in them that I haven't given him. Listen to yourself. A whip of anger in her voice. Jamie pushed to her feet. Are you taking the blame for this? For him finding his kicks and his ego in cocaine and pills and alcohol? No, but if I could just understand what's missing, what he's looking for that isn't there. Oh God. She squeezed her eyes tight and raked back her hair. We were so happy. Jamie, you know we were happy. We were everything to each other. And when Livy came, it was like a circle completed. Why didn't I notice when he started to crack that circle? How wide was the gap before I saw what was happening? I want to go back. I want my husband back. Jamie. She turned around, one hand pressed to her belly. I want another child. Oh God, oh, Julie. She was across the room, wrapped around her sister in 2 strides. Don't you see what a mistake that would be now? Just now? Maybe it is, but maybe it's the answer. I told him tonight. I had Rosa fix us this wonderful dinner, candles and music and champagne. And I told him I wanted us to have another child. He was so happy at first. So much like Sam. We laughed and held each other and started thinking up names, just as we did for Livy. Then all at once, all of a sudden, he got moody and distant, and he said, the tears began to stream again. He said, how did he know it would be his? How did he know I wasn't already carrying Lucas's bastard? That son of a bitch, how dare he say such a thing to you? I hit him. I didn't think. I just struck out and shouted at him to get out, get the hell out. And he did. He stared right through me, and he left. I don't know what to do. She sat on the bed again, covered her face with her hands, and wept. I don't know what to do. Noah said nothing as Olivia stood as she was, one hand still covering her stomach as her mother's had. She'd taken him back, taken him there, into the intimacy of that bedroom, into the female misery and despair, the words, the voices, the movements flowing out of her. Now, without looking at him, she dropped her hand. I went back to my room, and I told myself Mama was rehearsing. She did that a lot, so I told myself Mama was being a movie, that she wasn't talking about my father. I went to sleep, and later that night I woke up, and he was in my room. He turned on my music box, and I was so happy. I asked him to tell me a story. Her eyes cleared when she focused on Noah again. He was high. I didn't know it then. I only knew he was angry when he shouted and he broke my music box. I only knew he wasn't the way Daddy was when my mother came rushing in and he hurt her. I hid in the closet. I hid while she cried and fought with him and locked him out of the room. Then she came and sat with me and told me everything would be all right. She called the police on my little phone, and she filed for divorce. It took him less than 2 months to come back and kill her. Noah turned off his recorder, slid off the rock, and walked to her. In automatic defense, she stepped back. No, I don't want to be held. I don't want to be comforted. Tough luck then. He wrapped his arms around her, holding firm when she struggled. Lean a little, he murmured. It won't hurt. I don't need you. She said it fiercely. Lean anyway. She held herself stiff another moment, then went limp. Her head rested on his shoulders, and her arms came up to wrap loosely around his waist. She leaned a little, but she kept her eyes open. And she didn't weep. 28. Noah asked questions on the hike back to camp. Dozens of them, but he didn't mention her parents. He asked about her work, her routines, the center, and the lodge. She recognized what he was doing and couldn't decide if she resented or appreciated his deliberate attempt to put her at ease again. Couldn't quite fathom why it worked so well. Every time she put up a barrier, he wiggled around it and made her comfortable again. It was a skill she had to admire. And when they stopped again, to look again, she found herself sitting shoulder to shoulder with him, as if she'd known him all her life. She supposed, in some odd way, she had. Okay, so we built the house right up there. He gestured behind him to a rocky incline. I told you, this is public land. Work with me here, Liv. We put it up there with big windows looking out this way so we catch the sunset at night. That'd be tough, since that's south. Oh, you sure? She gave him a bland look with humor ghosting around her mouth. "West," she said and pointed. "Fine. So the living room faces that way. We need a big stone fireplace in there. I think we should keep it open. Really high ceilings, with like a balcony deal. No closed spaces. 4 bedrooms. 4? Sure. You want the kids to have their own rooms, don't you? 5 bedroom," he corrected, enjoying the way her eyes widened. "1 for a guest room. Then I need office space, good-sized room, lots of shelves and windows. That should face east. Where do you want your office?" "I have an office." "You need a home office too. You're a professional woman. I think it should be next to mine. But we'll have to have rules about respecting each other's space. We'll put them on the 3rd floor." His fingers linked with hers. "That'll be our territory. Kids' play area should be on the main level, with windows looking into the forest so they never feel closed in. What do you think about an indoor pool?" "I wouldn't consider a home without one." He grinned, then caught her off balance by leaning in, capturing her mouth in a long, hard kiss. "Good. The house should be stone and wood, don't you think?" His hand was in her hair, just toying with the ends. "This is hardly the spot for vinyl siding. We'll plant the garden together." His teeth scraped lightly over her bottom lip. "Kiss me back, Olivia. Slide in. Just once." She already was. Couldn't do otherwise. The picture he painted was so soft, so dreamy. She glided inside it. And found him. Found him surprisingly solid and real. And there, the sound she made was equal parts despair and delight as her arms locked tight around him. How could it be he who snapped it all into place? Who made it all fit? All the misty wishes of childhood, all the half-formed fantasies of a young girl, all the darker needs of a woman swirled together inside her and reformed into just one question. He was the answer. Rocked by the tumble of her own heart, she jerked back. She couldn't let it happen. Not with him. Not with anyone. "We have to get started." There was fear in her eyes. He wasn't quite sure how he felt about being the one to cause it. "Why are you so sure? I'll hurt you again." "I'm not sure of anything when it comes to you. And I don't like it. We need to go. There's more than an hour left to hike before we hit camp. Time's not the problem here. So why don't we..." He broke off as a movement behind her caught his eye. He shifted his gaze, focused, and felt the blood drain out of his head. "Jesus Christ, don't move. I know..." She smelled it now. The wild and dangerous scent. Her heart slammed once against her ribs, and before she could get to her feet, Noah was springing up to put himself between her and the cougar. It was a full-grown male, perched on the rocks just above, with his eyes glinting in the sunlight. Now he shifted, let out a low, guttural growl, and flashed teeth. "Keep your eyes on his," Olivia instructed as she rose. "Don't run." Noah already had his hand on the hilt of his knife. He had no intention of running. "Go." He bared his own teeth and shifted when Olivia tried to step out from behind him. "Start moving back down the trail." "That's exactly right." She kept her voice calm. "No sudden moves, no fleeing motions. We just ease back, give him room. He's got the advantage. Higher ground, and he's showing aggressive behavior. Don't take your eyes off him. Don't turn your back." I said go. It took every ounce of willpower not to turn around and shove her down the trail. One thin stream of sweat trickled down his back. He must have a kill near here. He's just trying to protect it. She bent, keeping her eyes on the cats, and scooped up 2 rocks. Back away. We just back away. The cat hissed again, and his ears went back flat. Yale, Olivia ordered, continuing the backward motion even as she winged the first rock. It struck the cougar sharply on the side. She continued to shout, "Heave the second rock." The cat spat furiously, swiped at the air, and as Noah drew the knife from his belt, the cat slunk away. Noah continued to move slowly, kept Olivia behind him, scanning rock and brush. "Are you all right?" "Stupid. Just plain stupid." She tore her cap off, kicked at a rock, sitting there necking as if we were in the backseat of a Buick. I wasn't paying attention. What the hell is wrong with me? Furious with herself, she pulled the cap back on, wiped her sweaty palms on her thighs. I know better than that. Sightings of cougar are rare, but they happen. So do attacks, especially if you're just an idiot. She pressed her hands to her eyes, rubbed hard. I wasn't looking for signs. I wasn't even looking. And then sitting there that way, without keeping alert. I'd fire any one of my guides for that kind of careless behavior. "Okay, you're fired." He'd yet to sheath his knife and remained braced. "Let's just keep moving. He's not bothered with us now." She blew out a breath. He was protecting a kill, doing what he's meant to do. We're the intruders here. Fine, I guess we'll build the house somewhere else. She opened her mouth, shut it, then shocked herself by laughing. "You're a moron, Noah. I almost got you killed or certainly maimed. What the hell were you going to do with that, city boy?" She swiped a hand over her face and tried to choke back a giggle as she eyed his knife. He turned the knife in his hand, considering the blade. "Protect the womenfolk." She snorted out another laugh, shook her head. I'm sorry. It's not funny. This must be a reaction to gross stupidity. I've seen cougar a few times, but never that close up. And I've always been on higher ground." She blew out another breath, relieved that her stomach was settling down from its active jumping. And that's when she noticed his hands were rock steady. He hadn't so much as flinched, she realized. Wasn't that amazing? "You handled yourself." "Gee, thanks, coach." He slid the knife away. "No." "Come again." She laid a hand on his arm. "You really handled yourself. I wouldn't have expected it. I keep underestimating you, Noah. I keep trying to fit you into a slot, and you won't go. Maybe you just haven't found the right slot yet. Maybe, but I don't think you fit into anything unless you want to. And what about you? Where do you want to fit, Liv?" "I'm where I want to be. Not the place. Live. We're not talking about forest or ocean here." "I'm where I want to be," she repeated. Or where, she admitted, she thought she wanted to be. "I have work that matters, and a life that suits me." "And how much room is there in your slot?" She looked at him, then away again. "I don't know. I haven't had to make any." "Get ready to," was all he said. Neither of them was sure if it was a command or a suggestion. He offered to try his hand at fishing, but she pointed out he didn't have a license and shot that down. Accepting that, he insisted on making soup instead, and entertained her with stories of childhood adventures with Mike. He decides inline skating is the way to get chicks. Noah sampled the soup, decided it could have been worse. Coordination isn't Mike's strong point, but at 16, A guy's brain is really just one big throbbing gland, so he blows most of his savings on the blades. I figure, what the hell? Maybe he's onto something and get myself a pair too. We head to Venice to try out his theory. He paused, poured them both more wine. The light was still strong, the air wonderfully cool. The place is lousy with girls, tall ones, short ones, wearing tiny little shorts. You gotta cruise first, scope things out. I home in on this little blonde in one of the girl packs. Olivia choked. Girl packs? Come on, your species always travels in packs. Law of the land. I'm working out how to cull her out of the herd while we strap on the blades. Then Mike gets up on his feet for about 3 seconds before his feet go out from under him. He pinwheels his arms, knocks this guy skating by in the face. They both go down like redwoods. Mike smacks his head on the bench and knocks himself out cold. By the time he comes to, I've lost the blonde and end up taking Mike to the ER, where he had a standing appointment. A little accident prone? He could hurt himself in his sleep. You love him. I guess I do. And because there'd been something wistful in his statement, he studied her face. Who'd you hang with when you were a kid? No one. There were few before I moved up here. But after, sometimes I'd play with kids at the lodge or campground. But they came and went. I don't have any lasting attachments like your Mike. He's doing all right now. Yeah, he bounces. Did they ever find the person who broke into your house and hurt him? No, maybe it's better that way. I'm not sure what I'd do if I got my hands on her. She could have killed him. Anything I could do to her wouldn't be enough. There was a dark side here, a latent violence she could see in his eyes. She'd had glimpses of it once or twice before. Oddly enough, it didn't make her uneasy, as hints of violence always did. It made her feel safe, she supposed, and she wondered why. Anything you could do wouldn't change what already happened. No, he relaxed again. But I'd like to know why. Knowing why matters. Don't you need to know why, Olivia? She took his empty bowl and hers, then rose. I'll wash these. She started toward the stream, hesitated. Yes, I need to know why. While she washed the bowls, Noah took out his tape recorder, snapped in a fresh tape. He had his notepad and pencil ready when she came back. He saw the stress. It showed in the way her color faded to a delicate ivory. Sit down. He said it gently. And tell me about your father. I don't remember that much about him. I haven't seen him for 20 years. Noah said nothing. He could have pointed out that she remembered her mother very clearly. He was very handsome, Olivia said at length. They looked beautiful together. I remember how they dress up for parties, and how I thought everyone's parents were beautiful and had beautiful clothes and went out to parties, had their pictures in magazines and on TV. It just seemed so natural, so normal. They seemed so natural together. They loved each other. I know that. She spoke slowly now, a line of concentration between her elegant, dark brows. They loved me. I can't be wrong about that. In their movie together, they just shimmered with what they felt for each other. It radiates from them. I remember how it did that. How they did that whenever they were in the same room. Until it started to change. How did it change? Anger, mistrust, jealousy. I wouldn't have had words for it then, but that shimmer was smudged somehow. They fought, late at night at first. I'd hear not the words so much, but the voices, the tone of them, and it made me feel sick. She lifted her glass, steadied herself. Sometimes I could hear him pacing the hall outside, saying lines or reciting poetry. Later, I read some article on him where he said he often recited poetry to help him calm down before an important scene. He suffered from stage fright. Funny, isn't it? He always seemed so confident. I think he must have used the same sort of method to calm himself down when they were fighting. Pacing the hall, reciting poetry. Tall man to man, so oft unjust, is always so to women. One soul bond awaits them. Treachery is all their trust. She sighed once. That's Byron. Yes, I know. She smiled again, but her eyes were so horribly sad. You read poetry, Brady? I was a journalism major. I read everything. He feathered his fingers along her cheek. Give sorrow words, the grief that does not speak whispers, the o'erfraught heart, and bids it break. It touched her, with or without words. My heart survived. It's my mother's heart that was broken, and she who didn't survive what he wanted from her, or needed. And I haven't spoken of it to anyone except Aunt Jamie, and then only rarely. I don't know what to say now. He'd pick me up. Her voice cracked, but she tried to control herself in one fast swoop so that my stomach would stay on my feet for a minute. It's a delicious feeling when you're a child. Livy, my love, he'd call me and dance with me around the living room. The room where he killed her. And when he'd hold me, I'd feel so safe. When he'd come in to tell me a story, he told such wonderful stories. I'd feel so happy. I was his princess, he'd say. And whenever he had to go away to a shoot, I'd miss him so much. My heart would hurt. She pressed a hand to her mouth, as if to hold in the words and the pain, then made herself drop it. That night when he came into my room and broke the music box and shouted at me, it was as if someone had stolen my father, taken him away. It was never the same after that night. That whole summer I waited for him to come back, for everything to be the way it was. But he never did. Never. The monster came. Her breath caught, 2 quick inward gasps, and her hand shook, spilling wine. Instinctively, Noah snagged the glass before it slipped out of her fingers. Even as he said her name, she pressed both fists to her rampaging heart. I can't. She barely managed to get the words out. Her eyes were huge with pain and shock and staring blindly into his. I can't. It's all right, okay? He dropped his pad, the glass, everything, and wrapped his arms around her. Her hands were trapped between them, but he could feel her heart race. He could feel the sharp whiplash shudders that racked her. Don't do this to yourself. Don't. Let go. If you don't let go, you'll break to pieces. I can still see it. I can still see it. Him kneeling beside her, the blood and broken glass, the scissors in his hand. He said my name. He said my name in my father's voice. I'd heard her scream. I'd heard it. Her scream breaking glass. That's what woke me up. But I went into her room and played with her bottles. I was playing in her room when he was killing her. Then I ran away and never saw her again. They never let me see her again. There was nothing he could say. There was no comfort in words. He held her, stroking her hair, while the sun left the sky and sent the light to gloaming. I never saw either of them again. We never talked of them in our house. My grandmother locked them in a chest in the attic to save her heart, and I spoke of her secretly to Aunt Jamie and felt like a thief for stealing the pieces of my mother she could give me. I hated him for that, for making me have to steal my mother back in secret whispers. I wanted him to die in prison, alone and forgotten. But he's still alive, and I still remember. He pressed his lips to her hair, rocking her as she wept. The hot tears dampening his shirt relieved him. However much they cost her to shed, she'd be better for them. He swung her legs over, drawing her into his lap to cradle her there, like a child, until she went lax and silent. Her head ached like a fresh wound, and her eyes burned. The fatigue was suddenly so great, she would have stumbled into sleep if she hadn't held herself back. But the raw churning in her stomach had ceased, and the agonizing pressure in her chest was gone. Tired and embarrassed, she pulled back from him. "I need some water." "I'll get it." He shifted her aside to get up and fetch a bottle. When he came back, he crouched in front of her, then brushed a tear from her cheek with his thumb. "You look worn out." "I never cry. It's useless." She uncapped the bottle, drank deep to ease her dry throat. "The last time I cried was because of you." "I'm sorry. I was so hurt and angry when I found out why you'd really come. After I made you leave, I cried for the first time since I was a child. You had no idea what I'd let myself feel about you in those 2 days." "Yes, I did," he murmured. "It scared me. Nearly as much as what I felt for you scared me." When she started to get up, he simply planted his hands on her thighs, locked his gaze to hers, and held her in place. "What? You don't want to hear about it?" "It was a long time ago." "Not so long, but maybe just long enough. It's a good thing you booted me out, Liv. We were both too young for what I wanted from you then. Both parts of what I wanted." "You're getting your book now," she said evenly. "And we're acting on the attraction. So, I guess we're both finally grown up." He moved fast, stunning her, when he dragged her to her feet, nearly lifted her off them. His eyes had gone sharp, like the keen edge of a blade. "You think all I want from you is the book and sex? God damn it. Is that what you think? Or is that what you choose to think? That way, you don't have to give too much back or take any real risks. You think bearing my soul to you about my parents isn't a risk?" She shoved him back, hard. "You think knowing anyone with the price and the interest will buy my memories and feelings isn't a risk? Then why are you doing it?" "Because it's time." She pushed her hair back from her damp cheeks. "You were right about that. Does that satisfy you? You were right. I need to say it to get it out. And maybe somewhere in your damn book, I'll see why it had to happen. Then I can bury them both." She mused. "Okay." He nodded. "That covers that part. What about the rest? What about you and me?" "What about it?" she shot back. "We had a few sparks some years ago and decided to act on them now. And that's it for you? A few sparks?" She stepped back as he moved in. "Don't crowd me. I haven't even started crowding you. That's your problem, Liv. Never letting anyone get quite close enough to share your space. I want your body. Fine if you're in the mood, but everything else is off limits." "That doesn't work for me." Not with you. That's your problem. Damn right. He grabbed her arm, spinning her back when she turned. And it's yours too. I have feelings for you. He released her abruptly to pace away, to stand all but vibrating with frustration on the bank of the stream. The light was gone now, so the low fire flickered gold, and the first shimmer of the rising moon shifted through the trees. Do you think this is a snap for me? He said wearily. Because I've had other women in my life, it's a breeze for me to deal with the only one who's ever mattered? He turned back. She stood where he'd left her, but had lifted her arms to cross them defensively around her. Those delicate fingers of moonlight shivered over her pale silver. Olivia, the first time I saw you, you were a baby. Something about you reached right out, so much more than that sad image on the television screen, and grabbed me. It's never let go. I didn't see you again until you were 12. Gangly and brave and all haunted eyes. There was a connection. There was nothing sexual about it. He started back toward her, watched her shift slightly, as if to brace. I never forgot you. You were in and out of my head. Then you were 18. You opened the door of your apartment, and there you were, tall and slender and lovely. A little distracted, a little impatient. Then your eyes cleared. God, I've had your eyes in my head as long as I can remember. And you smiled at me and cut me off at the knees. I've never been the same. He stopped a foot away from her and saw she was trembling. I've never been the same. Her skin was shivering, her heart beating too fast. You're fantasizing, Noah. You're letting your imagination run wild. I did plenty of fantasizing about you. He was calm now, certain because he could see her nerves. But it didn't come close. I did some compensating too. But there was never a woman who pulled at me the way you do. Straight from the gut. I know I hurt you. I didn't understand you or myself well enough then. Even when I came here and saw you again, I didn't understand it. I just knew. Seeing you thrilled me. I've never gotten over you. Do you know what it was like to realize I'd never gotten over you? Panic wanted to rise, taunted her to run. Pride had her standing her ground. You're mixing things up, Noah. No, I'm not. He reached up, touched her face, then framed it in his hands. Look at me, Liv. Look, there's one thing I'm absolutely clear on. I'm so completely in love with you. A messy mix of joy and terror clogged her throat. I don't want you to be. I know. He touched his lips gently to hers. It scares you. I don't want this. She gripped his wrists. I won't give you what you're looking for. You are what I'm looking for. And I've already found you. Next step is to figure out what you want and what you're looking for. I told you I already have everything I want in my life. If that were true, I wouldn't scare you. I'm going to build a life with you, Olivia. I've been waiting to start and didn't even know it. It's only fair I give you time to catch up. I'm not interested in marriage. I haven't asked you yet, he pointed out, and his lips parted as they covered hers again. But I'll get to that. Meanwhile, just tell me one thing. He cruised into the kiss so that they could both float on it. Is what you're feeling for me just a few sparks? It was warmth she felt, a steady stream of it, and a longing so deep, so aching, it beat like a heart. I don't know what I feel. Good answer. Let me love you. He walked her backward toward the tent, muddling her brain with hands and lips. And we'll see if the answer changes. He was patient and thorough, and showed her what it was to be touched by a man who loved her. Each time she tried to hold back, he would simply find a new way to slide through her defenses, to fill a heart reluctant to be filled, to steal a heart determined not to be taken. When he moved inside her, slow and smooth and deep, he saw the answer he wanted in her eyes. "I love you, Olivia." He closed his mouth over hers, drew in her ragged breath, and wondered how long he would wait to hear her say it. 29. The man was so carelessly cheerful, Olivia thought. It was all but impossible not to respond in kind. It didn't matter that the morning had dawned with a thin, drizzling rain that would undoubtedly have them soaked within an hour of the hike back. He woke up happy, listened to the drumming, and said it was a sign from God that they should stay in the tent and make crazy love. Since he rolled on top of her and initiated a sexy little wrestling match, she couldn't come up with a logical argument against the plan. And for the first time in her life, laughed during sex. Then just when she'd convinced herself that good sex shouldn't be a barometer of her emotions, he nuzzled her neck, told her to stay put, and that he'd see to the coffee. She snuggled into the warm cocoon of the tent and wallowed in the afterglow of lovemaking. She hadn't let herself be pampered since childhood. She had taught herself to believe that if she didn't take care of herself, see to details personally, and move consistently forward in the direction she'd mapped out, she would be handing control of her life over to someone else, as her mother had done. And yes, she thought closing her eyes, perhaps even as her father had done, love was a weakness or a weapon. And she'd convinced herself that she'd never permit herself to feel it for anyone beyond family. Didn't she have both potentials inside her? The one to surrender to it completely, and the one to use it violently? How could she risk turning that last key in that last lock and open herself to what she already knew she had inside her for Noah? Then he nudged his way back into the tent, 2 steaming cups in his hand. His sun-streaked hair was damp with rain, his feet bare, and the jeans he tugged on unbuttoned. The wave of love swamped her, closed over heart and head. "I think I saw a shrew." He passed her the coffee and settled down with his own. "Don't know if it was a wandering or a dusky, but I'm pretty sure it was a shrew." The wanderings found more often in the lowlands, she heard herself say. At this altitude, it was probably a dusky, whichever, it looked mostly like a mouse and was rooting around for breakfast, I guess. They eat constantly, rarely go over 3 hours without a meal. Very like some city boys I know. I haven't even mentioned breakfast. He fortified himself with coffee. I thought about it, but I haven't mentioned it. The weather's gonna get better. She merely lifted an eyebrow and glanced up toward the roof of the tent and the steady tapping of rain. "An hour, tops, and it'll clear," he insisted. "If I'm right, you cook breakfast in the sunshine. If I'm wrong, I do it in the rain. Deal. So how about a date when we get back?" "Excuse me?" "A date, Dinner, a movie, making out in my rental car." "I thought you'd be heading back to LA soon." "I can work anywhere. You're here." It was so simple for him, she realized. "I keep trying to take a step back from you. You keep moving forward." He smoothed her tousled hair with his fingers. Is that a problem for you? Yes, but not as much as I thought it would be. Not as much as it should be. She took a breath, braced herself. I care about you. It's not easy for me. I'm no good at this. He leaned forward, pressed his lips to her forehead and said, Practice. While Noah and Olivia were inside the tent, in the rain-splattered forest, Sam Tanner looked out the window of the rented cabin and into the gloom. He'd never understood what had drawn Julie to this place, with its rains and chill, its thick forests and solitude. She'd been made for the light, he thought. Spotlights, the elegant shimmer of chandeliers, the hot white flash of exotic beaches. But she'd always been pulled back here by some invisible tie. He realized now that he'd done his best to break that tie. He'd made excuses not to go with her, or he'd juggled their demands to prevent her from going alone. They'd only made the trip twice after Olivia was born. He'd ignored Julie's need for home because he hadn't wanted anyone or anything to be more important to her than he was. Before they could slide away from him, he picked up the mini recorder he'd bought and put those thoughts on tape. He intended to speak with Noah again, but wasn't sure how much more time he had. The headaches were raging down on him like a freight train, and with terrifying regularity now. He suspected the doctors had overestimated his time, and the tapes were his backup. Whatever happened, whenever it happened, he was going to be sure the book found its way. He had everything he needed. He'd stocked the kitchen with food from the resort's grocery store. There were times he didn't have the energy for the dining room. He had plenty of tapes and batteries to continue his story until he was able to reach Noah again. Where the hell is he? Sam thought, with a flush of anger. Time was running out, and he needed that connection. He needed not to be alone. The headache began to build in the center of his skull. He shook pills out of bottles, some prescription, some he'd risked buying on the street. He had to beat the pain. He couldn't think, couldn't function if he let the pain take over. And he had so much to do yet. So much to do. Olivia? He thought grimly. There was a debt to pay. He set the bottles back on the table, beside the long gleaming knife and the Smith & Wesson 38. Noah might have felt smug about being right about the rain, but he felt even better when they reached the lowland forest. He could start dreaming of a hot shower now, a quiet room and several hours alone with his computer and a phone. You've lost 2 bets to me now, he reminded her. It stopped raining, and I never whined for my laptop. Yes, you did. You just did it in your head. That doesn't count. Pay up. No, forget I said that. I'll take it in trade. We'll call it, even if you find me a room where I can work for a few hours. I can probably come up with something. And a place I can shower and change. He smiled when she slanted him a look. I'm online for a room at the lodge if you get any cancellations. But meanwhile, I'm relegated to a campsite and public showers. I'm very shy. Delighted with her giggle, he grabbed her hand. Except around you. You can shower with me. We take conservation very seriously in my family. She scowled, but only for form's sake. We can swing by the house, she said after checking her watch. My grandmother should be out with one of the children's groups for a while yet. Then she generally goes marketing. You've got an hour, Brady, to get yourself cleaned up and out. I don't want her upset. That's not a problem, he told himself, He wouldn't let it be. But she's going to have to meet me eventually, Leave. At the wedding anyway. Haha. She tugged her hand free. We can make another bet. I say I can charm her inside of an hour. No deal. You're just afraid because you know she'll come over to my side and tell you what a blind fool you are for not throwing yourself at my feet. You really need to get a grip. Oh, I've got one. And I've got you, he thought. We're both just figuring that out. He saw the flickers of color first, through the trees, and the green wash of light, dabs and dapples of red and blue and yellow, then the glint that was stronger sunlight shooting off glass. When he stepped into the clearing, he stopped, pulling Olivia to a halt beside him. When he'd driven her home, it had been dark, deep and dark, and he'd only seen the shape of shadow against night, and the flickers of light in a window. Now he thought the house looked like a fairy tale with its varied roof lines and sturdy old wood and stone, flowers flowing at its base and sprinkling into sweeps of pretty colors and shapes. There were 2 rockers on the porch, pots filled with more brilliant flowers, and generous windows on all sides that would have opened the inside world up to the forest. It's perfect. She watched his face as he said it, as surprised to see he meant just that, as by the rush of pleasure it gave her. It's been the MacBride's home for generations, she told him. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder it's your place. It's exactly right for you. This, not the house in Beverly Hills. That would never have been you. I'll never know that. He turned from the house to look into her eyes. Yes, you do. With someone else, she might have shrugged it off. With anyone else, she wouldn't have spoken of it. Yes, I do know that. How do you? You've been inside me for 20 years. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to. What I know is that when I try to project 20 years from now, you're still there. Her heart did one long, slow roll. She had to look away to steady it. God, you get to me. She shook her head when his hands came to her shoulders, when he shifted her back to him. No, not now. Always, he said quietly, and settled his lips softly, dreamily on hers. Without a sound, without a struggle, her arms came up and around him. Her body leaned in, not surrender, not this time. This time acceptance. Emotions stormed through him, fast and hot and needy, and his mouth grew rough on hers. Tell me, he demanded. He was wild to hear the words, to hear from her lips what he could taste on them. She wanted to fling herself off the edge and trust him to fall with her. The fear and the joy of it roared in her head. She teetered there, pulled in both directions, and only jerked away when she heard the sound of an engine laboring up the lane. Someone's coming. He kept his hands on her shoulders, his eyes on hers. You're in love with me. Just say it. It's the truck. It's my grandmother. She pressed a hand to her mouth. God, what have I done? The truck was already rounding the turn. Too late to ask him to go, Olivia realized. Too late, even if the glint in his eye told her he wouldn't have quietly slipped into the trees. She turned away, braced herself as the truck pulled up. I'll handle this. No. He took her hand in a firm grip. We'll handle it. Val sat where she was as they walked to the truck. Her fingers were tied on the wheel. She saw the distress and apology on Olivia's face and looked away from it. Grandma? Olivia stopped at the driver's side. rested her free hand on the base of the open window. "So you're back?" "Yes, just now. I thought you'd be with the children's group." Janine took it. Rage had her by the throat, whipping the words out before she could stop them. "Did you think to sneak in and out before I got home?" Stunned, Olivia blinked, stood numbly as Noah shifted in front of her, much as he had to shield her from the cougar. "I asked Olivia if I could shower and change, since the lodge is booked. I'm Noah Brady, Mrs. MacBride. I know who you are. This is Livy's home," she said shortly. "If she's told you that you can use it to clean up, that's her right. But I have nothing to say to you. Move aside," she ordered. "I have groceries to put away." She dragged at the wheel and, without another glance at either of them, drove around the back of the house. "I broke my word to her," Olivia murmured. "No, you didn't." She let out a shuddering breath that caught in her throat as he started after the truck. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" "To help your grandmother. Carry in the groceries." "Oh, for Christ's sake!" She caught up, dragged at his arm. "Just go. Can't you see how I hurt her?" "Yeah, I can see it. And I can damn well see how she's hurt you." The steel was back in his voice as he took her wrist, pulled her hand away. "I'm not backing off. You're both going to have to deal with that." He strode to the back of the house and, before Val could protest, plucked a bag out of her hand. Reaching into the bed of the truck, he hauled out another. "I'll take these in." He carted them onto the back porch and let himself in through the kitchen door. "I'm sorry." Olivia rushed to Val. "Grandma, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have. I'll make heaven go. You've already made your choices." Back stiff, Val reached in for another bag. "I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm sorry." She could taste hysteria bubbling in her own throat. "I'm so sorry. I'll make him go." "No, you won't." Struggling to hold his temper, Noah came back out. He walked to the truck, took the last 2 bags. "Any more, then I'll make you owe anything. If you want to take it out on someone, Mrs. MacBride, take it out on me." "Noah, would you just go? And leave you here feeling guilty and unhappy?" He gave her a long, quiet look that had Val's eyes narrowing. "You know better. I'm sorry we disagree about the book," he continued, turning back to Val. "I'm sorry that my being here upsets you. But the fact is, I'm going to write the book, and I'm going to be a part of Olivia's life. I hope we can come to terms about both, because she loves you. She loves you enough, and is grateful enough for everything you've done for her and been to her, that if it comes down to a choice between your peace of mind and her own happiness, she'll choose you." "That's not fair," Olivia began, and Val cut her off with a lifted hand. The wound inside her might have broken open again, might have been raw and viciously painful, but her eyes were still clear. They were still sharp. She wanted to dislike his face, to find it cold and hard and ruthless. She wanted to see self-interest, perhaps coated with a thin sheen of polish. Instead, she saw the glint of anger that hadn't faded since it had flashed into his eyes when she snapped at Olivia. And she saw the strength she'd once seen in his father's face. "That book will not be discussed in this house." Noah nodded. "Understood." "There are perishables in those bags," Val said as she turned away. "I have to get them put away." "Just give them to me," Olivia began, then hissed in frustration when he simply walked past her and into the house behind her grandmother. Left with no choice, Olivia dragged off her pack, dumped it on the porch, and hurried in after them. Already unloading bags, Val glanced toward the door as Olivia came in. She saw nerves ripe and jittery in her granddaughter's eyes. It made her feel ashamed. "You might as well take that pack off," she said to Noah. "I imagine you're sick of carrying it by now." If I admitted that, Liv would smirk at me. She wants me to think she thinks I'm a shallow urbanite who can't tell east from west. "You can't," Olivia murmured, and had Noah grinning at her. "I was just testing you." "And are you?" Val asked. If she'd been blind, she would have seen the bond in the look that passed between them. "A shallow urbanite." "No, ma'am, I'm not. The fact is I've fallen in love, not just with Liv, though that came as a jolt to both of us, but with Washington. At least you're part of it. I've already picked some spots where we could build our house, but Liv says we'd run into trouble because it's a national park." "He's just babbling," Olivia managed when she had untangled her tongue. "There isn't. Spending a few days at the lodge or camping isn't like living here," Val interrupted. "I don't guess it is." Noah leaned back comfortably against the counter. "But I'm a pretty flexible guy about some things. And this is where she's happy. This is home for her. As soon as I saw this place, I thought she'd like to get married right here in the yard, between the flowers and the forest. That would suit her, wouldn't it?" "Oh, stop it!" Olivia burst out. "There isn't." "I wasn't talking to you," Noah said mildly, then offered Val an easy smile. "She's crazy about me, but she's having a little trouble, settling into it." Val nearly smiled. It broke her heart, then filled it again to see the amused exasperation on her little girl's face. "You're a clever young man, aren't you?" "I like to think so." She sighed a little as she neatly folded the last brown bag. "You might as well go get the rest of your things. You can stay in the guest room." "Thanks. I'll just leave the pack here." He turned, caught Olivia by the chin while she was still trying to catch up, and kissed her, warmly, deeply. "I won't be long. The screen door slapped smartly behind him, and Olivia threw up her hands. "You didn't have to do that. He'll be fine at the campground. You'll just be uncomfortable if he stays here." Val walked over to tuck the bags away in the broom closet. "Are you in love with him?" It's just..." She trailed off helplessly as Val turned back to look at her. "Are you in love with him, Livy?" She could only nod as tears swam into her eyes. "And if I said I don't want him around here, I don't want you to have anything to do with him. That you owe me the loyalty to respect my feelings on this. But I'll never have peace if you let that man into your life." She went white and rigid with the lance of pain. This was the woman who had given her everything, who had opened her arms, her heart, her home. She had to grip the edge of the counter to steady herself. I'll go tell him he has to leave." Oh, Livy." Val dropped into a chair, covering her face as she burst into tears. Don't cry. I'll send him away. He won't come back." Already on her knees, Olivia wrapped her arms around Val's waist. "I won't see him again. He was right." Eyes drenched, Val framed Olivia's pale face. I wanted to throw it back in his face. But he was right. You turn away from him. From your own heart, if you thought it was what I needed. I wanted him to be the selfish one, but I'm the one who's been selfish. No, never. I've hoarded you, Livy. With an unsteady hand, Val brushed at Olivia's hair. as much for your sake as mine in the beginning. But as time passed, just for me, I lost my Julie, and I promised myself nothing would ever happen to you. You took care of me. Yes, I took care of you. Tears streaming still, Val pressed a kiss to Olivia's forehead. I loved you, and Livy, I needed you. I needed you so desperately. So I never let you go. Not really. Don't cry, Gran. It ripped her to shreds to see the tears. I have to face it, we both do. I never let either of us face it, Livy. Every time your grandfather would try to talk to me about it, to make me see, I closed off. Even just a few days ago, I wouldn't listen to him. I knew he was right, but I wouldn't listen. Now, it's taken an outsider to make me face it. Everything I have, everything I am, I owe to you. It's not a debt. Anger with herself made Val's voice sharp. I'm ashamed to know I let you think it was, or should be. I'm ashamed that I pulled back from you when you chose to cooperate with this book. I could see it was something you needed, but I pulled back, deliberately, and made you suffer for it. I put a wedge between us, and I was too proud, too afraid to pull it out again. I have to know why it happened. And I've never let you. I've never let any of us. Val drew Olivia closer, rested her cheek on the soft cap of hair. I still don't know if I can face it all. But I do know I want you to be happy. Not just safe. Being safe isn't enough to live on. Steadier, Val eased back, rubbed the tears away. It's best if your young man stays here. I don't want him to upset you. Val took what she hoped was the next step and managed to smile. I'd rather he stay here where I can keep an eye on him and see if he's good enough for you. If I decide he's not, I'll see that your grandfather whips him into shape. Olivia turned her cheek into Val's hand. He claims he can charm you in less than an hour. Well, we'll just see about that. Rising, Val plucked out a tissue, blew her nose. It takes more than a pretty face to charm me. I'll make up my own mind in my own time. Her head felt a little hollow from the emotional ride. I suppose I'd better go up and see that the guest room's in order. I'll do it. I'll just take my pack up. She hefted it. I should run over to the center, check on things. It won't take me long. Take your time. It'll give me a chance to interrogate your young man. You never brought one home with you before for me to make squirm. He's slippery. I'm quick. Gran, I love you so much. Yes, I know you do. Go on. I need to make myself presentable. We'll talk more, Livy, she murmured after Olivia started up the stairs. It's long past time we talked. Her step was light as she crossed the upstairs hall to her room. She was in love, and it didn't hurt a bit. The gaps that had widened between her and her grandmother over the past months were closing. The future was a wide, wonderful space, overflowing with possibilities. Wanting to hurry, she flung open the door of her room, and the joy that had just begun to fill her soul fell away. There, on the pillow of her bed, bathed in a quiet stream of sunlight, lay a single white rose. 30. She couldn't breathe. Her head rang. Wild, frantic bells that vibrated down from her skull, peeled down her spine, beat along her numbed legs until she simply collapsed forward on her hands and knees and began to suck for air like a woman drowning. There was a terrible urge to crawl away, into the closet, into the dark. She fought it and the ice-pick jabs of panic in her chest. She pressed her hand to her shirt, then stared down it, surprised it wasn't covered with blood. The monster was here, in the house. He'd been in the house. With the thought of that chuckling hideously in her ear, she lunged to her feet, stumbled over the bag she'd dropped. Momentum carried her forward so that she fell on the bed. Her fingers inches away from the stem of that perfect white rose. She snatched her hand away as if the flower were a snake, filled with venom and ready to strike. She reared back, her eyes wide and round, the scream tearing at her throat for release. In the house, she thought again. He'd come into the house and her grandmother was down in the kitchen, alone. Her hand might have shook, but she reached for the knife at her belt, unsheathed it so that blade hissed against leather. And she moved quietly toward the door. She wasn't a helpless child now, and she would protect what she loved. He wouldn't still be inside. She tried to reason with herself, to follow logic, but she could still taste the fear. She slipped out into the hall, keeping her back against the wall. Her ears were cocked for any sound, and the hilt of the knife was hot in her hand. She moved quietly from room to room carefully, as she would when tracking a deer. She searched each one for a sign, for a scent, a change in the air. Her knees trembled as she crossed to the attic door. Would he hide there, where the memories were locked away? Would he know somehow that everything precious of her mother was neatly stored up those narrow stairs? She imagined herself going up, climbing those steps, hearing the faint creak of her weight against the old wood. Then seeing him, standing there, with the chest lid flung open, and her mother's scent struggling to life in the musty air, the bloody scissors in his hand, and the deranged eyes of the monster looking out from her father's face. She all but willed it to be so, as her fingers trembled against the knob. She would raise her knife and drive it into him, as he'd once driven the blades into her mother, and she would end it. But her hand lay limply on the knob, and her brow pressed against the wood of the door. For the first time in 2 decades, she wanted desperately to weep and couldn't. At the sound of a car rounding the lane, she slid the bolt home under the knob and ran on jellied legs to a window. The first fresh spurt of fear when she didn't recognize the car shimmered into relief when she saw Noah climb out. Her hands curled on the sill as she scanned the trees, the lengthening shadows. Was he out there? Was he watching? She spun around, desperate to run downstairs now, to let the terror spill out so someone else could take it away. And thought of her grandmother. No, she couldn't frighten her that way. She would handle it herself. Cautious, she slid the knife back in its sheath, but left the safety unsnapped. She leaned against the wall again, taking slow, even breaths. When she heard Noah's step on the stairs, she moved back into the hall. She's starting to warm up to me. Asked if I liked grilled pork chops. Let me give you a hand with that. How steady her voice was, she thought. How cool. She reached out to take his laptop case and left him with his bag and gear. The guest room's in here. It has its own bath. Thanks. He followed her inside, glancing around as he dropped his bags on the bed. This is a hell of a lot more appealing than a pup tent on a campsite. And guess who's here? Here. His eyes narrowed on her face at the thready ring to her voice. What's the matter, Liv? She shook her head, lowered to the edge of the bed. She needed a minute. Just another minute. Who's here? My parents. He took a good look at her now and, sitting beside her, took her hand. It was clammy and cold. Frank? Frank's here. Her hand turned over in his, gripped like a vice. At the lodge, Noah said slowly. They'd booked a room a while back. I want you to tell me what's wrong. I will. Frank's here. She let her head drop weakly on Noah's shoulder. I asked him to come. When I was in LA, I went to his house and asked him if he could. And he did. You matter to him. You always did. I know. It's like a circle, and it keeps going. All of us around and around. We can't stop. Just can't stop. Going around until it's all finished. He's been in the house, Noah. Who? She straightened up, and though her cheeks were still pale, her eyes were level. My father. He's been in the house. How do you know? There's a rose on my bed. A white rose. He wants me to know he's come back. The only change was a hardness that came into his eyes and a coldness that glinted into the green. Stay here. I've looked. She tightened her grip on his hand. I've already looked through the house, except for the attic. I couldn't go into the attic because... Damn right you couldn't go into the attic. The idea of it made his stomach churn. You stay in here or go downstairs with your grandmother. No, you don't understand. I couldn't go up because I wanted him to be there. I wanted it because I wanted to go up and kill him. Kill my father. God help me. I could see it, the way I'd rammed the knife into him. The way his blood would run over my hands. I wanted it. I wanted it. What does that make me? Human. He snapped it out. The word as effective as a slap. She jerked back, shuddered once. No. It would have made me what he is. Did you go up, Olivia? No, I locked the door from the outside. Lock this one from the inside and wait for me. Don't go. He's not here. He got to his feet. But you'll feel better if we make sure. Lock the door, he ordered. And wait. Despising herself, she did just that. Hid, as she had hidden before. When he came back, she opened the door and looked at him with empty eyes. There's no one there. I didn't see any indication there had been. We need to tell your grandparents. It'll frighten my grandmother. She has to know. See if you can track down your grandfather. Call the lodge. I'll call my parents. He skimmed his knuckles over her cheek. You'll feel better if you have your cop. Yes, Noah. She laid a hand on his arm. When I saw you get out of the car just now, I knew I could lean on you. I wanted to. Liv, if I told you I'd take care of you, it'd just piss you off, wouldn't it? She gave a watery laugh and sat back on the bed again. Yeah, not now, because I'm shaky, but later. Well, since you're shaky, I'll risk it. I'm going to take care of you. He took her face in his hands and kissed her. Believe it. Now call your grandfather. He'd taken such a risk, such a foolish and satisfying risk. How easily he could have been caught. And then what? He wasn't ready to face that yet. Not quite yet. As he sat in his room, he lifted a glass of bourbon to his lips with a hand that still shook slightly. But not with fear, with excitement, with life. For 20 years, he'd had no choice but to follow the rules, to do what was expected, to play the game. He couldn't have known, could never have anticipated what it was like to be free of that. It was terrifying. It was liberating. She would know what the rose meant. She wouldn't have forgotten the symbolism of it. Daddy's home. He drank again. Felt such power, after so many years of powerlessness. He'd nearly been caught. What incredible timing. He'd barely left the house by the back door. Wasn't it wonderful that such people trusted the fates and left their doors unlocked when he'd seen them step out of the trees? Livy, little Livy, and the son of the cop. That was irony enough for any script. The cycle, the circle, the whims of fortune that would have the daughter of the woman he loved connect with the son of the cop who'd investigated her murder. Julie, his beautiful Julie, he thought it would be enough just to frighten Livy. Enough to make her think of that bloody night so many years ago. To remember what she'd seen and run from. How could he have known, after all these years, that he would look at her as she turned to another man and see Julie? Julie pressing that long, slim body against someone else? How could he have known? He'd remember, in a kind of nightmare frenzy, what it was to destroy what you loved, and need so desperately to do it all again. And when it was done, he picked up the knife and turned it under the lamplight. It would be over. The circle finally closed. There would be nothing left of the woman who turned him away. You'll need to take basic precautions. Frank sat in the MacBride living room, his blood humming. Back on the job, he thought, to finish one that had never felt closed. For how long? Olivia asked. It was her grandmother who concerned her most. But the crisis appeared to have steadied Val. She sat, shoulders straight, eyes alert, mouth hard. As long as it takes, you're going to want to avoid going out alone, staying in groups as much as possible, and start locking the doors. Olivia had had time to settle, time to think. So she nodded. There really isn't anything we can do, is there? He remembered the little girl hiding in the closet and the way she'd reached out to him. She was a woman now, and this time he couldn't just pick her up and take her to safety. I'm going to be as honest with you as I can. Livy, so far, he hasn't done anything we can push him on. Stalking, Noah snapped out. Trespassing, breaking and entering. First you have to prove it. Frank held up a hand. If we manage to do that, the police might be able to hassle him, but not much more. A phone call with no specific threat. A gift and a flower put into an unlocked house. He could argue that he just wanted to make contact with the daughter he hasn't seen in 20 years. There's no law against it. He's a murderer. Rob stopped his restless pacing and laid a hand on Olivia's shoulder. Who's served his time? And the fact is, Frank scanned the faces in the room. The contact may be all he wants. Then why didn't he speak to me over the phone? Frank focused on Olivia. She was a little pale, but holding up well. Underneath the composure, he imagined her nerves were screaming. I can't get into his head. I never could. Maybe that's why I could never put this one aside. You're what's left of Julie, Frank thought. All he has left of her. And you're what helped put him away. And she knew it. He could see the knowledge of it burning in her eyes. What we can do is ask the local police to do some checking, he continued. Do what they can to find out if Tanner's in the area. Olivia nodded again, kept her hands still in her lap. And if he is, they'll talk to him. And so will I, Frank thought. If he contacts you, let me know about it right away. If there's more, we may be able to push on the stalking. He hesitated, then got to his feet. Remember one thing, Livy. He's on your ground, out of his element, and he's alone. You're not. It bolstered her, as it was meant to. She rose as well. I'm glad you're here. She smiled at Celia. Both of you. We all are. Val stepped forward. I hope you'll stay for dinner. You have so much on your mind, Celia began. We'd like you to stay. Pauja, Val laid a hand on Celia's arm, and there was a plea in her eye, woman to woman. Then why don't I give you a hand? I haven't had a chance to tell you how much I like your home. As they started out, with Celia's arm draped over Val's shoulders, Olivia wondered who was leading whom. I haven't even offered you a drink. Rob struggled to slip into the role of host. What can I get you? Coffee, Frank started to say. He always drank coffee when he was working, but Olivia moved to Rob, slid her arm through his. We have a really lovely fume blanc. Noah's fond of good wine. Why don't you make yourselves comfortable while we open a bottle? That would be nice. Wouldn't mind stretching my legs a bit first. Noah, why don't we take a walk? He wanted to object, to keep Olivia in sight, but it had been more order than request, and he knew there was a reason for it. Sure, we'll take a look at Mr. MacBride's garden, so you can mourn your own failure. As much for himself as to make a point, he turned to Olivia, brushed a kiss over her mouth. Be right back. Frank waited until they were outside. Even as they stepped off the porch, his eyes were scanning. I take it there's more between you and Livy than the book. I'm in love with her. I'm going to marry her. The sudden hitch in his step had Frank coming up short, blowing out a breath. Next time, son, remember my age and tell me to sit down first. Noah was braced for a fight, craved one. You have a problem with that? No, anything but. Calmly, Frank studied his son's face. But it sounds like you do. I brought this on her. No, you didn't. Deliberately, he moved away from the house, wanting to be certain their voices didn't carry through open windows. If Tanner wanted to get to her, he'd have found a way. You didn't lead him here, Noah. The fucking book. Maybe he looked at it as a tool. Maybe he just wanted the spotlight again. Frank shook his head. Or maybe he started out wanting to tell his story, just as he told you. I've never been able to get a handle on him. I'll tell you this. If you don't keep your head clear, you never will either. And you won't help her. My head's clear, and his rage was cold. Clear enough to know if I find him before the cops do, I'll do more than talk. He's terrorizing her, and he brought Mom into it. He's used me for part of it. He strode around the edge of the garden, where the last soft light lay like silk over the celebration of flowers. God damn it. I sat with him. I looked him in the eye. I listened to him. I'm supposed to know what's inside people when they're stringing me along. And I'd started to believe he'd been innocent. So had I at one point. Why did you? Noah jammed his hands into his pockets, stared into the trees. He loved her. However fucked up he was, he loved her. He still does. You can see it when he talks about her. She was it for him. I know what that feels like now. When you have that inside you, how can you get past it to kill? He shook his head before Frank could speak. And that's stupid because it happens all the time. Drugs, alcohol, obsession, jealousy. But a part of me bought into it, wanted to buy into it. You love her. He's her father. There's something else, Noah. They found Karin. What? For a minute, the name meant nothing. Doesn't matter now. It might. She turned up in New York, hooked up with a photographer she met at a party. A rich photographer. Good for her. Hope she stays there. A whole continent between us ought to be enough. Then he thought of Mike. Did they pull her in? She was questioned, denied it. Word is she got pretty violent in denying it. Typical. She also has an alibi for the night. Mike was hurt. The party. A couple of dozen people saw her at this deal up in the hills. So she slipped out for a while? It doesn't look like it. The alibi is holding. We have the time of the attack narrowed to 30 minutes between when Mike got to the house and Dory found him. During that half-hour period, Karin was snuggled up to the photographer in front of 20 witnesses. That doesn't... He trailed off, felt his insides lurch. Dana? God! He dragged his hands free, pressed his fingers to his eyes. He knew where I lived. He was out by then. And he knew where to find me. The son of a bitch. What was the point? Did you let him see any of your work? No, of course not. Could be as simple as that. He wanted to see where you were heading with it. Top billing was important to him. Probably still is. And you'd have names, addresses in your files. Notes, tapes. Revenge? Does it come down to that? Getting back at the people who testified against him? I don't know. But he's dying, Noah. What does he have to lose? He had nothing to lose. So he sat, sipping his drink and watching night fall. The pain was nicely tucked under the cushion of drugs. And the drugs were dancing with alcohol. Just like old times. It made him want to laugh. It made him want to weep. Time was running out, he thought. Wasn't it funny? Wasn't it wonderfully funny how it had crawled for 20 years? Only to sprint like a runner at the starting block now that he was free. Free to do what? To die of cancer? Sam studied the gun, lifted it, stroked it. No, he didn't think he'd let the cancer kill him. All he needed was the guts. Experimentally, he turned the gun, looked keenly into the barrel, then slipped it like a kiss between his lips. It would be fast, and if there was pain, it would be over before it really began. His finger flirted with the trigger. He could do it. It was just another kind of survival, wasn't it? He'd learned all about survival in prison, but not yet. First there was Livy. Most of all, there was Livy. Through the meal, no one spoke of it. Conversation ran smoothly, gliding over underlying tensions. After the first 10 minutes, Noah gazed at his mother with admiration. She drew Olivia out, chattering on about the center, asking her opinion about everything from the plight of the northern pocket gopher. Where did she get this stuff? To the mating habits of osprey. He decided either Olivia was as skilled an actress as her mother had been, or she was enjoying herself. Val lifted a bowl of herb potatoes and passed them to Frank. Have some more. I'm going to have to make serious use of your health club tomorrow, Alardish. But he accepted the bowl and helped himself to another serving. This is a fantastic meal, Val. Frank tolerates my cooking, Celia put in. Cooking? Frank winked at Noah and handed off the bowl. When did you start cooking? Listen to that, she said as she gave him a playful punch. All the years I've slaved over a hot stove for my men. All the tofu that gave their lives, Noah murmured, and earned a punch of his own. But you sure are pretty, Mom. Isn't she pretty? He grabbed her hand and kissed it. You think that gets around me? He scooped up potatoes. Yeah. And that's what did it for Val. How could she hold back against a boy who so clearly loved his mother? She lifted a basket, offered it. Have another roll, Noah. Thanks. This time when he smiled at her, she smiled back. They lingered over coffee. Under different circumstances, Noah mused. The MacBrides and the Bradys would have slipped into an easy friendship, without complications, with no shadows. But the shadows were flickering back. He could see them in the way Olivia would glance at the windows, quick glimpses at the dark. The way his father studied the house, a cop's assessment of security. And he saw the strain on Val MacBride's face when his parents got ready to leave. I'll be at your naturalist talk at the center tomorrow. Celia slipped on a light jacket on. And I'm hoping there's still room for one more on your guided hike. We'll make room. Celia ignored Olivia's extended hand and caught her up in a hard hug. I'll see you in the morning then. Val, Rob, thanks for a wonderful meal. And when she embraced Val, she murmured in her ear, Stay strong. We're right here. She gave Val's back a bolstering pat, then took Noah's arm. Walk your mother to the car. It would, they both knew, give Frank a chance to reassure the MacBrides. Celia breathed deep of the night and wondered how Frank would feel about buying a little holiday cabin in the area. They were used to having their chick close by after all. It was a good place for roots, she thought, drawing in the scent of growing things. A good place for her son. She turned to him, took his face in her hands. You're smart, and you're clever, and you've always been a joy to me. If you let that girl get away, I'll kick your butt. He lifted an eyebrow. Do you know everything? About you? I do. Have you asked her to marry you? Sort of. She's work. Yeah, just as you said she would be. He added when Celia rolled her eyes. But she's not going to get away from me. And I'm not going to let anything happen to her. I always wondered who you'd fall in love with and bring into our lives. And I always promised myself that whoever it was, no matter how irritated I might be by her, I'd be a quiet, non-interfering mother-in-law. And you can wipe that smirk off your face. Right now, young man. Sorry. I thought I heard you say something about you being quiet. I'll ignore that and tell you how much I appreciate you choosing a woman I can admire, respect, and love. I didn't choose her. I think I ran out of choices the minute I saw her. Oh. Celia stepped back, sniffling. That's going to make me cry. I want grandbabies, Noah. Is that from the quiet, non-interfering part of you? Shut up. Then she hugged him, held on fierce and tight. Be careful. Please be very careful. I will. With her. With all of it. He stared over his mother's shoulder, into the shadows. He's not going to harm us. 31. He waited until the house was quiet to go to her. He knocked softly, but didn't wait for her answer, and saw, the moment she turned from the window, that she hadn't expected him. Did you really think I'd leave you alone tonight? I don't think it's appropriate that we sleep together in my grandparents' house. He had to give himself a minute. Are you saying that to make me mad, or because you actually believe the only reason I'm here is to sleep with you? She shrugged, then turned away again. The wind had risen to sing through the treetops. That, and the sound of the night birds, was a music that always soothed her. but not tonight. She tried a hot bath, the herbal tea her grandmother enjoyed before bedtime. They'd added yet another layer of fatigue to her body and did nothing to soothe her mind. "I don't have any objections to sex," she said coolly, willing him to leave before she pulled him in any deeper. "But I'm tired, and my grandparents are sleeping at the end of the hallway." "Fine, go to bed." He walked to her shelves, scanned the titles of books, and plucked one at random. "I'll just sit here and read a while." She closed her eyes while her back was to him, then composing her features carefully, faced him. "Maybe we should straighten this out before it goes any further." The few days in the backcountry was fun. More fun than I'd expected. I like you more than I anticipated. Because I do. I don't want to hurt you. Yes, you do. He set the book aside, sat down. The question is why? I don't want to hurt you, Noah. Some of the emotion pumping inside her leaked into her voice. We had an interesting time together. We had great sex. Now I've got a lot more on my mind. And the simple fact is, I don't want what you seem to believe you want from us. I'm not built for it. You're in love with me, Olivia. You're deluding yourself. She shoved open the French doors and stepped out onto the narrow terrace. The hell I am. She hadn't expected him to move that quickly. Certainly not that quietly. But he was beside her, spinning her around, and the temper in his eyes was ripe and hot. Do I have to make you say it? He yanked her against him. Is that the only way? You can't even give me the words freely? What if I'm in love with you? What if I am? She fought her way free, stood back with the wind whipping at her thin robe. It won't work. I won't let it. Her voice rose. With an effort, she controlled it before she gave in to the urge to shout. Maybe if I didn't care, I'd let it happen. That makes sense. That explains everything. If you didn't love me, we could be together. Because it wouldn't matter. I'm afraid, and you'd see to it I wasn't alone. I'd let you do what you seem so hell-bent on doing and take care of me. At feast until this is over. A little calmer, he reached out to touch the ends of her hair. I knew it was a mistake to say that. Taking care of you isn't taking you over, Liv. You've got this nurturing streak. You can't help yourself. The idea so completely baffled him, he could only stare. No, I don't. Oh, for God's sake, she stormed past him back into the room. You want to look after everyone you care about. Listen to yourself sometime when you talk about Mike. You're always coming to his rescue. You don't even realize it. It's second nature. It's the same with your parents. I don't rescue my parents. You tend to them. Noah, it's lovely. Really lovely. Just tonight, I'm listening to your mother talk about how you come by their house and try to save her flowers. Or how you go hang out with your father at the youth center, take him pizza. He might starve otherwise. It's not tending. It was a word that made him want to squirm. It's just family. No, it's just you. And she could have drowned in love with him for no other reason. He was beautiful, inside and out. You focus, she continued. You listen, and you make things matter. All the things I wanted to believe about you. All the ways I tried to tell myself you were shallow or careless were just ways to stop myself from feeling. Because I can't. Won't, he corrected. I sound like a pretty good catch. He started toward her. Why are you trying to shake me off the hook? I don't come from the kind of people you come from. My mother was a victim, my father a murderer. That's what I have inside me. So everyone who comes from a difficult or violent background isn't capable of love? This isn't a debate. I'm telling you the way it is. I'm telling you I don't want to be involved with you. How are you going to stop it? I already have. Her voice went flat and cool now as she turned toward the door. We're done. I've given you all I can give you on the book. There's no need for you to stay past morning. He walked toward the door she opened. Her heart was bleeding as she shifted aside. Later, she would tell herself she should have seen it coming. Should have recognized the cool, reckless light in his eye. He gripped her wrist to move it away from the knob. Close the door, turn the lock. If we play it your way, and I go along with the idea that you can turn your feelings on and off as easily as I turn that lock, then all we really had between us was business which is concluded, and sex. Would that be an accurate statement? He had her backed against the door, trapped there. When the first shock passed, she realized he frightened her, and along with the fear rode a terrible excitement. Close enough. It's better that way for both of us. Sure, let's keep it simple. If it's just about sex. He yanked the tie of her robe away. Then let's take it. She jerked her chin up, forced herself to meet his eyes. Fine, but his mouth was already crushed to hers, tasting of fury and violence. His fingers plunged into her, ripping her over a brutal peak before her mind could keep pace with her body. She cried out, shock, denial, delight, and the sound was muffled against his ruthless mouth. He tore her robe aside, even as he drove her deeper, faster, into the pumping heat. It doesn't matter. It's just sex. Hurt and anger speared through him, and he let the keener edge of desire rule. His hands were rough when he dragged her to the bed, his body hard and demanding when he pressed down on hers. He gave her no time, no choice, but he gave her pleasure. Her nails dug into his shoulders, but not in protest. Beneath his, her body shuddered and writhed, and the sounds in her throat were the low animal moans of mating. This was not the playful tumble he'd shown her, or the gentle thoroughness of seduction. Heat instead of warmth, greed unbalanced by generosity. She tore at his clothes and raked her nails down his sweat-slicked back. With oaths instead of promises, he jerked up her hips and slammed himself into her. She was hot and wet and fisted around him urgently as her body bowed up, a quaking bridge. Her skin glinted with damp in the lamplight. Her eyes stared, dark with shock, into his. She couldn't survive it. It was one terrified thought that raced through her spinning brain. No one could survive this brutal heat, these battering fists of sensation. She fought to swallow air and breathed out his name. The orgasm sliced through her, twin edges of pleasure and pain. It opened her, left her helpless and exposed. He hung on, like a man clinging to a ledge by his fingertips, as the blood beat like thunder in his head, his heart, his loins. Say it. He panted it out, gripping her hips so that she had no choice but to take more of him. Give me the words. Damn it, Liv. Tell me now. His face filled her vision. There was nothing else. I love you. Oh, God. Her hand slid away from him to lie limply on the bed. Noah. He let go of the ledge, and when the last desperate thrust emptied him, he collapsed on her. He could feel her trembling, and the staccato beat of her heart against his. Who won? He wondered and rolled away from her. "I'm trying to be sorry for treating you that way," he said, "but I'm not. There wouldn't be any point in it." She was cold, she realized. Growing cold because he was moving away. "I won't leave in the morning. I won't leave until this is resolved. You'll have to find a way to deal with that." "Noah." She sat up, then began to shiver. "The lack's in me. It's not you." "That makes it just fine then." He rolled off the bed, scooped up his jeans. "I told my mother you were work. That's not the half of it. You're a battle, Liv. You're a fucking combat zone. And I never know if you're going to wave the white flag, attack, or just turn tail and retreat. And maybe you're right." He jammed his legs into the pants and dragged them up. Maybe it's just not worth it. It was the first time in 6 years he'd hurt her. Really hurt her. She stared, speechless as the shockwave of it shook through her. The words were lethal enough, but he'd said them with such steely finality, with such a wintry indifference, that she wrapped her arms tight to ward off the vicious chill. "You're cold." He reached down for her robe, tossed it onto the tangled sheets. "Go to bed. You think you can speak to me like that, then walk away?" "Yeah, I do." He found what was left of his shirt and stuffed it in his pocket. "You son of a bitch." He only lifted a brow when she scrambled off the bed, punched her arms through the sleeves of her robe. "I'm a combat zone." "Well, who the hell asked you to sign up for the fight?" "I guess we can say I was drafted." "Lock those outside doors," he instructed, and turned to leave. "Don't you dare walk out. You started this. You can't possibly understand. You have no idea what it's like for me. You pop into my life whenever you damn well please. And I'm just supposed to go along?" "You kick me out of your life whenever you damn well please," he retorted. "And I'm just supposed to go along? You want to talk about love and marriage, building houses, having children. And I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow." "Is that all?" "Well, just let me consult my crystal ball." Ordinarily, the killing look she shot him would have made him want to grin. Now he simply studied her with mild interest as she swore at him and spun away to pace. "Always a slick answer, always a joke. I just want to slap you." "Go ahead, I don't hit girls." He knew that would do it. She stopped on a dime, swung around all balled fists, quivering muscles and fiery eyes. Her breath heaved as she fought for control, and her cheeks flushed with furious color. Under the wall of temper he'd built leaked a stream of sheer admiration for her willpower. She wanted to wail into him, but wouldn't give him the satisfaction. God, what a woman. "I prefer being civilized," she told him. "No, you don't. But you're probably smart enough to know if you take a swipe at me, we'll just end up in bed again. You'd lose control there, when I'm touching you, when I'm inside you. You forget to pick up all the emotional baggage you've carted around all your life, and it's just you and me. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're exactly right. But I can't spend my life in bed with you and the baggage is right there waiting when I get up. So throw some of it out. Leave and travel light. You're so smug, aren't you?" She detested the bitter taste of the words. "With your nice, cozy suburban childhood? Mom and Dad buttering around the house on weekends, and you and all your pals ready to ride your bikes to the park after school. Progress, he thought, and settled into the fight. Finally, she was cutting through the shield. I'd say it wasn't quite like Beaver Cleaver, but you wouldn't know who the hell I was talking about, since you didn't watch TV. That's right, I didn't. Because my grandmother was afraid they'd run a story on my mother. Or I'd turn it on and see one of her movies or one of the movies made about her. I didn't go to school because someone might have recognized me and there'd be talk, or there'd be an accident. Oh, God knows, I didn't have my parents lazing around the house on a Sunday afternoon because one was dead and the other in prison. So how can you have a normal life now? That's a pitiful excuse for being afraid to trust your own feelings. And well, if it is. Shame tried to wash through her temper, but she dammed it up. Who are you to judge me? Who have you lost? You can't know what it's like to lose one of the most vital people in your life to violence, to see it, to be part of it. For Christ's sake, my father was a cop. Every time he strapped on his weapon and left the house, I knew he might not come back. Some nights, when he was late, I'd sit by the window in the dark and wait for his car. He'd never told anyone that, not even his mother. I lost him 1,000 different ways over 1,000 different nights in my head. Don't tell me I don't understand. My heart breaks for you for what you lost, but goddamn it, don't tell me I don't understand. Because it ripped at him, he swung around toward the door. The hell with this. Wait. She would have rushed to the door to stop him, but her knees were shaking. Please. I didn't think of it. Her eyes were damp and bleak. I'm sorry. Don't go. Please don't go. I need air. She made it through the terrace doors, reached out for the banister and held onto it. When she heard him step out behind her, she closed her eyes. Relief, shame, love ran through her in a twisting river. I'm a mess, Noah. I've always set goals and marched right toward them. It was the only way I could get through everything. I could put what happened out of my head for long periods of time and just focus on what I was going to do, what I would accomplish. I didn't make friends. I didn't put any effort into it. People were just a distraction. No, don't. She said it quietly and shifted aside when he brushed a hand over her hair. I don't think I can tell you if you're touching me. You're shivering. Come inside and we'll talk. I'm better outside. I'm always better outside. She drew a deep breath. I took my first lover 2 weeks after you came to see me at college. I let myself think I was a little in love with him, but I wasn't. I was in love with you. I fell in love with you when you sat down beside me on the riverbank near the beaver dam, and you listened to me. It wasn't a crush. She gathered the courage to turn then, to face him. I was only 12, but I fell in love with you. When I saw you again, it was as if everything inside me had just been waiting. Just waiting, Noah. After you left, I closed all that off again. You were right. What you said about my turning my feelings on and off. I could. I did. I went to bed with someone else just to prove it. It was cold. Calculated. I'd hurt you. Yes. And I made sure I remembered that. I made sure I could pull that out so you couldn't do it again. Even after all this time. I didn't want to believe you could understand what I felt. About what happened to my mother, to me, to my family. But I think a part of me always knew you were the only one who really could. The book isn't just for you. No, it isn't. I don't know if... I'm not sure. She broke off again, shook her head in frustration. I wanted to make you go. I wanted to make you mad enough to go. Because no one's ever mattered to me the way you do. It terrifies me. I won't hurt you again. Liv. Noah, it's not that. Her eyes glowed against the dark. It's the other way around this time. What's inside of me? What could be in there and could leap out one day and... Stop it. The order cut her off like a slap. You're not your father any more than I'm mine. But you know yours. Noah. Still, for the first time, she reached out to touch him, laid a hand on his cheek. Everything I feel for you, it fills me up inside. All the places I didn't know were empty. They're just full of you. Christ, Liv. His voice went rough and thick. Can't you see it's the same for me? Yes, yes I can. I've been happier with you than I thought I could be. More with you than I thought I wanted to be. But even with that, I'm afraid of the things that you want. The things you have a right to expect. I don't know if I can give them to you or how long it'll take me. But I do know I love you. She remembered the words he'd used to tell her and gave them back to him. I'm so completely in love with you. Can that be enough for now? He reached up to take the hand that rested on his cheek, to press his lips to the center of her palm like a promise. That's exactly enough for now. Later, he dreamed of running through the forest, with the chill damp soaking through the fierce sweat on his skin, and his heart galloping in wild hoofbeats in his chest, because he couldn't find her, and the sound of her scream was like a sword slicing through his gut. He woke with a jerk to the pale silver of oncoming dawn, with the last fierce call of an owl dying in the air. And Olivia curled warm against him. The rain was holding off. But it would come before nightfall. Olivia could just smell the testing edge of it in the air as she guided her group into the trees. She'd done a head count of 15 and had been foolishly grateful to see Celia among them. The fact that she was there had been enough to help Olivia convince Noah to take some time in his quiet room to work. She explained the cycle of survival, succession, tolerance of the rainforest, the give and take, the nurturing of life by the dead. It was the trees that always got the attention first, the sheer height of them. Out of habit, Olivia took the time to let her audience crane their necks, murmur in awe, snap their pictures while she talked of the significance and purpose of the overstory. It always took a while before people began to notice the smaller things. Her talks were never carved in stone. She was good at gauging the pace and rhythm of her group and gearing a talk to suit it. She moved along to point out the deep grooves that identified the bark of the Douglas fir, the faint purple cast of the cones of the western hemlock. Every tree had a purpose, even if it was to die and become a breeding ground for saplings, for fungi, for lichen. If it was to fall, striking others down, it would leave a tear in the overstory, so that busy annuals could thrive in the swath of sunlight. It always amused her when they moved deeper, and the light became dimmer, greener, that her groups would become hushed, as if they'd just stepped into a church. As she lectured, she followed the familiar pattern, scanning faces to see who was listening, who was simply there because their parents or spouse had nagged them into it. She liked to play to those especially, to find something to intrigue them, so that when they stepped out into the light again, they took something of her world with them. A man caught her eye. He was tall, broad at the shoulders, with a fresh sunburn on his face that indicated someone unused to or unwise in the sun. He wore a hat and a long-sleeved shirt with jeans so obviously new they could have stood on their own. Despite the soft light, he kept his sunglasses in place. She couldn't see his eyes through the black lenses, but sensed they were on her face, that he was listening. She smiled at him, an automatic response to his attentiveness, and her gaze had already moved on when his body jerked in reaction. She had an avid amateur photographer in the group who was crouched by a nurse log, lens to fungi. She used his interest as a segue, identifying the oyster mushroom he was trying to capture on film. She shifted over, pointed out a ring of lovely pure white caps. These are called destroying angels, and while rare here, are deadly. They're so beautiful, someone commented. Yes, beauty is often deadly. Her gaze was drawn back to the man in the sunglasses. He'd moved closer, and while most of the others were hunting up other groups of mushroom and chattering, he stood still and silent, as if waiting. Any of you who go on unguided hikes or camp in the area, please exercise caution. However appealing nature may be, however lovely, it has its own defenses. Don't think that if you see an animal has nibbled on a mushroom or a berry patch, that makes it safe. It's wiser, and your experience in the forest will be more enjoyable if you simply look. There was a peculiar tightness in her chest, a sensation that made her want to rub the heel of her hand between her breasts to loosen it. She recognized it, an early warning of a panic attack. Stupid, she told herself, taking steady breaths as she took the group on a winding trail around nurse logs and ferns. She was perfectly safe. There was nothing here but the forests she knew and a handful of tourists. The man had moved closer yet, close enough so that she could see a light sheen of sweat on his face. She felt cold and vaguely queasy. The cool dampness. Why was he sweating? She wondered. The cool dampness, she began again. In the Olympic rainforest provides the perfect environment for the exuberant growth you see around you. It supports the greatest weight of living matter per acre in the world. All the ferns, mosses, and lichens you see live here epiphytically, meaning they make their life on another plant, whether in the overstory of the forest, on the trunks of living trees, or in the corpse of a dead one. The image of her mother's body flashed into her mind. While many of the plants we see here grow elsewhere, it's only in this area that many of the species reach true perfection. Here on the west side of the Olympic Mountains, in the valleys of Howe, Quinault, and Keats, there's the ideal blend of saturation, mild temperatures, and topography in perfect proportions to support this prime temperate rainforest. The routine of lecture steadied her. The smattering of comments and questions engaged her mind. The call of an eagle had everyone looking up. Though this thick canopy barred the sky, Olivia used the moment to shift into an explanation of some of the birds and mammals found in the forest. The man in the sunglasses bumped against her, gripped her arm. She jolted and had nearly shoved him away when she saw he tripped in a tangle of vine maple. "I'm sorry." His voice was barely a whisper, but his hand stayed on her arm. "I didn't mean to hurt you." You didn't. The vine maple's been tripping up hikers for centuries. Are you all right? You look a little shaky. I'm... You're so... His fingers trembled on her arm. You're very good at your job. I'm glad I came today. Thank you. We want you to enjoy yourself. Do I know you? No. His hand slid down her arm, brushed lightly over the back of hers, then dropped away. No, you don't know me. You look like someone. I can't quite place it. Have you... Miss. Oh, Miss MacBride. Can you tell us what these are? Yes, of course. Excuse me a minute. She scurried over to a trio of women who huddled around a large sheet of dark red lichen. It's commonly called dog lichen. You can see, if you use your imagination, the illusion of dog's teeth in the rows. The pressure was back, like a vice around her ribs. She caught herself rubbing her hand where the man's fingers had brushed. She knew him. She told herself. There was something. She turned around to look at him again. He was gone. Heart pumping. She counted heads. 15. She'd signed on for 15, and she had 15. But he'd been there, first at the edges of the group, then close in. She walked over to Celia. You're wonderful, Celia told her and gave her a brilliant smile. I want to live right here, with dog lichen and destroying angels and licorice ferns. I can't believe how much you know. Sometimes I forget I'm supposed to entertain as well as educate and get too technical. Celia skimmed her gaze over the group. Looks to me like everyone is well entertained. I hope so. Did you happen to notice a tall man, short gray hair, sunglasses, sunburned, good build, mid-60s, I guess? Actually, I haven't paid much attention to the people. I got caught up. Lose someone? No, No, she said more firmly. He must have been out on his own and just joined in for a bit. It's nothing. But she rubbed the back of her hand again. Nothing. When she got back to the center, Olivia was pleased to see several members of her group had been interested enough to head to the book area. A good guided hike could generate nice sales of books. Why don't I buy you lunch? Celia asked. Thanks, but I really have work. She caught the look, sighed a little. You don't have to worry. I'm going to be chained to my desk for quite a while. Then I have an interior lecture scheduled and another guided hike. Then another lecture. The only place I'll be alone until 6 o'clock is in my office. What time's the first lecture? 3 o'clock. I'll be here. At this rate, I'll have to offer you a job. Celia laughed, then gave Olivia's shoulder a little squeeze. It's annoying, isn't it, having people hovering? Yes. The minute she said it, she winced. I'm sorry. That was rude. I didn't mean... I'd hate it too. Celia interrupted, then surprised Olivia by kissing her cheek. We'll get along very well, Liv. I promise. I'll see you at 3. Oddly amused, Olivia walked through the center to the concession area and picked up a Coke and a box of raisins to fortify her through the paperwork on her desk. She detoured, winding through each area on the way to her office. When she realized she was looking for the man with the sunburned face, she ordered herself to stop being an idiot. She pulled off her cap, stuck it in her back pocket, then carried her snack to her office. As she stepped inside, she checked her watch to gauge her time. 2 paces from her desk, she froze and stared at the single white rose lying across the blotter. The can of Coke slipped out of her hand and landed with a thud at her feet. His face had changed. 20 years. 20 years in prison had changed it. Somehow she'd known, but she hadn't been prepared. Breathing shallowly, she rubbed the hand he touched. Daddy. Oh God. He'd been so close. He'd touched her. He'd put his hand on her, and she hadn't known who he was. She'd looked into his face and hadn't known him. All those years ago, with the security glass between them. Jamie had told him Olivia would never know him, his daughter, and she'd given him the absent smile of one stranger to another. He sat on a bench in deep shade, washed down pills with bottled water, wiped the clammy sweat from his face with a handkerchief. She would know him, he promised himself. Before another day passed, she would look at him and know him. Then it would be finished. 32. It irritated Noah that he couldn't connect with Lucas Manning. Unavailable. Out of town. Incommunicado. He wanted a follow-up interview, and he wanted it soon. Then there was Tanner himself. Oh, they'd talk again all right, Noah thought as he pushed himself away from his laptop and paced to the window. He had a great deal to say to Sam Tanner. Maybe the son of a bitch thought the book would be a tool, perhaps even a weapon, but it was going to be neither. When it was done, it would be the truth. And when it was done, if he had any skill, it would be a closing for Olivia. The closing of that hideous part of her life and the opening of their life together. She would be finished with her guided hike by now, he decided, and he could use a break from the book. So, what was stopping him from going over to the center? She might be a little annoyed, accuse him of checking up on her. Well, that was something she'd have to get used to. He intended to spend the next 60 years, give or take, making sure she was safe and happy. He shut down his machine and walked downstairs through the empty house. The MacBrides were at the lodge, and he imagined his mother had nudged them into having a meal with her. Bless her heart. He checked the doors before he left, making sure they were secured, and, as a cop's son, just shook his head at the locks. Anyone who wanted in, he thought, would get in. He'd learned that the hard way. Following instinct, he detoured toward the garden, and casting one guilty look over his shoulder, plucked a handful of flowers to take to Olivia. They'd make her smile, he thought, even as she pretended to be peeved that he'd stolen them from her grandfather. He straightened quickly at the sound of a car and remembered he hadn't thought to hook his knife onto his belt. The wavering sun glinted off chrome and glass, then cleared so that he recognized Jamie Melbourne at the wheel. By the time he'd walked to the car, she'd shoved the door open and jumped out. Are they all right? Is everyone all right? Everyone's fine. Oh, God. She leaned weakly against the fender, dragged a hand through her hair. She wasn't quite as polished as usual, he noted. Her makeup was sketchy, her eyes shadowed, and her simple slacks and blouse travel-crushed. All the way up here, I imagined all sorts of things. She dropped her hand, closed her eyes a moment. My mother called me last night, told me. She said he'd been here, inside the house. It looks that way. Why don't you sit down? No, I've been sitting. On the plane, in the car. I couldn't get here any sooner. She didn't want me to come, but I had to. I had to be here. No one's seen him, at least not that I've heard. Lives at the center, and your parents are at the lodge with mine. Good. Okay. She heaved out a long breath. I'm not a hysterical person. I think once you've faced the worst and survived it, You cope with anything. But I came very, very close to losing it last night. David was in Chicago, and I couldn't reach him for what seemed like hours. It probably wasn't more than 20 minutes until my brain clicked back and I thought of his cell phone. Because she looked as if she needed it, Noah gave her a smile. I love technology. I sure had good thoughts about it last night. Nothing's ever sounded so good as his voice. He's on his way. Cancelled the rest of his meetings. We all need to be together until... Her eyes went dark. Until what, Noah? Until it's over, was all he said. Well, I better get my bag inside and have a good stiff drink. I'll get it for you. No, it's just a carry-on. God knows what I threw in it this morning. I probably have a cocktail dress and hiking boots in there. And to be honest, I could use a few minutes on my own to pull it together. I just locked up. He pulled the key Rob had unearthed for him out of his pocket. I bet they haven't done that more than half a dozen times since I was born. She took the key, studied it. How's my mother holding up? She's tougher than you think. Maybe than she thought. I hope you're right, Jamie murmured as she opened the trunk and pulled out a tote. Well, I've got about 6,000 calls to make to finish shifting my schedule around. She slung the tote strap over her shoulder, then glanced at the flowers in Noah's hand. Going to see your girl. That was the plan. I like your plan. I think you're good for her. She studied his face. You're a sturdy one under it all, aren't you, Noah Brady? She'll never have to worry if I'll be there. Never have to wonder if I love her. That's nice. The fatigue seemed to lift from her eyes. I know just how important that is. It's funny. Julie wanted that. No, more than that. And I found it. I'm glad her daughter has too. He waited until she was in the house, until she locked the door behind her. With his senses alert, he walked into the trees to follow the trail to the center. From the shadows he watched, turning the weapon in his hand and weeping. Olivia was dead calm, and she was damn well going to stay that way. For 10 minutes after seeing the rose, she'd sat on the floor, shaking, but she hadn't run. She'd fought back the panic, pulled herself to her feet. She'd ordered herself to be calm and to act. As quietly as possible, she asked every member of the staff she could find if they'd noticed anyone going into her office. Each time the answer was no, and each time she followed it up by giving a description of her father. As she'd seen him that morning, when she had all the answers she could gather, she walked outside and started toward the lodge. Hey! Her body wanted to jerk, and she forced it still, then absorbed the flow of relief when she saw Noah coming across the parking lot toward her. Normal, she promised herself. She would be normal. My grandfather's going to scalp you for picking his prize lilies. No, he won't, because hell no, I was swept away by romance. You're an idiot. Thank you. She gave him the smile he'd expected, but there was strain at the edges. You need a break. Why don't you get someone to fill in for you the rest of the day? I need to do my job. It's important to me. I was just about to go over and find Frank. She glanced around. People were coming and going, in and out of the lodge, the center, the forest. Let's sit down a minute. She led him around the side and to a bench in the deep shade where her lather had sat a short time before. There's another white rose. It was on my desk in my office. Go inside the lodge. Noah's voice was cool. I'll look around. No, wait. I questioned the staff. No one noticed anyone going into my office, but a couple of them did notice someone this morning when I was setting up the group out here. A tall man, short gray hair, sunburned. He wore dark glasses and a fielder's cap, stiff new jeans, and a blue long-sleeve shirt. She pressed her lips together. I noticed him too, during the hike. He slipped into the group. I kept getting this feeling, this uneasiness, but I couldn't pin it down. He spoke to me. He touched my hand. I didn't recognize him. He's changed. He looks old. Years older than he should. And hard. But part of me knew. And when I saw the rose, his face was right there. My father. What did he say to you, Liv? It wasn't anything important. Just that I was good at my job. That he was glad he'd come. Funny, isn't it? 20 years down the road and he compliments me on my work. I'm all right, she said when Noah put his arm around her. I'm okay. I always wondered what it would be like if I saw him again. It was nothing like I imagined. Noah. He didn't look like a monster. He looked ill and tired. How could he have done what he did? How could he be doing this now? And just look tired? I doubt he knows the answer to that himself. Maybe he's just caught up, Liv, in the then and the now. And he just can't stop. He caught a movement, a bit of color, shifted his gaze, and watched Sam Tanner step out of the forest. Noah got to his feet, gripped a hand on Olivia's arm to pull her up beside him. Go into the lodge, find my father, then stay there. She saw him, too, just all the moment when he spotted them, when he stopped short on the far edge of the parking lot. They stared at each other in the windy silence, as they had once stared at each other across a bloody floor. Then he turned and walked quickly toward the trees. Go find my father, Noah repeated, and in a quick movement, unsnapped her knife sheath from her belt. Tell him what happened here, then stay. He turned, took her hard by the shoulders. Do you hear me? Liv, you stay inside, with my mother. Call your aunt at the house. Tell her to stay put, with the doors locked. What? Aunt Jamie? She got here just as I was leaving. Do it now. She shook herself to break out of the fog, then watched in dull horror as Noah strapped her knife to his own belt. No, you're not going after him. He simply gave her one steel-edged look, then turned her in the direction of the lodge. Go inside now. You won't find him, she shouted it, snatching at Noah's arm as he strode away. You don't know what he's capable of if you do. He doesn't know what I'm capable of either. God damn it. He whirled on her, fury hardening his face. Love isn't enough. You have to trust me. Go get your cop, and let's deal with this. With no choice, Olivia watched him sprint to the trees and vanish. Noah had to rely on his senses, his hearing, straining to catch the rustling of brush. To the left, the right, straight ahead. As he moved deeper, the false green twilight fell so that he strained his eyes, waiting to see a movement. The subtle sway of a low branch, the vibration of a thickly tangled vine. He was younger, faster, but the forest itself could cloak prey as well as hunter. He moved deeper, keeping his breathing slow, and even so, the soft sound of it wouldn't distract him. As he walked, his boots treading silently on the cushion of moss, he could hear the low rumble of thunder. A storm was brewing. There's no point in running, Tanner, he called out, as he closed his hand over the hilt of Olivia's knife. It never occurred to him to wonder if he could use it. It's already over, You'll never get to her. You'll never touch her. His own voice echoed back to him, cold and still, and was followed by the strident call of a bird and the rush of wind through high branches. Instinct had him winding in the direction of the house, into the thick beauty of the ripe summer forest, past the gleaming white river of deadly mushrooms, around the delicate sea of fanning ferns. Rain began to hiss through the canopy and slither in thin trickies to the greedy green ground. She's your own daughter. What good will it do you? What point is there in hurting her now? None. Sam stepped out from the bulk of a fir. The gun in his trembling hand gleamed dull silver. There was never a point, never a reason. I thought you knew. Olivia hit the doors of the lobby and burst inside. She looked frantically right and left. Guests were milling around or parked on the sofas and chairs. The hum of conversation roared in her ears. She didn't know where to find Frank. The dining room, the library, his own suite, one of the terraces. The lodge was a honeycomb of rooms and carefully arranged spaces where guests could loiter at their leisure. Noah was already in the forest. She couldn't take the time. She spun on her heel, raced to the front desk. Mark? She grabbed the young desk clerk, dragged him toward the door, leading to the back rooms. My grandparents. Have you seen them? An hour or so ago, they came through with some people. What's the matter? What's the problem? Listen to me. Panic was trying to claw through control. Listen carefully. It's important. I need you to find Frank Brady. He's a guest here. I need you to find him as quickly as you can. You tell him. Are you listening to me? Yeah. His Adam's apple bobbed. Sure. Frank Brady. You find him. And you find him fast. You tell him that Sam Tanner went into the forest, the east side, Lowland Trail. Have you got that? East side, Lowland Trail. Tell him Noah went after him. Tell him that. Get one of the staff to call my house. My aunt's there. She's to stay inside. It's vital that she stay inside and wait to hear from me. No one's to go into the forest, make an announcement. No one's to go in there until I clear it. Do whatever you can to keep guests in or around the lodge. Whatever it takes. Inside. But why? Just do it, she snapped. Do it now. And shoving him aside, she sprinted into the rear office. She needed something, anything. Some kind of weapon. A defense. Frantic, she swept her hands over the desk, yanked open drawers. She saw the scissors, the long silver blades, and snatched at them. Was it justice, she wondered, as they trembled in her hand? Or was it just fate? She slid the blades under her belt, secured the eyes of the handles, and bolted. The rain began to fall as she raced out of the clearing and into the trees. Noah's mind was clear as glass, detached from the physical jeopardy of the gun and focused on the man. A part of him knew he could die here in the verdant darkness, but he moved past it and faced whatever hand fate had begun to deal him 20 years before. No point. Sam, all of it. All those years you spent away come down to you and me standing in the rain. You're just a bonus. I didn't expect to talk to you again. I've got some tapes for you, for the book. Still looking to be the star? I won't make you one. Do you think I'll let you walk out of here? Give her one more moment's pain? You'll never touch her. I did. Sam lifted his free hand, rubbed his thumb and fingertips together. I was so close. I could smell her. Just soup. She grew up so pretty. She has a stronger face than Julie's. Not as beautiful, but stronger. She looked at me. She looked right at me and didn't know me. Why would she? He murmured. Why would she know me? I've been as dead to her as her mother for 20 years. Is that why you arranged all this? To come alive for her? Start me on the book so I'd dig up old memories. Put you back in her head so when you got out, you could start on her. I wanted her to remember me. God damn it, I'm her father. I wanted her to remember me. He lifted his hand again, drilled his fingertips into his temple where pain began to hammer. I've got a right to at least that. You lost your rights to her. Noah edged closer. You're not part of her anymore. Maybe not, but she's part of me. I've waited nearly a third of my life just to tell her that. And to terrify her, because she knows what you are. She saw what you were. She was a baby, innocent, and taking that innocence wasn't enough. You sent the music box to remind her that you weren't done. And the phone calls, the white roses. Roses. A dreamy smile came to his lips. I used to put a white rose on her pillow. My little princess. He pressed his hand to the side of his head again, dragging it back, knocking his cap aside. They don't make drugs like they used to. The kind I remember. You'd never feel the pain. He blinked, his eyes narrowing abruptly. Music box? He gestured with the gun, an absent gesture that had Noah halting. What music box? The blue fairy. The one you broke the night you knocked your wife around in Olivia's room. I don't remember. I was coked to my eyeballs. Then his eyes cleared. The blue fairy. I knocked it off her dresser. I remember. She cried, and I told her I'd buy her another one. I never did. You sent her one a few days ago. No, I'd forgotten. I should have made that up to her. I shouldn't have made her cry. She was such a good little girl. She loved me. Despite the cold wall of rage, pity began to eke through. You're sick and you're tired. Put the gun down and I'll take you back. For what? More doctors? More drugs? I'm already dead, Brady. I've been dead for years. I just wanted to see her again. Just once. And just once, I wanted her to see me. She's all I have left. Put the gun down. With a puzzled expression, Sam glanced down at the gun in his hand. Then he began to laugh. You think this is for you? It's for me. I didn't have the guts to use it. I've been gutless all my fucking life. And you know what, Brady? You know what I figured out when I stuck the barrel in my mouth? When I had my finger on the trigger and couldn't pull it? His voice became confident and clear. I didn't kill Julie. I wouldn't have had the guts. Let's go talk about it. As Noah stepped forward, reaching out with one hand for the gun. There was a crash in the brush, a blur of movement. He felt pain rip along his shoulder as he turned. Heard a scream that wasn't his own. He saw David Melbourne's contorted face as the force of the attack sent him ramming against Sam, tumbling them both to the ground. Noah rolled aside, agony spearing through his wounded shoulder as he thrust his hands up, caught the wrist of David's knife hand. Noah's lips peeled back in a snarl of effort as his bloody hands began to slip. The blade stabbed into the rain-slimed moss, a breath from his face. Rear up. Noah bucked him aside, then rolled for the gun that lay on the ground. As he snatched it up, David fled into the trees. I never thought of him, with the side of his face scratched and oozing blood. Sam crawled over. His eyes were glassy from the pain rolling inside his head. I should have known, because I never thought of him. A dozen other men, I thought of them. She would never have looked at them. That was my delusion. But I thought of them. Never him. As he spoke, he fumbled to tie his handkerchief around the gash in Noah's shoulder. He should have just waited for me to die instead of trying to kill me. Wincing against the pain, Noah gripped Sam's shirt front. Not you. It's Olivia he wants now. No. Fear coated over the agony in his eyes. No, not Livy. We have to find him, stop him. There wasn't time to debate. He's heading deeper in, but he may circle around, head toward the house. Noah hesitated only a moment. Take this. He unsnapped Olivia's sheath. They're looking for you by now. If my father comes across you with a gun. Frank's here. That's right. Melbourne won't get far. You head toward the house. I'll do what I can to pick up his trail. Don't let him hurt Livy. Noah checked the gun and raced into the green. Olivia wanted to rush headlong into the trees, run blindly through the shadows, shout for Noah. It took every ounce of control to move slowly, to look for signs. Her turf, she reminded herself, but there'd been dozens of people in that edge of the forest, leaving crisscrossing prints. The ground was percolating with rain now, and she would lose even these prints if she didn't choose soon. He'd come in at a sprint, she remembered, and judged the length between strides. Noah had long legs. So did her father. She headed due south and into the gloom. The rain was alive, murmuring as it forced its way through the tangle of vines and drapery overhead. The air was thick with it and the pervasive scent of rot. Small creatures scurried away, sly rustles in the dripping brush. And as the wind cooled the treetops, a thin fog skimmed over the ground and smoked over her boots. She moved more quickly now, trying to outpace the fear. Every shadow was a terror, every shape a threat. Ferns, slick with rain, slithered around her legs as she hurried deeper into the forest and farther away from safety. She lost the trail, backtracked, could have wept with frustration. The quiet chuckle of panic began to dance in her chest. She focused on the forest floor, searching for a sign, and caught her breath with relief, with something almost like triumph, when she picked up the tracks again. Nerves skipped and skidded over her skin as she followed the trail of the man she loved, and of the man who'd shattered her life. When she heard the scream, fear plunged into her heart like a killing blade. She forgot logic, she forgot caution, and she ran as though her life depended on it. Her feet slipped, sliding wild over the moldering ground. Fallen logs seemed to throw themselves into her path, forcing her to leap and stumble. Fungi, slimy with rain, burst wetly under her boots. She went down hard, tearing moss with the heels of her hands, sending shock waves stinging into her knees. She lunged to her feet, breathless, pushed herself off the rough bark of a hemlock, and pushed blindly through vines that snaked out to snatch at her arms and legs. She beat and ripped at them, fought her way clear. Rain soaked her hair, dripped into her eyes. She blinked it away and saw the blood. It was soaking into the ground, going pale with wet. Shaking, she dropped to her knees, touched her fingertips to the stain, and brought them back, red and wet. Not again. No, not again. She rocked herself, moaning in the sizzle of rain, cringing into a ball as the fear, hammered at her, screamed into her mind, burst through her body like a storm of ice. Noah! She shouted it once, listened to the grieving echo of it. Shoving to her feet, she ran her smeared fingers over her face, then screamed it. With her only thought to find him, she began to run. He'd lost his direction, but he thought he still had the scent of his quarry. The gun was familiar in his hand now, as if it had always been there. He never doubted he could use it. It was part of him now. Everything that was primitive about the world he was in was inside him now. Life and death, and the cold-blooded will to survive. 20 years, the man had hidden what he was, what he'd done. He'd let another grow old in a cage, had played the devoted husband to his victim's sister, the indulgent uncle to her daughter. Murder, bloody murder, had been locked inside him. While he prospered, while he posed, and when the key had started to turn, in the door to Sam Tanner's cage, it had set murder free again. The break-ins, the attack on Mike, an attempt to stop the book, Noah thought, as he moved with deliberate strides through the teeming woods, to beat back the guilt, the fear of exposure that must have tried to claw out of him hundreds of times over 20 long years. And once again, he turned the focus on Sam. Once again, structured his axe to point the accusations at an innocent man. But this time, it was Olivia he'd hunted. Fur that she'd seen him that night, would remember some small detail that had been tucked in a corner of her mind all this time. A detail that might jibe with the story Sam wanted to tell. Yes, it was logical. The cold-blooded logic that would fit a man who could murder his wife's sister, then live cozily with her family for another generation. Then the balance had shifted on him, with the possibility of a book. Another in-depth look at the case. The interviews with Olivia, urging her to talk about the night her family had conveniently buried along with Julie. But she couldn't talk, couldn't think, couldn't remember if she was too afraid, or if she was dead. Then he heard her scream his name. 33. The monster was back. The smell of him was blood. The sound of him was terror. She had no choice but to run, and this time to run toward him. The lush wonder of forest that had once been her haven, that had always been her sanctuary, spun into a nightmare. The towering majesty of the trees was no longer a grand testament to nature's vigor, but a living cage that could trap her, conceal him. The luminous carpet of moss was a bubbling bog that sucked at her boots. She ripped through ferns, rending their sodden fans to slimy tatters, skidded over a rotted log, and destroyed the burgeoning life it nursed. Green shadows slipped in front of her, beside her, behind her, seemed to whisper her name. Livy, my love, let me tell you a story. Breath sobbed out of her lungs, set to grieving by fear and loss. The blood that still stained her fingertips had gone ice-cold. Rain fell, a steady drumming against the wind-swept canopy. A sly trickle over lichen-draped bark. It soaked into the greedy ground until the whole world was wet and ripe and somehow hungry. She forgot if she was hunter or hunted. Only knew in some deep primal instinct that movement was survival. She would find him, or he would find her, and somehow it would be finished. She would not end as a coward. And if there was any light in the world, she would find the man she loved, alive. She curled the blood she knew was his into the palm of her hand and held it like hope. Fog snaked around her boots, broke apart at her long, reckless strides. Her heartbeat battered her ribs, her temples, her fingertips in a feral pulsing rhythm. She heard the crack overhead, the thunder snap of it, and leaped aside as a branch, weighed down by water and wind and time, crashed to the forest floor. A little death meant fresh life. She closed her hand over the only weapon she had and knew she would kill to live. And through the deep green light, haunted by darker shadows, she saw the monster as she remembered him in her nightmares, covered with blood and watching her. Fury that was as much hate as fear spurted through her in a bitter kind of power. "Where's Noah? What have you done to him?" He was on his knees, his hand pressed to his side where blood spilled out of him. The pain was so huge, it reached to the bone, to the bowels. "Livy," he whispered it, both prayer and plea. "Run. I've been running from you all my life." She stepped closer, driven forward by a need that had slept inside her since childhood. "Where's Noah?" she repeated. "I swear I'll kill you if you've taken someone else I love." "Not me. Not then. Not now." His vision wavered. She seemed to sway in front of him, tall and slim with her mother's eyes. "He's still close. For God's sake, run!" They heard it at the same moment, the thrashing through the brush. She spun around, her heart leaping with hope. At her feet, Sam's heart dripped with terror. Stay away from her. Sheer will pushed him to stand. He tried to shove Olivia behind him, but only collapsed against her. "You should have died in prison." David's face was wet with rain and blood. The knife in his hand ran with both. "None of this would have happened if you just died." "Uncle David." The shock of seeing him, his eyes wild, his clothes splattered, had her stepping forward. With a strength born of desperation, Sam jerked her back, held her hard against him. "He killed her. Listen to me. He killed her. He wanted her and couldn't have her. Don't go near him. Step away from him, Livy. Come here to me." "I want you to run," Sam said urgently. "Run the way you did that night and find a place to hide. Find Noah. You know better than to listen to him." David's smile made her blood go cold. "You saw what he did to her that night. He was never good enough for her. Never right. I've always been there for you, haven't I, Livy? She never wanted you." Sam's voice was slurred and slow as he fought to stay conscious. "She never loved anyone but me." "Shut up." The parody of a smile became a snarl. His face flushed dark and ugly. "It should have been me. She would have come to me if you hadn't gotten in the way." "Oh God, oh my God." Olivia stared at David and braced to take her father's weight. "You. It was you. She should have listened to me. I loved her. I always loved her. She was so beautiful, so perfect. I would have treated her like an angel. What did he do for her? He dragged her down, made her miserable, only thought of himself. You're right. I treated her badly." Sam slumped against Olivia, murmured, "Run." But she only shook her head and held on to him. "I didn't deserve her. I would have given her everything." Tears slipped out of David's eyes now, and his knife hand dropped to his side. "She would never have been unhappy with me. I settled for second best and gave Jamie everything I would have given Julie. Why should I have settled when she was finally going to divorce you? When she finally saw you for what you were? She was meant to come to me then. It was meant. You went to the house that night." Sam's side was numb. He levered himself straight, caught his breath, and prayed for the strength to step away from his daughter. "Do you know how much courage it took for me to go to her? To give her everything, that was in my heart. She let me in and smiled at me. She was doing her clippings and having a glass of wine. The music was on, her favorite Tchaikovsky. She said it was nice to have company. She trusted you. I poured my soul out to her. I told her I loved her, always had, that I wanted her, that I was leaving Jamie and we could be together. She looked at me as if I were insane, pushed me away when I tried to hold her. She told me to leave and we'd forget I'd ever spoken of it. Forget. He spat the word out. She loved my father, Olivia murmured. She loved my father? She was wrong. I only tried to convince her she was wrong. I only wanted to make her see. If she hadn't struggled against me, I wouldn't have ripped her robe. Then she turned on me, shouted at me to get out of her house. She said she would tell Jamie everything. She said I was scum. Scum, that she would never see me again, never speak to me. I couldn't hear what she was saying. It was so vile. She turned her back on me, turned away as if I were nothing. And the scissors were in my hand. Then they were in her. I think she screamed, he said softly. I'm not sure. I don't know. I only remember the blood. His eyes focused again, fixed on Olivia. It was an accident, really. One moment, one terrible mistake. But I couldn't take it back, could I? I couldn't change it. Yes, she had to be calm, Olivia ordered herself. Her father was bleeding badly. She had no doubt that she could outdistance and lose her uncle in the forest. But how could she leave her father? How could she run away and hide again? She would stand, protect, and pray for help to come. You held me while I cried for her. I cried too. It enraged David that she didn't understand. Just like her mother. Just like Julie. If she'd only listened, it would never have happened. Why should I have paid for that? He's the one who hurt her. He's the one who deserved to pay. I had to protect myself, my life. I had to get out. There was so much blood. I was nearly sick. How did you get out of the house and back home? Olivia asked and strained her ears for a sound. Heard only the thrashing of rain. Aunt Jamie would have seen the blood. I stripped off my clothes, bundled them up. I went outside to the pool and washed the blood off. I washed it all away. There were always spare clothes in the changing house. No one would ever notice. I could get rid of my own later. A dumpster in the city. I went back in the house because I thought it might be a dream. But it wasn't. I thought I heard you upstairs. I thought I heard you, but I couldn't be sure. I woke up. I heard Mama scream. Yes, I found out later. I had to get home, in case Jamie woke up and realized I'd slipped out. It wasn't until they brought you to us that I wondered if you'd seen me. I wondered if you had heard. 20 years I've wondered. I've waited. No, I didn't see you. I never knew. It would have stayed that way. Everyone put it aside. Everyone closed the door. Until the book. How could I be sure? How could I know for sure that you hadn't heard my voice? That you hadn't looked out the window, seen my car? It ruined my life, don't you see? I'd done everything to make it work, everything to make up for that one single night. You let my father go to prison. I was in prison too. Tears leaked out of his eyes. I was paying too. I knew you'd be just like her. I knew when it came down to a choice, you'd choose him. I always loved you, Livy. You should have been ours, mine and Julie's. But that's over now. have to protect myself. I have to end it." He lunged toward her, leading with the knife. It was like his dream. The dark, the trees, the murmur of rain and wind. He could run until his heart burst out of his chest, and he couldn't find her. Every rustle had him turning in a new direction. Every call of a night bird was the sound of her voice, the bone-numbing terror that he would be too late, that he would never wake up from this nightmare and find her curled against him, drove him harder. She was somewhere in the vast, twisting maze of the forest. Somewhere just beyond his reach. He stopped, leaning against the bulk of a hemlock to clear the tumble of his mind. The air was so thick, every breath he took was like gulping in water. His shoulder was on fire. The white handkerchief tied over the wound long since gone red. He stood very still for a moment and listened. Was that the murmur of voices, or just the rain? Sound seemed to shoot at a dozen different angles, then swallow itself. The only compass he had now was his gut. Trusting it, he turned west. This time, when she screamed, he was close. Sam shoved her clear and with the little strength he had left, drove his body into David's. When the knife sliced through him again, he felt nothing but despair. As he staggered and fell, Olivia leaped to her feet and tried to catch him. It happened quickly, her father slipping out of her hands, the sound of running feet slapping against the saturated ground, and the quick prick of a knife at her throat. "Let her go." Noah braced his feet, held the gun in the classic police grip. Fear was a hot river in his blood. "I'll kill her. You know I will. Drop the gun, or I'll slice her throat and be done with it." "And lose your shield?" "I don't think so." "Oh God, Liv. Oh God, don't move." He gazed quickly at her face, saw the blank shock in her eyes, the thin trickle of red sliding down the slim column of her throat. Step away from her. Step back. Put the gun down. He jerked Olivia's head up with the fiat of the blade. "She's dead. Do you hear me? She's dead if you don't do it now. He'll kill me anyway. Shut up. Shut the hell up." He nicked her again, and she saw Noah's hands jerk, then start to lower. "Don't do it. Don't hurt her. Put it down." She heard the roar of their voices in her head, saw the decision in Noah's eyes. "He'll kill me no matter what you do. Then he'll kill you. Don't let him take someone else I love. Don't let him win." Her hand closed over the cold metal eyes of the scissors, drew them out in one quick, smooth motion, then plunged them viciously into his thigh. He screamed high and bright, his knife hand jerking up then dropping. She shoved her body away from his, yanking the scissors clear, then held them out as he leapt toward her. She heard the bullet ring out, one sharp snap, saw the bright blossom of blood bloom high on his chest, and the puzzled shock in his eyes as he fell toward her. She didn't step back, and she would never ask herself if she'd had time to do so. The killing point of the scissors slid silently into his belly. The weight of him bore her to the ground. Before she could roll clear, Noah pulled her up and against him. His arms that had been so steady began to quiver. "You're all right. You're okay," he said again, then once again as his hands ran shakily over her. "He cut you." His fingers brushed gently at her throat. "Oh God, Liv." She was crushed against him again, burrowed into him. Her head went light, seemed to circle somewhere just beyond her shoulders. "I thought he might have killed you. I saw the blood and I thought." "No." She jerked back, her hands vising on Noah's face. Daddy. She pulled away and stumbled to the ground beside her father. Oh, no, 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 don't. Please, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Daddy. She had nothing but her hands to press against his wound to try to stem the bleeding. Don't cry, Livy. He reached up to touch her face. This is the best way for me. My time's running out anyway. I needed to see you again. It was the last thing I had to do. You've got your mother's eyes. He smiled a little. You always did. I let her down in so many ways. Don't, please don't. She pressed her face to his neck. Noah, help me. If I'd been what I should have been, what she believed I could be, she'd still be alive. Don't talk now. We have to stop the bleeding. They'll find us soon. Her hands fumbled with the scraps of cloth Noah gave her. They're looking, and we'll get you to the hospital. You're a smart girl. You know better. His eyes were clouding over, but they shifted to Noah. She's a smart one, isn't she, Brady? That's right. He pressed another scrap of his shirt to the wound in Sam's side. So listen to her. I'd rather die a hero. His short laugh ended in a racking cough. There's enough of the old me in here to rather enjoy that. Is that son of a bitch dead? As Moses, Noah told him. Thank Christ for that. The pain was floating away. Livy. He gripped her hand. When I was looking for you that night, when you saw me, I wasn't going to hurt you. I know that. I know. Don't leave me now that I've just gotten you back. I'm sorry, Livy. I wanted you to look at me once. Just once. And know who I was. In the end, I kept you safe. Maybe that makes up for all the years I didn't. His vision wavered and dimmed. Write the book, Brady. Tell the truth. Count on it. Take care of my little girl. Kiss me goodbye. Livy, love. With tears flooding her throat, she pressed her lips to his cheek and felt his hand go lax in hers. Her grief was one long, low moan. Noah sat with her while she cradled her father's body and wept in the rain. She slept because Noah poured a sedative down her throat. When she woke, logy with drugs and grief and shock, it was midday. She heard the bird song, felt the sun on her face, and opening her eyes, saw him sitting beside her. You didn't sleep. He was already holding her hand. He couldn't seem to let go. I did for a bit. Everything that happened, it's all in my head. But it feels as if it's wrapped in cotton. Just leave it that way for now. He looked so wonderful, she thought. So hers, with his exhausted eyes and stubble of beard. You saved my life. Just part of the service. He leaned down to kiss her. Don't make me do it again. That's a deal. How's your shoulder? Well, I could say it's nothing. But why lie? It hurts like a bitch. She sat up, tugged up the sleeve of his t-shirt and pressed her lips to the bandage. Thanks. Why don't you try to get some more sleep? No, I really need to get out. She looked into his eyes. I need to walk. Walk in the forest with me, Noah. When she was dressed, she held out a hand for his. My family? They're still asleep. Your grandparents were up with Jamie until almost dawn. She nodded, started out quietly. Your parents? In the spare room. They'll need us. All of them. I need this first. They went down the back stairs and left through the kitchen door. Your father, she began. When they found us, I don't think he knew whether he was proud of you or horrified. She let out a breath, drew another in. I think he was both. He taught me how to handle guns, to respect them. I know he hoped I'd never have to use one. I don't know how to feel, Noah. All these years I thought my father was a murderer. The worst kind of murderer. I lost him when I was 4 and now I have him back. I have him back in a way that changes everything. And I can never tell him. He knew. It helps to have that, to hold on to that. She tightened her hand on his as they moved into the trees. I didn't run. I didn't leave him. This time I didn't run and hide. I can live with all the rest because this time I didn't run. Liv, you gave him exactly what he wanted at the end of his life. You looked at him and you knew him. He told me that was the last thing he needed. She nodded, absorbing that into the grief. All my life, I loved my uncle. I shifted him into my father figure, admired him, trusted him. He wasn't what I thought he was. Any more than my father was what I thought he was. Oh God, Noah. How is Aunt Jamie going to cope with this? How is she going to live with it? She has you, your family. She'll get through it. I hope she'll stay here, for a while at least. Stay here and heal. I think she needs to hear you say just that. She nodded again and leaned against him a little. You're good at knowing what people need to hear. She let out a sigh. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to come in here again and feel what I've always felt. But I can. It's so beautiful. So alive. No monsters here. Not ever again. I love this place. It had sheltered her, given her life. Now, she had a choice. To stay. With the old or to start the new. She let go of Noah's hand, turned in a circle. But there's this other spot, along the coast. Heavily wooded, excellent old forest with a view of the Pacific raging up against the cliffs. She stopped, met his eyes soberly. That's where we should build the house. He stared at her while a rage of emotions gushed into him, then settled in quiet joy. How many bedrooms? 5, as previously discussed. Okay, stone or wood? Both. Her lips twitched. Her eyes glowed now, as he nodded and stepped toward her. When? As soon as you ask me to marry you, which you've neglected to do so far. I knew I'd forgotten something. She laughed when he hauled her into his arms. I've waited a long time for you. He brushed his lips over hers, then lingered, deepened the kiss. Don't make me wait anymore. Marry me. Yes. She framed his face with her hands, between the forest and the flowers, and soon she smiled at him, drawing him close to touch her lips to his cheek. I love you, Noah. I want to start a life with you. Now. We've both waited long enough.